morning. Nice to have your company, everybody. It's Tuesday, October the 4th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. And we're with you till 7 o'clock this morning. The Prime Minister will be joining Nick Ferrari at 7 today. It's all going a bit pear-shaped, isn't it, really? I didn't know that something could go pear-shaped so quickly. And it really was so quickly. The damage, they say, has been done. The Chancellor laughs off his top tax U-turn, but the budget chaos will still cost billions. The paper's having an absolute field day with it, even though the Daily Mirror couldn't identify Kwasi Kwarteng the other day. They just put a picture up of somebody else. It could have been anybody, really. It could have been Father Christmas. And they just put it up and they went, oh, terribly sorry about that. You think, I mean, honestly, how amateurish. The other stories in the paper today, the Patel one's going to go for ages and ages. And this is Priti Patel, who fired a warning shot over Liz Truss the other day. This is the hugely successful Priti Patel, who's never actually managed to achieve anything at all. Good to have her back and contributing nothing. Anyway, we take all of your texts and emails. Remember we talked about that book the other day on the programme, which was called Secret. Twickenham, Whitton, Teddington and the Hamptons by Andy Bull. Very kindly, Pat and Derek, the parents of Sidcup Sue, brought a copy in for me the other day. They actually turned up. They didn't even bother putting in a jiffy bag. They just turned up with it, which is lovely. So thank you very much indeed. And I shall take great. I love books like this. I've got another one of Twickenham, and it's got early pictures of Twickenham, and I love stuff like that because it means that you sort of are interested in the area where you live. Because you ask most people, I mean, even us living in London, I mean, I have done the sites. I do know Buckingham Palace. I have been to the Tower of London. I've been in Twickenham for, 28, 30 years now, long time. Used to live in Staines, used to live in Richmond. I've kind of sort of done a full circle. And I like it. I've been to the Twickenham Museum. I know all, who's buried in the churchyards and stuff like that. It's always because you should learn about the area where you live, because then when other people come down, you can say, oh, this road was this. If you go down Church Street, which used to be, I've got early pictures of Church Street 100 years ago. It was all full of butcher shops. Literally butcher shops and drapers. And at Christmas time, outside, they would be hanging all the rabbits and the geese and the turkeys and everything. And literally, there could be 60 or 70 of them hanging outside there. And the linen shops. And there's a pub halfway down Church Street. And you go down a step into the pub. Well, in fact, at one time, there was no step. You walked straight in off the street. But because the road's been built up over the years, now you step down into the pub. And it's all very popular. We've got the River Thames there, and a lot of people go there to scatter people's ashes. And we had three cinemas in Twickenham, a little place like Twickenham, 3 cinemas, giant places. They weren't small. I mean, each cinema used to show one film, yeah. Well, I mean, you'd have the A film and the B film. There'd always be a B. Sometimes the B films were better than the A films. They weren't multiplayer. No, it was just you went in the one cinema. And then you sort of have the Pathé News, and it was, and then you had the local adverts and stuff like that. It was all good fun, actually. Then over the years, you watch everything change. But 3 cinemas in a place the size of Twickenham. Mind you, I think Richmond had 3, but ours were 3 whopping great cinemas. They really weren't. They weren't. One, as you come out of the station, it's called Regal House. That was the Regal Cinema. There was one round it was on the site of the Shell garage on the London Road, and the other one was right in the middle of Twickenham. Big places. The Luxor was a huge place based on sort of Egyptian art and things like that. And when they pull these places down, they didn't know about salvage. They just chucked all this stuff away. Used to have a lovely green roof, green tiles, because it went through a Chinese phase. And then they started showing wrestling. They used to have live wrestling. And there used to be a band in there. And, you could go and get your afternoon cup of tea. In fact, going to the cinema was, really quite a thing to do years and years ago. I can remember. There it is, the Odeon. And people queuing for live wrestling. Quite a big, a big building. Over the years. The last film I think they showed was The Jazz Singer with Neil Diamond. That was the last thing. And then you look inside it, and it was a barn of a place. People would have sort of gone in there and been mesmerised by everything. You'd hear the curtains opening on the electric motors. Good stuff. Do you know it's 60 years since the release of Dr. No? 60 years. I can't remember much about Dr. No. I just know it was Sean Connery. But it was the birth I think of the James Bond franchise. And it just went on. I think it was Ursula Andress. Was that the one, underneath the coconut tree, my honey? And she came out of the sea. Do you remember that one? I remember that very well. Used to wear a toupee. Not Ursula Andress, but Sean Connery wore a toupee. Used to have a toupee. And she came out of the sea with this sort of knife in the bit, and people were going, "Quaw." I mean, a lot of people were doing that. A lot of other people weren't remotely bothered at all. But Sean Connery was there. I was always told he was a right pain in the rear end, actually. He wasn't the most popular person, especially not with the media. How old is he there when he did Dr. No? I don't know, about 43? 32. He used to be a nude art model, didn't he? He used to do art classes. Yeah, he was the model who used to sit there staring into the distance, and they'd come in and draw you. Apparently so. And I was never there, no, never there. Scream Queen Yvette Fielding in one of the papers down, Life in Pursuit of Ghosts. In other words, how to hoodwink the public and tell them a load of blatant lies. It's like, oh, what was that? What was that? Where did that come from? Whoa. They're speaking to us. She's as mad as that Sally What's-her-face who stands on stage and said, "He's here, darling, with me. He's here." You know, and I think actually Yvette Fielding, Life After Blue Peter, meant that she had to start sort of coming up with sort of Ghost Hunt and all these, where she stood there looking like a bat in this sort of hooded outfit dress, and you used to think to yourself, do you know, honestly, it's the biggest pile of garbage I've ever seen. I mean, at least with, Love Island, you realise that they are proper people. In Yvette Fielding's case, you really can't trust any of them because they're just lying to you. There are no such things as ghosts. There's no such things as poltergeist. People say, there are, Steve, definitely. My father used to swear blind. Apparently, Dr. No is the one, says my friend Ian, where the villain's in a hollowed-out volcano. And true about Connery's wig. He wasn't that bald when he made Dr. No, but still didn't have enough hair for Bond. Yeah, I mean, he spent all his life. You Only Live Twice was the volcano one. Oh, are you sure Dr. No? No, Dr. No definitely was the volcano one. It opened up. No, that was Dr. No. Dr. No, it definitely opened up. It had a reflector. No, that's it. There you go. You Only Live Twice. There was another one. The volcano's real. It was, I forget what they called it, actually. It was, doesn't matter. But Scaramanga revealed that, You Only Live Twice was a volcano. But they also, in Dr. No, there was a volcano in it. That's why he was on the island. He was on the island to expose it. And, in fact, roughly it was the same story all the time, wasn't it? Bond goes out there, 007, and beds a few women, and then they're very lucky if they live. And that's about it. And they'll generally be skiing, or we'll get a glimpse of boobies, and Sean Connery will take his shirt off and wander around. And he's got the gun holster in and everything else. I mean, it's a very good franchise. You couldn't knock it. You couldn't knock it at all. Had that Pussycat, didn't it? With Blofeld, who was played by who? Who played Blofeld? Can you remember? Could be Donald Pleasance, I think so. I thought the cat just looked as though it was drugged. Cats just go to sleep. And this one, gone. Because who was the one that they had who was on a farm and he bred horses and he was an evil one? Was that Goldfinger? But he never spoke a word of English. He was dubbed. His voice was dubbed on it. So you were having a conversation. He came back with whatever language he was speaking. I can't remember, it was German or something. But he didn't speak English. But they didn't know that till they'd already booked him. Apparently, every high street had 2 or 3 big cinemas in the old days because that's where a lot of people watched the news before they had television. Well, nobody had television. Nobody could afford television. I mean, television, if you had a little television, it'd be a big box with a little screen. People used to crowd round. I don't think we had one. Don't think so. Well, I don't remember us having one. We did when we were in Berkshire, because I remember my mum and dad renting it. It was a Finlandia television. The bloke came round and adjusted it, and then all of a sudden it went from black and white to colour. And we went, ooh, we'd never seen anything like it, because you went to the cinema. You didn't really do anything else, and it was really entertaining. But my mother was not into the entertainment factor, actually. Steve, the Bond where the volcano opens up is Man with the Golden Gun, if I believe, says Ashley. A brilliant film. I thought they were all good. It's only recently they went for hours and hours and hours. To the point of boredom. I've got a very low threshold. Very low threshold. I always think, listen, an hour and a half should be maximum. I'm on for 3, but that's different. I'm entertaining all the way through. But it's when you get something like the Bond film, probably making it, you go, oh, that's really good. Apparently, John Inman in Are You Being Served had very little hair in early editions, for he appeared with a toupee in later ones, says Roger. Really? Actually, I saw John. He was at a Water Rats do, and he was very old by that time, and he was very ill. And Danny LaRue was there, and I bought a framed picture of Danny. It's a big picture. And he signed it, and all the. I sent a friend. I bid for it in an auction. I think I paid £300 or something. And by the way, I got my speeding ticket back. They've decided that they're going to be very generous and just charge me £100, which is almost as much as I paid the last time when I did the speed awareness course. But this time round, you get 3 penalty points. But as I don't have any penalty points on my licence, I'm very good. Charles Gray also played Ernest Blofeld. They were good, weren't they? I thought they were good. You know, you watch them now. Dun-dun-dum, dun-dun-dum, dum-dum-dum. I mean, lots of actors played Blofeld, but in fact, how many actors played James Bond? It was probably about 5, wasn't it, I would think? 6, is it? Oh, right. Well, I like Roger Moore and Sean Connery and David Niven for Casino Royale. Yeah, 7. And Timothy Dalton. And I can't remember. Honestly, my brain goes after a while. Who was Brosnan? Pierce Brosnan. He was good. And George Lazenby, who was the man who used to advertise Fry's chocolate cream. He was the Fry's man on the television advert. And he only did 1. He did. I don't know why they didn't do any more. But the next one, they want to be able to do quite a few films. They don't want just somebody in and they have to faff around trying to book them for another one. Crufts champion fined after her lassie dogs attacked the neighbour. Kay Adams' friends are furious that she's been kicked out. Well, she was the worst dancer. I mean, I can understand why on Loose Women they have to go, oh, you were really good, whereas secretly behind her back they're throwing knives and everything else into her, because that's what they're like. And it's a case of, oh, somebody was complaining on the internet. There was a sort of people saying, oh, it's because she was Scottish or she didn't mention Scotland or something. Whatever it was, and I'm thinking, it's got nothing to do with where she comes from. You know, it just means that she didn't dance as well as Matt Goss, and he was pretty crap. Let's face it. I mean, I don't want to be rude about him, but frankly, the term 2 left feet comes to mind. Morning. Of course, actually, Blofeld turned out to do drag at one particular time, and Telly Savalas played him. In fact, quite a number of people played him. He sort of popped up all over the place. But it was the drag bit. I wasn't sure. I think he was just, they thought he was a woman, but of course it turned out to be, well, my dear, you know, kind of thing. And Roger Moore, my favourite Bond. In fact, one of my favourite people anyway. I loved Roger. He came in here on about, over the years, I think probably I did him about 4 or 5 times. And he was always charming, always immaculately dressed, always really nice, just really lovely. And I told you before, there was that time he came in and said, oh, my feet are killing me, Steve. I said, what's the matter? And he took his socks off and his feet were all black and blue and everything. He was quite ill. I think he had diabetes and he had a problem with his feet and all the rest of it. I said, you need to get them looked after. He said, well, they are looking after them. He said, but they're just very painful, very sore. Waz says Timothy Dalton is underrated. His Bond films were great as well. Roger Moore, a classic. Couldn't stand Daniel Craig. They made a big deal about Daniel. He got paid a fortune, didn't he? An absolute fortune. But Kathy's got the best one. She says, my late mother-in-law used to hang out as a teenager with a group of pals in Edinburgh. And one of the gang was Sean Connery when he was young and working as a milkman. He could have been my father-in-law. Oh, nice. Very nice. I like that. Pete the Pool Man says, my office and my collection of original Bond posters. The Spy Who Loves Me is my favourite. Moonraker was very good, wasn't it? It's the Lotus Esprit that does it. How about you? I bet it's Goldfinger. I did like Goldfinger, actually. I did like Goldfinger. I liked, the Goldfinger. He's the man with the golden... Was that Midas touch? A spider's touch. Such a cold finger. It's a nice collection. Very nice. Are they real or reproduction, James Bond pictures? You know, if you get the theatre posters nowadays, occasionally somebody will come up with these things, and you go, oh, blimey, somebody's kept these all these years. Because, to find them, because when they were sent to the cinemas, they put them up and then they took them down, threw the blooming things away. They didn't think they were any use to anybody. Steve, my husband Peter and I live in Teddington and always start to smile and listen intently when you talk about Twickenham. So happy anniversary today to him, and thank you for the constantly making us lol. Says Phil. I think it's laugh out loud, actually. Well, you must get this book, Secret, Twickenham, Whitton, Teddington and the Hamptons by Andy Bull. You can probably buy it on Amazon, I should imagine. In fact, that's where we did find it, actually. It's $15.99, and it's got pictures, and of course, the Beatles were in Twickenham as well. The Beatles were in Twickenham. They, in fact, were at Twickenham Studios. Location scenes for A Hard Day's Night and Help were shot in Twickenham. That's all I'm telling you. Anything else, you have to go and buy the book. I can't give away too much, as you can well imagine. Norma says Charles Gray plays Blofeld and You Only Live Twice. And the horse breeder was Christopher Walken in A View to a Kill. No, it wasn't. No, Christopher Walken spoke English. He was another one. He was another dealer. But no, this was an old gentleman. I can't remember his name. I can't remember what his name was, but he was sort of, the actor's name. Because he was the original horse breeder, long before Christopher Walken, who was very friendly, wasn't he, with, oh, God, who was that? That's it, that's that guy. Goldfinger. And Gert Frobe, but didn't speak English. It was just hilarious. And then you got that bloke, Oddjob, who threw the hat and took the statue off, the head. And you can go to that park there. It's a wedding venue and everything else, on a golf course. And I don't know where that bit was filmed, but he was Ulrich Goldfinger. You imagine, actually, because there was a bloke in London called Goldfinger. He built houses. He was very, very famous. I remember Oddjob. And also, who was the other one? Was it Jaws, who bit onto the cable? Trellick Tower he built, Goldfinger. Yeah, he was very famous. All around Hampstead area, you'll find evidence of Goldfinger. But Trellick Tower, it's a Grade 2 listed tower block on the Cheltenham estate in Kensal Green, which actually, because the architect was Emo Goldfinger. But in fact, Kensal Green, just round the corner, Kensal Rise, the cemetery is very famous. They do guided tours of the cemetery at Kensal Green. And I've been there myself because I used to work for an agency, DJing. And they were literally on the corner. You came out of their door, turned to the left, and there was the entrance to Kensal Rise Cemetery. Steve, you have reminded me, says Sula, of the Frasier episode where the dad Frasier and Niall sing Goldfinger around the piano. They show those in the morning, actually. You always get those in the morning, and they're very good, actually. It's especially when, you sort of watch it, and they all seem to be living happily in this flat. And you never saw anybody cook in the kitchen, but it was always going on, wasn't it? The mobile rivals Vodafone and Three are in a mega merger deal. Also, Dancing on Ice, first one they've signed, Patsy Palmer, apparently. So that's the tempter. That's the tease. The tease is Patsy Palmer, and now they're going to be saying, oh, who else are we going to get? And the answer is probably nobody as famous as her. That'll be the trouble. It'll be a couple of people from Love Island, somebody from Hollyoaks who you've never heard of before, and somebody from Corrie who was going to leave anyway. And that's about as good as it gets. King Charles fell foul of the dodgy pen again. He doesn't have much luck with pens or ink, does he? It's all a little bit embarrassing. And the vibrating device cheating scandal has now hit the world of poker, if you please. I hadn't even heard about this before. Holly Willoughby has signed a 7-figure deal with M&S, and Tom Parker's widow, Kelsey, is set to film a documentary on life without him. He died 7 months ago. Can't believe it myself. And the Hindu party, they go abroad, they book into an Airbnb, and they got burgled, and they lost. They claim £50,000 in cash. Cash and possessions, yeah. Mainly cash, yes. Wonder what they do for a living, eh? £50,000 they took over there, and they left it in there. More fool them. Stick it all on cards. So much easier. Aston Marigold gets married. He's been engaged for about 5 years. And EastEnders Maisie, somebody, on Celebrity SAS Experience. So she went on a television programme, they gave her money and she lost. What can I tell you? End of story. They go, oh, it was a new experience for me. This is the one who's going out with that bloke from The Wanted. We're really sort of scraping it here because he's been out with somebody else, ditched the last one, go out with her. He'll do the same again. You know, he has history. 4 women are heading to the Antarctic. They're going to stay in this lovely house, which is in the middle of a penguin colony. And they're going to, I mean, to be honest with you, I think that's a bit dangerous because don't they get polar bears in penguin colonies? They go in there and just pick up a couple of penguins who run for the hills, I think, when they get cornered. Or perhaps it isn't that. Perhaps it's seals that they go after. But they're going to count penguins, which I quite like the idea of. And they're going to live together. It's going to be free. I hope they've got central heating out there. I mean, I do like it. So 4 women are selected to run the world's most distant post office and everything else. It's good, isn't it? I think that's quite clever. I like that idea. Plus, what was the other one that I quite liked? The miracle of the creatures have put their lives on ice, and that's not the penguins, by the way. And bird flu rise, risk to Christmas turkeys. That's 2 days running. They've sold you the same story, which is, oh, there might be a shortage of turkeys at Christmas. I promise you there won't be. Promise you there won't be. Steve, in Doctor No, when Ursula Andress comes out of the sea singing, her voice was dubbed by Diana Coupland, who, of course, went on to be Sid James's wife in the TV series Bless This House. Thank you, Ken. I liked Diana Coupland. I liked Bless This House. I thought it was very good, actually. I thought it was very, very good. But I do like any of those 1960s/70s sitcoms because I just thought they were well put together. Robin's emailed. He's going to this tonight, which is the sound of 007 in concert. This is, where is it? It doesn't say. Oh, the Royal Albert Hall. Oh, blimey. The sound of 007 in concert with the Royal Philharmonic Concert Orchestra. Starts at 7:30, finishes at 10:15. Yeah, that sounds good, isn't it? I've heard of these before, actually. It's a charity concert, so all the money raised goes to charity. And excellent. What a lovely thing. The amount of people who were checking out Cliff Richard's 75th birthday, and everybody loved it. Because it's on YouTube, you can find bits on there and his backing singers, and it was brilliant. As I say, a packed house at the Royal Albert Hall. And Lily Savage comes on and says, oh, this place is awful. He said, if you looked up at the ceiling, look at the mushrooms growing up there. Because they've got all these circular discs because of the acoustics in there. They have to make it stop bouncing. And Shirley Bassey performing at that. But she's performing, is she? Goldfinger, he's the man with the Midas touch. She did Diamonds Are Forever. In fact, she sung quite a few songs, actually, did our Shirl. She was Shirley Bassey, the girl from Tiger Bay who lives in Monaco. And I've met her. It's my claim to fame. I met her. She's lovely. But actually, she lives, my big boss here at Global, his parents have a flat in Monaco, and she lives underneath them. Shirley lives underneath her, because when she came in, she asked if my big boss was around. I said, oh, do you know him? She said, yeah, we live in the same apartment block in Monaco, which is quite nice, isn't it? I love things like that. And the Daisy May Cooper, she's a comic snubbed by a Greek waiter. I don't even know who she is, but apparently the producer says, oh, you know who she is. But I don't know who she is. I looked at a picture of her. This Country is the show. Has anybody ever got to grips with that programme, which is on... It's done in a little theatre, and they have about 5 or 6 comics on stage, and they have to do tasks. Is it called Taskmaster or something? Yeah. What a pile of rubbish. Have you seen it? I mean, it's a bit Mornington Crescent. It's a bit Mornington Crescent. I've watched it on a few occasions thinking, is this the Emperor's New Clothes and having a laugh? Because I just don't get it at all. I find it neither funny nor interesting. It really is. I mean, the audience appeared to be in hysterics. I'm assuming they fed them something. Perhaps magic-y mushrooms or something. When James Bond's Aston gets loaded into the plane, Steve, in Goldfinger, that's Southend Airport. The air traffic control tower is still there, says Darren in Southend. Southend Airport. I used to laugh, actually, years ago. We used to go down there and somebody said, Southend's got an airport. I said, you are having a laugh, aren't you? And they went, no, it's really got an airport. It's like Luton having an airport, but they now call it London Luton. You're nowhere near London. Nowhere near London. So people get on the bus thinking, it's round the corner. And it's ours. It's London Southend, isn't it? which of course it's not. Southend, Essex. Essex, Southend.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's nice to have your company. Hope you are well. Hope you're well. My name is Karen, says Karen, originally from Kingston, as opposed to me, and says, always listen to you when I was working and opening up Eden Walk Sainsbury's. I know Eden Walk Sainsbury's very well indeed. You always put a smile on my face. Thank you. I now live in Turkey, but still listen. Thank you. Great show. There you go. Eden Walk. My goodness me. And James says, my uncle used to work at Pinewood Studios in the 70s and 80s as a set designer and builder. Me and my cousins used to visit him occasionally, and during a Bond scene, which was filmed in the water tanks, the crew used to pay us pennies to throw conkers at the divers who were bobbing up and down trying to film. I did a lot of filming. Myself, actually, for a TV show which we made at Teddington. And we went there and we went to the special effects department, and they made it snow for us. They made it rain and snow as well. And the snow was blocks of paper, which they fed into a machine which had like blades at the front, which ground it up into tiny little bits of paper. And then the fan blew it out all over you. But because it gets everywhere, and because we'd been wet, it was sticking to your hair and all. Oh, God, it was such a nightmare. It really was. But great memories. Morning, Steve. Illness, says Jack, is subsiding, so hopefully back to work soon. Running the Hull University quiz tonight, where I get to pretend to be Bruce Forsyth. Good game. With our special round of higher, lower, higher, for the players to double their money. I should like the higher and lower game. I think it was quite good, actually. They don't always use paper for snow in films. I don't know what they use for Dr. Zhivago. I can't remember. That might have been... Would that have been paper or was that foam? I can't remember. There was about 2 or 3 different things that you can get to sort of spray on trees. Because you know that Dr. Zhivago, set in Russia but filmed in Spain. They recreated Russia in Spain by just spraying the countryside. And it was lovely. Over the years, I think they've used a number of other substances to create the illusion of snow. Marble dust in Dr. Zhivago, 1965. Salt and flour in Charlie Chaplin's The Gold Rush, 1925, and plain old salt in the 1978's Superman. Salt. Yeah, a lot of salt. I love it. Good luck, Jack, for the university quiz tonight. You'll have fun doing that, won't you? But we need a picture. We don't have a picture of you because we don't know your surname. Producer always likes to see who we're talking to. He makes it a condition of the programme. He says, we need to know who we're talking to on this programme. So if you're going to be pretending to be Bruce Forsyth with the higher and lower... Have you got jumbo cards? I love it with those jumbo cards. They're great fun, aren't they? Great fun. Right, what have we got in the papers? What are the papers offering today? Well, you can imagine, can't you? Tory party conference. In fact, actually, you know, the inside story is in The Sun. The inside story of Kwasi's big U-turn. Yes, well, he sort of got out of it quite well, I thought. Depends on whether or not it sort of goes against them. And here we go. Actress Margot Robbie pointed a photographer out to her friends, who then attacked him, it was claimed. This is a guy called Pedro Alberto Orquera, was left with a broken arm whilst lying bleeding on the floor following a street brawl, if you please. I could remember, was it Cher who had an argument with the photographer? Because the paparazzi in America are just, they're in your face. Over here, they're actually reasonably polite. I don't see them as being sort of particularly aggressive, but in America, they're terribly aggressive. And Cher had quite enough, and she let fly with a torrent of abuse. Not very happy about being followed every time you walked outside your house. Penny in Bexley says, where'd you buy Walker's Glenfiddich mince pies? Only found them on Amazon at $9.99 for 6. Well, we actually find them at Walker's. They've got their own website. And you can order from there, I'm assuming. I don't see why there'd be any problem with ordering direct from Walker's. I think it'd be sort of quite a good idea. But they were very nice, actually. The producer ate a whole box full of them. He'll now try and pretend he just had one or two. Yeah. He said to me, when I gave them to him, he said, I'll save these for Christmas. I thought, nothing worse, is there, than people fibbing. Steve, I was chatting to Richard Spur around this time on Saturday morning. He's very likeable. Well, Richard Spur? Oh, you're joking, aren't you? Oh, must be somebody else. At the end, I said he's like Steve Allen, who we can actually talk to. Richard laughed and said, don't tell him that. So why don't you take phone calls? Haven't taken them for about 30 years, Dave. You know, simple as that. They just fell away. We just, it holds things up. I don't need to take phone calls. Some people can't survive without taking phone calls. They literally can't, whereas I have no trouble at all Yeah, I'm the only one who doesn't take phone calls. But, of course, out of the entire team, I was the first one to take phone calls. You know, we used to do a programme overnight at LBC 40 years ago plus, and we didn't take phone calls on that because we didn't have the facility to take phone. We had the switchboard and everything else, but there was no assistant producer who could answer the telephones and everything else. And we opened up the phone lines one night for something, and we were absolutely horrified. All of a sudden, they lit up, to use that well-known radio quote, like a Christmas tree. Literally lit up like a Christmas tree. It was on a little switchboard thing. And we went, oh, there's people out there. Because up until that point, we'd not really realised. It was like Clive Bull introduced me to texting. And he said, you've got hundreds and hundreds of texts. I said, where? And he showed me where they were and went, oh, my Lord. We had no idea. So we started doing texts, and then the text took over, and then the newspapers, and then letters and all sorts of bits and pieces. So we've never felt the need. And also, you know, if you're actually going great guns and you're cooking with gas, you don't want all of a sudden the programme to be held up by somebody. I'd just like to say I voted Labour. Drags you down. You know, this hour we're talking about, and then you have to talk about that for the hour. I mean, they all do it so much better than me. Ashley says, didn't they use asbestos dust in The Wizard of Oz as snow? I can't remember the snow in The Wizard of Oz. I shouldn't imagine so, though. Sounds very, very dangerous. Very dangerous. Also, what have we got? Plans to build a new royal yacht, apparently. It was made from chrysotile asbestos, even though they'd known about the hazards, apparently. So when the snow was falling on them, that's what it was. I wonder why they use it. Perhaps it showed up better. When you actually look at it, it does look as though it's snowing. Because some snows don't look very realistic, do they? But, I mean, lots of health and safety problems on that film, I should imagine. But, I mean, unfortunately, the Munchkins were drunk most of the time. They really were a nightmare. I think she already said in her book that they were, I mean, a nightmare to work with because they just sat around in groups getting drunk, which actually kind of tickles me a little bit because I think that's quite funny. I see that Kim Kardashian has been fined £1.12 million for promoting a cryptocurrency on her Instagram account. She failed to disclose that she was paid £220,000 to advertise this particular thing to her 331 million followers, because it's obviously a good way of getting stuff over as an advert. But anyway, she's been told, do not mention it again for 3 years. So she's had to pay. I think she was fined less, but she agreed to pay more for some reason. And a rover earmarked for missions to the moon has been put through its paces in a quarry in Milton Keynes. The sample fetch rover, known as Anon, was designed to collect sample tubes left on Mars by Perseverance. I'd quite like to go to Mars, but it's freezing cold, isn't it, I'm told? You're going to need to wear your gloves and mittens and all the rest of it. I'd have to put on a big, thick jacket just to make sure it was absolutely worthwhile. Amanda Holt in the paper today talking about her revealing frocks, her fame and her family, and how she banned Lexi, her daughter, from wearing a sexy top. She said, I'll wear it myself. Her daughter's very beautiful. And there's a picture of them taken about a year ago, actually. And they look, mind you, Amanda always looks very glam. I'm a bit like that myself, actually. Steve says June, who's in Coventry. My lovely husband, John, passed on the 26th of September. 46 years of love, and I listen to you every morning, and I feel totally lost. That's difficult, isn't it? That is a difficult. It's when you 46 years. That's a lifetime. That is, it's longer than I've been here. Only by a little bit. But I'm glad you listen every morning, because I always recommend to people, if they're in that situation and you wake up, because you can't sleep, because your mind's turning round and you're thinking about things, and did I do this, and should I have done that, and what if I didn't do this, and what if I didn't do that? And then you turn on the radio, and within about 10 minutes of listening to this programme, you've kind of forgotten where you are anyway. Because we move about all over the place. We have no idea what we're talking about, June. But I wish you well. It does get better, I promise you. And no matter how bad you think it is, there will come a time when it become better. You never forget. Of course you wouldn't forget. But it does get better, I promise you. I thought it would never go away, but it does. Bill in Thurrock says, thank you for the show. You made me smile, especially at this tough time. I've been at the hospital since Sunday, as my father's gravely ill, but you cheer me up nevertheless. Oh, dear. Honestly. Everybody's ill this morning. Don't be ill. Please don't be ill. Judith says Andrew Marr doesn't take phone calls now either, Steve. Oh, right. Oh. Yes, he's nicked my act. Steve Allen doesn't take phone calls. Jill in Enfield says, thanks to your recommendation, my husband, very young mother-in-law of 91, and newly engaged son David and his partner Tom are off to Great Foster's Hall in Egham for afternoon tea on Sunday. We're all very excited. It's a beautiful building. It really is beautiful. Nice gardens and everything. You can always imagine when you go to places like this for afternoon tea and then you go for a walk in the grounds, you can almost imagine that at one time you used to live there. That's what I do. Mind you, I have to drink enough port to get me through. It's in Runningmead. And it's quite beautiful. I'd say I passed it by accident. But if you look at the main hall, they do wedding receptions there. There's loads of these sort of places which cater for people who want to do a posh wedding. And you'll love it. I love afternoon tea in places. I always think that's the best thing to do, isn't it? Let's go and have afternoon tea somewhere. Thanks to... Oh, we've just done that one, have we? I only read the same one out again, which I thought was quite funny. Prince Charles was wearing... No, sorry, King Charles. I can't get you saying King Charles. It just doesn't work for me. He was the big grin as he visited Scotland. He beamed as cries of God Save the King rang out. He seems to be taking it in his stride. Seems to be doing very, very well indeed. Yeah, Camilla's very good for him. I think she'll sort of get it. She'll go, of course you can do it. Of course you can do it. Goodness sake, honestly. The Ukrainian refugee, do you remember she moved into this house? This is Sofia Karkadim. And she was driven to the airport by her ex, Tony, who onlookers said was acting like a celebrity. Oof, that plank. Do you remember he was with his wife? And then she moves into the house because it was sort of a doctor refugee. And then they started an affair and the wife left. So, but he obviously thought he was some sort of celebrity. Sophia said before boarding the Ryanair flight for Poland, I'm going back because of the situation with me and Tony here in England, and I need some support from my family. And because I've not seen them for 6 months, I need to go for myself and to look after myself. Tony, who's a security guard, left his wife, Lorna, for Sophia shortly after putting her up in the family home in the Bradford area. So she's gone home. So obviously, other than that, we're going over to the Ukraine then, I suppose. She's gone to Poland. Yeah. I feel a bit sorry for them because she's sort of, he was a married man. She shouldn't have been cheating. I know he shouldn't have been cheating either, but, somebody's got to say no at some point. Somebody's married and they've got kids and you go, oh, I thought we'd just have an affair. And then, of course, he got bored and sort of disappeared. We don't know where he is at the moment. In fact, to be honest with you, I couldn't care less. Makes no difference to me. Morning, everybody. 12 minutes to 5. It's Tuesday. It's October the 4th. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I hope you're well. Hope you're following the Tory party conference. Who's there? Anybody? Is anybody there? And, Nick Ferrari is there. And he's going to be talking to the Prime Minister. Liz Truss, that's the current Prime Minister. I call her the current Prime Minister. It keeps her on her toes a little bit more because, according to the papers yesterday, she might not be there at Christmas. And they say Boris is waiting in the wings, which is what we predicted when he left. I was totally convinced that he was only away because everybody said exactly the same thing. He loves the publicity. He thrives on the publicity. And I know a lot of celebrities like that. Once you've been in the business and you get recognised, then all of a sudden it becomes like a drug. It's like cycling or doing gym work or something like that. You get addicted to people sort of, and you get your face on the newspapers and you're seen on the television. He'd love to come back and save the day. God knows how much more trouble they can get us into. Do you know that Elton John is still touring with his farewell Yellow Brick Road tour? How many more blooming years have we got to put up with this? I thought he'd said goodbye ages ago. But apparently, I mean, this global trek started, it's been running 4 years. This is the farewell tour. The answer is it'll probably keep going forever and a day, I should imagine. And they test the number one in crisps. Because crisps are very expensive. Very expensive. 4 proper crisps for £1. Because when you open up a packet of crisps, mainly they're broken, aren't they? You don't get a whole crisp in there. If you get 4, you're doing quite well. And so they sort of look at the price, and then they look at the weight. So let's just pick one. Pringles. How many crisps do you actually get? 20. And price per gram, 2.5 pence, which is the same price as Sensations. But the trouble is, Pringles aren't really crisps. They're manufactured on a machine. That's why if you've got a hole in the top one, it will run all the way through. I'm not a big crisp eater, actually. I've had crisps. I mean, it's not that I don't have them. There's no potatoes in Pringles, are there? They're still quite addictive, though, with a bit of salad cream, which I quite like. See, I like Quavers, but it's cheaper to eat crisps than it is to eat Quavers. Walkers are how many crisps do you get in a packet? 26 big ones, 8 small ones and loads of bits, 2.2 pence per gram, price per crisp, 2.9 pence. But if you get Sensations, price per crisp is 5.5 pence per crisp. 5.5 pence for Doritos. Wotsits, you get 63 Wotsits and a handful of broken bits. That's 1.5 pence per crisp. 2.6. I don't know who's done this survey. They're obviously a total time waster. And it's how many crisps do you get in hula hoops? 38, and that works out at 2.6 pence per hula hoop. McCoy's are 5.5 pence. They're very expensive, aren't they? Although Monster Munch, 6.5 pence. You only get 15 full ones and some crumbs that probably make up a half. Are they quite? I don't know. And Squares. I've never done Squares, but they're 2.9. You're right. They've managed to fill a whole page on that. A whole page. Oh, I bought my brother something. I was on Amazon yesterday. I've told him I bought something, but I haven't told him what it is. And I bought him the Coca-Cola truck, you know, the Christmas one. And it lights up. It's got little LEDs on it. I don't think it's that big. It's about 40 quid. And I said, because you can have that on a sideboard. And because it lights up, I thought that'll be quite good as well. You know, quite a nice thing. Sophie Ellis-Bextor has confessed to nicking Blue Peter badges from her TV presenter mum so she could flog them at school. I never got a Blue Peter badge. Mind you, I never entered any of the competitions or anything else, but I did go down and meet Biddy Baxter. So, you know, somebody sent one in. Do you remember? Which I thought was very sweet. I think we sent it back, didn't we? We did send it back, because you have to keep things like that. I mean, that's the special moment of a Blue Peter badge. You know, you like things like that. Nick says, when we moved to Egham in 1974, there was an amazing zoo in the grounds of Great Fosters, enormous monkey cages, and they built the M25 on it. Oh. Well, they've still got the hotel, which is still going. Steve, everything but mince pies on the Walkers website, says Penny. Oh, dear. Can't find them on there. Can you find them on Amazon? Can you find the Walkers? They must do them in the supermarkets. Waitrose would do them. They're very posh Walkers, but they do the Glenfiddich ones. They do all their own manufacture, then they do other bits and pieces. I would think Waitrose would be a good place to go to. They think so? That would, you know, if you really want some, here they are. Glenfiddich luxury mincemeat tarts. I love a luxury tart. And this is from British Corner Shop. They're not cheap there. They're $7.99, but you can multi-buy. If you buy 3 boxes more, you get $7.75. Can you try Waitrose for me? See if we can find them at Waitrose, because we might better find them a little bit cheaper. Do you know they've got 53,000 employees, Waitrose? Did you know that? 53, partners now. That's right, we're all partners. So mince pies, and let's see what we've got. The mince pies. Let's have a look. Twining there. Oh dear, they don't do Walker's mince pies. Well, this is ridiculous. Not very good selection, is it? They do their essentials. See, look, I mean, a box of Waitrose Christmas all butter mince pies, but they've got no booze in. You want the ones with booze in. They're only cheap. You know, they're under £3. They've got the number 1 brown butter mince pies with cognac, £3.50. They'd also do Christmas cherry and almond mince. There's so many different types. Look, they've got Heston from Waitrose spiced mince pies, all butter, cheese, puff pastry mince pies with mixed vine fruits, glacé pear, fig and ruby port. Yeah, they're too posh, those. That's not for us, ladies and gentlemen. That's for really, really posh people. So anybody know where else you can get Walker's mince pies? But they've got to be the ones with Glenfiddich in. Those are the only ones we're going for. Only ones we're going for. We're not going for anything. Not going for anything else, because they've been my favourite for quite a number of years. I see that still. Oh, look, Pete the Poor Man. Warm Waitrose 4-cheese bloomer, thickly spread with Lurpak and served with Heston's prawn cocktail. No wonder I've got a gym membership. It was wasted, quite clearly. Looks lovely, though, doesn't it? I bought some... Oh, you're doing lighter butter. I bought some lighter butter the other day, but it wasn't Lurpak. It wasn't Lurpak, but that looks delicious. A 4-cheese bloomer. I had cheese on toast yesterday. But I just literally toasted the bread and then I put a slice of mature cheddar in each piece. That was quite nice. Very nice indeed. But, yeah. It's so expensive, that Lurpak. It's $5 a pack. I think that's a lot of money. A lot of money. The one I bought was a Marks and Spencer one. It was £2.25, but it wasn't very good, actually. Kay Adams and Kai Widrington last night gave their first full interview since being voted off Strictly at the weekend. I mean, to be honest with you, she's a loser. What are you interviewing somebody like that for? Interview the winners. Because they're trying to pad it out, aren't they? They lost the dance-off to Matt Goss and Nadia Bishkova. And Kay says, I've seen a few people saying she looked like a rabbit in the headlights, and all I can say is, yes, I was. I blanked. I was tired. Exactly. You know, we still took the money. Helen Skelton, and she's going to take inspiration from the First Wives Club, and the slogan is "Don't get mad, get everything." And for some reason, Ola Jordan, who is an ex-dancer, I don't know why they're even bothering with her. Didn't her and that blob of a husband put on loads of weight so they could then pretend to be losing it? And she says, people have been sending me birthday wishes. Nobody knows who you are, dear. I'm really sorry. It's a bit embarrassing. And the former pro dancer. So what do they do for a living? Former pro dancer. That's not very good, is it, really? I think they were dropped because they weren't that interesting. And also, you know, there's a limit to how many of these dancers you can get everywhere. You know, they interviewed the other day, Steph McGovern interviewed, I told you it would happen, do you remember the shepherdess who with the 9 children lived on the farm? Oh, she's been glammed up now. We've had the hair cut and all the rest of it. And all of a sudden she thinks she's a celebrity. And I knew it would happen. I could predict it. You know, the moment they went, oh, you don't want to be with him. Why would you be with him? We can make you much more money. Be somebody else. And so she was on with Steph McGovern. I mean, it was a bit tedious, to say the least. And then there's this bloke walking on a beach in this country, and he's like, la, 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 and he comes across a package sealed in black plastic. And then he sees another package, and then he said, in all, he finds a number of packages washed up on this deserted beach. Okay, and what do you think it was? You've guessed it. It was cocaine. It was cocaine. Not just, you know, a few hundred quid's worth of it. 90 million pounds worth of cocaine. And he reported it to the police. I thought the same. I mean, he discovered loads of it, and it was all tied together with cans, plastic cans, to keep it suspended in the water so that they could find it again, probably dumped overseas and then sort of drifted into Aberystwyth. Now, what generally happens is, and I know you're going to think this is a bit silly, but this is how it works. If you're smuggling drugs, there is so much money in them, they could afford to lose £90 million worth of drugs. The drug smugglers could afford to lose £90 million worth easy. You just toss them overside. They would then go with the current. They'll turn up in Aberystwyth. Meanwhile, a little bit further up the coast, they'll bring in £200 million worth. They can afford to lose £90 million worth. The Defford Powys police are investigating the discovery of it. They must be absolutely cock-a-hoop. Can't believe it, boyo. How much? £100 million, they reckon? Good Lord, honestly, that'll make Trumpton go a little bit with a bang. You don't think so? And he brought it in. I mean, I should imagine he must have had to phone somebody and go, I found all this cocaine on the beach. £100 million worth of cocaine. I mean, because nobody'd know. I mean, if he'd picked it up and taken it home, nobody would know. Mind you, trying to get rid of it, I should imagine, would be the big problem. Wouldn't want to risk it at all, would you, Steve? Biddy Baxter is alive and well, living not far from you in London, says Andrea, and doing her autobiography. Thank you. Yes, I knew she was alive and well. She was lovely. Absolutely lovely. I mean, she ruled Blue Peter. Yeah, she was the mastermind of Blue Peter. Steve says, Mike in Cornwall, going to get all the Christmas porch lights up today and finish writing cards. How many more sleeps now to Christmas? 82. I've got cards, and I'll tell you what they were selling on QVC the other day. They sell these, like, foil bags, and you put the item in there and you tie them up, and you get, like, 25 for, like, 20 quid. And so you put the item in there, tie it up with a ribbon, which is already fixed into it on the top, and then just put them down. They're metallic. Christmas saves wrapping. Who the hell wraps? Nobody. And they were very good. Then they had some on TJC, and Andy Hodgson was selling them, but he had this really, really annoying girl with him who kept interrupting. And then you could see he was getting a little bit, no. She said, oh, I'm sorry, I've talked all over you. And I'm thinking, why don't you just shut up, dear? Let him get on with it. He's the professional. You were just the one sitting at the side. Oh, and you can get all of these, and you keep all of these, and it's this. Oh, shut the heck up.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning. Have you had any reaction, says Maggie, to your COVID and flu jabs? Nope, nothing at all. Absolutely nothing at all. Nothing. I was a little sore on the shoulder, but that was it. I mean, that doesn't affect me in the slightest. So, news came through yesterday, I think, that Sacheen Littlefeather has died at the age of 75. Now, you'd have to be a certain age to know who Sacheen Littlefeather was. She turned up at the Oscars in 1973. The Oscar was given to Marlon Brando for The Godfather, and she turned up, and I thought she was great. She was booed off stage, actually. She was booed off stage in 1973, and she came on and said that she was very sorry, but Marlon Brando could not accept the award because of the film industry's mistreatment of Native Americans. And she was booed. And then people were saying, oh, she's an actress and this. She was boycotted by the film industry for decades. Now, earlier this year, and it's taken them long enough because she was being quite genuine, the Academy apologised to her in an open letter, acknowledging that her appearance had indeed led to her being professionally boycotted, personally attacked and harassed and discriminated against for the last 50 years. She spoke for just a minute, and they booed so loudly that they got her off stage. And you can imagine how that must have affected her. She, she accepted the apology. I think that was on the 17th of September. David Rubin, the president, offered his deepest apologies and sincere admiration. Welcome to the stage, to rapturous applause. She said, I'm accepting this apology not only for me alone, but an acknowledgement not only for me, but for all of our Native American nation. Our nation needs to hear this apology. For 50 years, she had to have that round her neck. And I can remember seeing her because I had a great DVD, and it was just called Oscars, and it had all the best bits from the Oscars ceremony, including that one where Sacheen Littlefeather came on stage and said this, and she was drowned out by the booing and everything else. And there was also, it's the same DVD that had Charlie Chaplin coming on, who'd been ostracised, came back into America, and they decided to award him. I mean, he was the biggest star that they had in the building. And he just stood there and said, oh, you lovely, sweet, sweet people. And yet they harassed him. They harassed him really badly. It was all to do with the film industry itself. There were all sorts of different stories doing the rounds. It was also the same DVD that John Wayne appeared, and he used to smoke about 100 cigarettes a day. And he had throat cancer, and he came on and he spoke. And again, he was sort of like the all-American hero. They wanted a coin minted for him and everything else like that. But it was seeing Charlie Chaplin, who was still fathering children, I think at the age of about 91. He was still at it. But then various parts, came up for auction, like his cane, his bowler hat. But there were lots of them. And was it not Robert Downey Jr. who played him in the film Chaplin, who was very, very good. Very, very good indeed. But I always remember Sacheen Littlefeather and thinking, she's come on here, Marlon Brando, I think paid her to go on and say, listen, can you go on and say that because of the treatment that I cannot accept it. I mean, it's nice to know she got closure, but it took them 50 years. They're a bit slow in these sort of things. But I wonder what she did in the meantime, after she got shunned. I mean, it literally killed her career. She was an actress, the same as anybody else. Great shame, but nice to give her the justification and the publicity that she should have had 50 years ago. She got it for all the wrong reasons. All the wrong reasons. I like the sound of these boozy mince pies, says Ash. You must stop mentioning them. It's doing me no favours. Oh, they're very nice, I promise you. The Edinburgh woolen mill shops usually stock the walkers, Glenfiddich says, Gay and Ealing. That's where I got them as well, actually. I went to there was one in Kingston, but I don't think it's there anymore. The Edinburgh woolen mill shops. I'm sure the producer will find them. Mark says that just boarded the 0501 Thameslink from Purley, as per the norm. I like the way the music before 5 is yet to catch you out and the hour is closed so smoothly. Some other presenters, no names, get panicky and flustered when the music starts and start tripping over the words. Not you. Oh, yes, but I mean, I was a music jockey. I've got plenty of practice of things like that. Talking to the vocals was one of the easiest things I ever did, because I feel that you got to feel the music. You feel the vibe. We used to have a boss at Capital Radio years ago, a guy called Richard, who was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And he made all the DJs stand up to present their programs because he said, you feel the music. And that's what you have to do. And I learnt to feel the music. And he's quite right. You can feel it. You know when the vocal's going to come in because it's just instinctive. And you make your words fit the gap. You don't plan it in advance or write it down. It's just something that you do automatically. I love it. I absolutely love it. Mike, an ex-Waitrose partner for 12 years, says the only butter that comes close to Lurpak is Waitrose Essential Unsalted, weirdly warm on the narrow boat. See, I walked into my place yesterday and I thought I'd left heating on, but I hadn't. It was really warm. And yet it was a bit chilly outside. A little bit sort of nippy-poos, as they say. I think it's going to be very cold this year. What was the other one that we quite liked, actually? The biggest fleet of toy cars is selling for $150,000. My brother buys a lot of these things in car boot sales and then resells them on eBay. Toy cars. Not the real size ones. He never get them in the jiffy bag, and he sends them off. He's got a knack for picking out the ones that are worth money, and then he sort of tidies them up and everything else, and then puts them up there, and he resells them. He does quite well actually out of it. Very successful. Graham Norton has wine on his talk show to calm his nerves. Everybody does. If you used to go and see Jonathan Ross's Last Resort, they would give the audience wine before you started the programme to boost you up a little bit. You'd all get glasses of wine. It was very nice indeed. And I've done shows, at the right time. I can imagine drinking wine at this time of the morning. Can you, just to try and sort of, pretend, oh, yeah, I'm really funny and all this kind of stuff. Just wouldn't work, actually. Just wouldn't work at all. So they're not going to build the new Royal Yacht, I think, because it's going to cost too much money and people are cutting back. And that's the way it's going to be for a little while, I'm afraid. The Mystery of the Missing Monarchs, which is it's a historical story, which I'll tell you about a little bit later on. The Bubble Car, owned by Sterling Moss, up for sale, £60,000. You'll have to check out, if you don't know what a bubble car is, but my father had a Messerschmitt. The whole front of the car lifted out. It was a little 3-wheeler car, and it would like that. But this one was owned and restored, and £60,000. He used to have a dining room table, which you would set it in the kitchen and push a button, and it would descend through the floors until it arrived in the dining room. Yeah, he was known for it. His house in Mayfair had all sorts of things. But he had a bubble car. My dad had the Messerschmitt, which came in only orange, if memory serves me. And it was like a lawnmower engine in the back of it. like that. And the whole front lifted out, and then you climbed in and pulled it shut behind you. There wasn't. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think you'd have driven it on motorways. It looked hugely dangerous. Yeah, I think you could get 2 in at a push. If they were sitting between your legs, I should imagine. I don't know how else you'd get them on there. Why, asks one of the papers today, are so women told they're depressed or menopausal when it could actually be problems with your thyroid? In which case, then you take levothyroxine, which is what I take. I went in years and years ago. If I get what it was actually. Oh, that's right. Because your thyroid is your little temperature gauge. It controls whether you get too hot or too cold, things like that, mainly too hot. And so I could sit in the middle of winter. And in fact, a friend of mine reminded me the other day, we were sitting in Pizza Hut on the Strand, which isn't there anymore. It's turned into something else. And in the middle of winter, I sweated for the country like you've never seen anything. I could feel it running down the back of my neck. It was really awful. And so I went to the doctor and they went, thyroid. Tested me. And he said, your thyroid's stopped. So I take tablets to compensate for it, because you can either have an underactive thyroid, an overactive thyroid, or it's a thermostat. It's basically your body's thermostat. But in my case, I didn't have it at all. It had ceased working. As indeed most things do on my body, I've discovered. But I don't mind. It was quite interesting. They put me on levothyroxine, which I take 3 times a day, and that sort of compensates for it. So now I don't sit there in the middle of winter sweating. I mean, I used to something chronic. I mean, really. I remember sitting at the Regent's Park open-air theatre, and the sweat was pouring off me. Absolutely. And I used to think, oh, God, the people behind must be seeing this trickling all down my neck and everything. So you used to, you right colour clothes and pull your shirt up so it sort of mops it. Oh, it was ghastly. And, of course, the worst thing is that once you know people are sitting behind you and they can see it, it makes you worse. Never gets any better. Steve, I've been to a car boot sale as a seller. And it's a nightmare. People keep wanting things for silly prices like 10p. I should have installed a till and said prices are non-negotiable. I bought stickers. I went to Ryman's and bought little round stickers and put, £1, £2, £3, £5, and then stuck them on there. And if they bought more than, if they bought one item, then they could have it for that price. If they bought 3 or 4, I would give them a discount. I was selling, yeah. I used to sell DVDs, CDs, anything like that. Anything. It was because I used to have so many of them. Non-negotiable prices. But you're right, actually. People come up and they go, oh, I've only got 50 pence. You go, we're not having it then, are you? Go and find somebody else. And the worst thing is, you move into the car boot fair, before you've even set up stall, there's people crowding round to buy your stuff to go and sell on their stall. Oh, it's dreadful, honestly. It's like cutthroat. It really is. So the rush for coins has hit the Mint site. All the new ones and everything else, which is quite nice. I've just bought a set for my brother of Queen Elizabeth coins. So like 15 quid for a set of them. And he's got a cabinet at home where he's got some Chinese porcelain from the wreck of the Tek Sing. And they're normal. They're commemorative coins. Commemorative coins. I mean, I don't think you could exchange them for anything. But I've also bought a Steiff Teddy dressed as an NHS nurse, which was very nice. I bought a couple of those. And I've got one, but I don't take them out of boxes. I leave them in the boxes. And the Charles coins start coming out at Christmas, which is not that far away. Harry and Meghan, apparently, nobody could accuse them of not being on trend. Because apparently days after the publication of an official picture for the royal family, Harry and Meghan have released new photos of themselves. They're so into themselves, aren't they? It's so embarrassing. Whereas Charles and William, they're doing it because it's part of the monarchy. Harry's doing it because he's got no friends. They're also looking for another house. They're that bored. They're that bored. Cost of home loans nears 6% in the fallout from the mini-budget. This is going to be the big disaster. I'm telling you, mortgages are the big disaster. I said that yesterday and the day before. It was interesting, wasn't it? Only the other day was it Keir Starmer saying, and we want to make sure that the police go to every burglary. And somebody went, yeah, well, that'll be happening any time soon, won't it? No, I came into Leicester Square this morning, and how many police officers did I see? 2. Where did they come from? McDonald's. Thank you. And Ken MacDonald, KC, has written in the Mail today, said it's outrageous. You've got more chance of a lottery win than the police turning up if you're burgled. They don't have the time. They really do not have the time. So it's a case of empty promises. I'm afraid. Empty promises. You know, people sort of saying, oh, this will be happening. It's like I said to you the other day, the nurses. He's going to produce 7,000 new nurses every year, and that will go on for some time. No, they're not. No, they're not. Where do you think they're going to come from? You know, even if you take them from overseas, they're coming from overseas at the moment. So I don't really understand how all of a sudden he's going to be sort of finding more of them. Well, they're going to be upping their salaries. I didn't hear any mention of upping salary. Together for Good, new caps. This is for Coca-Cola. In fact, and Fanta and Sprite and everything else. And so it's a flip cap. It's a flip cap. Have you ever seen a flip cap on a Coca-Cola? I've never seen it before. It's plastic, I think. I thought, well, yes, I'm assuming it's... I don't know. I'm assuming it's plastic, which is interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. There you go. So it's a bottle with an attached cap. And it is plastic, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. I suppose it's just a way to get people to sort of drink things. But I haven't had a Coca-Cola for ages. I used to have it when it was ice cold in the fridge. Is that... No. Producer drinks Diet Coke, you know, one of those sort of things, really. And quite likes it. Happy birthday today to, believe it or not, Anne Widdecombe. Anne Widdecombe is 75. The former Prisons Minister served as a Conservative MP for 23 years. Until 2010, she's a reality show veteran. She's appeared on everything from Strictly to Celebrity Fit Club to Celebrity Big Brother, a show she once called vulgar and voyeuristic. Promising not to appear in Have I Got News for You again, she said 2.5 hours of Jimmy Carr's sense of humour was more than I could stand. She's worked with quite a few people she didn't like. I still remember the Louis Theroux programme where he's in her house and he wanted to go and have a look round the bedroom. He said, can I have a look round the bedroom? No, you can't. She wasn't happy about that sort of thing at all. And then they go on a ship together with her mother. They're doing a cruise or something. I think perhaps she was doing a speech. And she told her mother off. Don't tell him things, Mother. Don't tell him things. I always love things like that. Jackie Collins was born on this day in 1937. Died in 2015, due to come in and see me. And she took ill. And they flew her back to America. I think she realised that she was very ill. She sold more than 500 million copies of her books. And we got on really well. I thought she was lovely. Her PA wrote me a letter saying she was so looking forward to seeing you. And it never happened. Apparently, romance novelist Barbara Cartland, there's a name many of you won't have heard of before, once told her on TV's Wogan that her books were evil, really, and had helped perverts. Because Barbara Cartland's books were all the same. Boy meets girl, he's generally a dashing sergeant major or something, and she's the willowy virgin. And in fact, the nearest they get to having sex in a Barbara Cartland book is when they kiss on the last page. Their lips met. She used to dictate her books. Her secretary would come up into the bedroom and everything else and sit down with her pad, and Barbara would just dictate the story to her. And, I mean, she was considered quite eccentric. She lived in a place called Camfield House or Camfield Place. But anyway, Dale and I went down there. She brought out an album with the London Philharmonic or something like that. And she didn't so much sing the songs, she talked them. You know, and they were all romantic songs. I mean, she was quite a character, Barbara Cartland, quite a character. I'm glad I met her, because when people sort of say, oh, you know, what was she like? I said, she was eccentric. She was eccentric. She would give you a pile of books when you left and say, now, what's the name of your girlfriend? I'll write them to them. We kind of skipped that bit. It was a lot easier. But it was all the flowers all around her in these pictures, all plastic. All plastic. All plastic flowers. And she would feed her dog under the table. She had this Pekingese, and she would feed it under the table and you did have cucumber sandwiches, and they were called sandwiches. And you would literally, it was quite so. And at the end of your afternoon tea, the women would be dismissed, and she would entertain the gentlemen at the table. It was another time, another place. We know who her daughter was. Rain Spencer, otherwise known as Acid Rain. Yes. Oh, yes. It was all very good stuff. Steve, I love Anne Widdecombe, says Roger, because she takes no nonsense and is very opinionated. Yes, I mean, she's not always right. She's sort of, I think sometimes she's stuck in a time warp. You know, and she's of that generation, wasn't she, really? But even so, you know, it's Anne Widdecombe, for goodness sake. After a year in a Hall of Residence, 2002, Prince William has moved into a flat near St Andrews University with 3 friends, one a stunning brunette. It means that William, the self-confessed world's worst chef, will have to do his share of the cooking. He'll doubtless be keen to turn to flatmate Kate Middleton for culinary advice. Yes, everything you've heard about it. 20 years, yeah. Long time, isn't it, really? Well, they did split up. They did go out for a while, then they split up. I think she found it a little bit sort of too... but he was always going to be king. I mean, Harry didn't stand a cat in Hades chance of anything at all, really. And there is a new book out which says that Meghan deliberately caused trouble so that she could leave the royal family, but use it as an excuse. That's what the book says. I merely pass it on. 25 ways the over 50s can still be a catch. You listening? If you're over 50, you can still be a catch if you've got a good sense of humour, if you pay your way, you're a considerate lover. Okay, I've finished. How much longer? Oh, goodness sake. You do your share of the housework. I was talking to one of our newsreaders earlier on, Dominic Ellis. He likes housework and ironing. Not over 50, no. You don't get too drunk. Oh, well, that's counted him out straight away. No chance. You don't carry too much emotional baggage. Because that's the danger in a relationship, isn't it? That you go out with somebody and you go... Oh, my last person was sort of this and that and the other. You're not afraid of getting older. Well, you can't do anything about it. It's a case of it's going to happen. You're good at DIY. No, we don't do DIY. You have your own hair, as opposed to what? Somebody else's, I suppose. You care passionately about the planet. Oh, God, who cares? Seriously. You've paid off your mortgage. Yeah. Yeah, you're in. And you cook a mean Sunday roast. I have cooked a mean Sunday roast before. It was a long time ago. It's not difficult. A friend of mine came around. He used to repair my car. On a Sunday, he would do bits and pieces, and I'd do a roast lunch. You just shove a chicken into a dish with a few roast potatoes around the outside, and then boil some gravy up. It's not complicated. It's all practically done for you now. Occasionally a bit of stuffing they'd get, if they were lucky. And then I'd do a pudding. Because for the first time ever yesterday, I bought 3 trifles, little trifles. I don't know why I bought them, because I'm not supposed to have them at all. It's all full of the wrong things: custard, fruit, jelly, cream, But I had 3 spoonfuls and threw it away. I felt really guilty. I think, oh, God, I can't go to work and tell people the truth. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Should you be terrified and worried about a flu and COVID twindemic this winter? The answer is you should be careful. You really should be careful. I won't have anybody sitting next to me on the train. Seriously, going home, no, I put a bag on the seat, and I always make sure that whenever we pull into a station like Clapham Junction, I've got a handkerchief clutched to my nose. Always, to make it appear as if I've got a dreadful cold. Like that. And then sort of, develop a rather nasty rasping cough. That keeps people well away, I think. So this vibrating device scandal, it hit the world of chess. I'd never heard of it before, but apparently it's quite well known. And now it's hitting the world of poker. Because if somebody's sitting down playing poker, I mean, I don't really understand how it works. So somebody's got to be in on it, and they've got to be able to see the thing. Otherwise, I don't really know how it works. It's a vibrating device, isn't it, that you insert? Yeah. But how does that work? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, are there people who come round and insert it for you, or you sort of have to do it yourself before you start? That could be a little bit worrying, couldn't it? But this vibrating device, glamorous star Robbie Jade Liu was forced to deny claims she used a vibrating ring during a tournament. You can get a vibrating ring as well. The newcomer raised suspicions when she called veteran Garrett Andelstein's bluff to win £240,000. He claimed Liu may have used a device hidden that vibrates to indicate you've got the best hand. Yeah, but how do they know? Are they sitting at the table? I'll peer around. Are they standing behind them? I don't know. Yeah, 1 buzz for yes and 2 buzzes for no. Apparently there is no possibility of any cheating, says the co-founder Nick Vettucci. We've checked everything. Oh, yeah? How'd you do that? That's like a police search, isn't it, really? But apparently, this comes after young chess player Hans Niemann faced accusations he'd used vibrating anal beads to beat the world champion. Niemann denied the claims and even vowed to play naked in future. Well, that don't make any difference, does it? They're inside. They're not sort of they're not hanging around outside going, look at me, I'm a vibrating bead. You know, I can do it naked. What a horrible thought. McDonald's are launching adult Happy Meals, but not for the UK. The firm will sell a version of the child-friendly box for grown-ups. Instead of toys, the packs will come with collectibles from fashion brands. However, the burger chain said they're strictly limited to US stores. Why? What, I mean, is there something the matter with us over here? We buy McDonald's. Why would we not get the same things the Americans get? It's absolutely outrageous. Somebody said, I'm devastated. Another burger lover said, I imagine there must be a distinct lack of happy adults in the UK. Well, I know they have different menus. If you go to Austria, you can get beer and things like that in there. And that's quite nice. And they used to do a McRib roll. But, I mean, it was dripping in sauce, and the bun it came in just dissolved. It was easier to take this sort of assembled rib kind of thing. I don't think it was proper ribs, because you could eat the whole lot. No, not on the bone. Definitely not on the bone. I'd have remembered that. Good Lord above. Definitely. A former gangster and mafia boss has been appointed leader of Russia's bloodthirsty Wagner military unit. Brute Sergei Buterin made his name during the Wild West 1990s. He's got convictions for 38 murders. And he's said to have received plastic surgery and once organised his own funeral to convince police he was dead. Lovely. Such a class country, isn't it? Such a class country. And apparently a pet snacks firm expects its managers to eat the company's dog food. This is Pedigree Chum. Because I was always told that you could eat dog food. There's nothing the matter with it. It's only meat in gravy. Apparently, according to its website, Caesar's Home Delights range include tasty beef stew, pot roast with spring vegetables, turkey, green beans and potatoes, and 3 types of steak, grilled ribeye, porterhouse and T-bone. So, in fact, there's nothing in it that you wouldn't eat. If it was served up, it was heated up, they took it out of the can and you didn't know it was dog food, you'd eat it. Well, I mean, I don't personally, but the wholesome bowls have got chicken, beef, carrots, green beans, barley, apple and sweet potato. What's the matter with that? You see, it's all edible. It's just that you go, oh, no, it's dog food. You go, yeah, but, I mean, you can eat it. It's only meat. It's me sorted out for the day. Little tin of Pedigree Chum, thank you very much indeed. I'll be having that with some good old doggy biscuits, some old Winalot.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Guess what we're going to get at Christmas? Go on, play the game. Snow. They reckon this could be the first proper white Christmas for 12 years. Bookies now make it odds on that flakes will fall on December the 25th. John Hill from Coral says the odds say it will be white on the big day, which is actually good because we like it, because everything looks nice and clean when it's got snow on it. Makes it a nightmare for driving. Nightmare. You know, I mean, luckily, because there's so many cars out. At one time, you could drive on Christmas Day on the motorways in this country and you wouldn't see anybody. The roads would be completely virginal. There'd be no tyre tracks or anything else. And I used to quite like that. But then occasionally I've hit a little bit of black ice, which would be underneath the snow. And then you've got to be very careful because it'd be very easy to sort of pootle off down the motorway and then find yourself in the middle of a ditch, which wouldn't be very clever. But they reckon white Christmas for this year. White Christmas. So, you know, put some money on it at the moment. Makes it look good. It's only for a day. Never lasts very long, does it, really? Fans of the hit show Benidorm will meet their idols at a special cast reunion. Apparently, actors from the TV drama will mingle with visitors at BennyCon, hosted by Darren Litton, who's the series creator and writer. Stars lined up for it include Oliver Stokes, who played Michael Garvey, Sheila Reid, who played Madge Harvey, and has also confirmed she'll be there. One fan wrote, OMG, I've got to come to this. Another said was hoping this would happen. Ran for 10 series from 2007 to 2018. So people like seeing their heroes. They think? I think they do. I never really got into it. I did know what it was because I used to catch little bits of it, but I don't think I ever watched a whole new episode. I think I remember actually Sheila Reid, who played Madge. I think I remember her. I'm not too sure actually. At the moment they're repeating Pie in the Sky, which is a really good sort of police drama come restaurant drama with Henry Crabb as the policeman. Really good, really good. I've got the box set anyway, so it didn't actually make too much difference. Millions of youngsters have gone on drug benders since COVID restrictions were axed. 1 in 3 16 to 25-year-olds used an illegal drug in the past year. Zoe Bailey from the youth charity The Mix, which carried out the survey, said it was extremely worrying. Not surprised. Why is it that people think that sort of COVID's gone away? Because, in fact, COVID cases are 14% up. There's 14% more people now are carrying COVID. The amount of people you hear about, it's like Ringo Starr in America, just cancelled the tour over there because he's got COVID, and I think he's about 79. I think he's about 79. You know, the older you are and you get it, not very good at all. Kerry Katona once had a punch-up with Natasha Hamilton from Atomic Kitten. The I'm a Celebrity person was in Australia and New Zealand when they kicked off over her boozing. Yeah, I never quite understand Kerry Katona. It's sort of a vacuous existence, which actually sort of ends up being nothing at all. A fashion trend has been called pants, after designers said wearing knickers and Y-fronts will be the style of 2023. Knickers and Y-fronts. I'm in fashion, hurrah! Because I wear knickers. Hooray, yippee! Designers are already pushing their spring collections, with many models strutting down the catwalk in their undies. I saw a woman at the bus stop the other day, and she was wearing sort of the crop top. Just looks like a bra top, and sort of jogging pants at the bottom. But, I mean, she was only about 15 or something. I remember looking at her thinking, what in God's name are you wearing? I mean, it was freezing cold, and she's wearing a little sort of bralette kind of thing. It's all right if you're sitting indoors and you've got central heating on. I mean, for goodness sake, honestly. And desperate for a little bit of publicity, Anthea Turner tried to tell her husband of her menopause hell, unaware he was cheating with a 24-year-old. This is like 20 years ago. It's like ages and ages ago. She was in her early 50s when she attempted to describe to Grant Bovey her horrible symptoms. We all remember Grant Bovey, don't we? And Ian might have some ice cream. What do you mean you think he might have some ice cream? Unless you're going to tell me he's got some hot dogs. Actually, at Costco, they don't have hot dogs in there. They've got Cumberland sausages. I might have to go for a Cumberland sausage today. I love Cumberland sausages. It comes in a bun with bits and pieces. I nearly had it the other day, but I didn't. I was very strong-minded. I had something like cappuccino type thing. It was sort of like frozen ice with whipped cream on the top of it. It was quite delicious, actually. £2.50. What a bargain, I thought. What a bargain. So Ian might have some ice cream. Oh, lovely. Very nice. Thank you, Ian. Very nice. I'm not bothered about preference today. I'm what they call easy. And that'll probably get me into more trouble. We were looking at Leicester Square the other day. How much longer have they got to before they finish off all the work? It must be getting on for 2 years now, mustn't it? Tony, is it 2 years? I can't remember. But that was our popular thing to do. Corey, that was the best day out of his entire life. Going down into the middle of Leicester Square, going down the hidden staircases, until he went to Conservative conference. Now he's found something else to get excited over, because every time he goes there there was something about, were they not let in or something the other day? I read something about, because I don't know how full the place is. We don't know. I just know that there's a lot of people who are not there, which is always a little bit worrying, isn't it, really? So here we go. So £16 million this upgrade is. And I remember when they brought in the huge cranes and all the other bits and pieces and these huge generators, because it's an electricity substation. Originally meant to finish in November this year. Do you think it's been delayed? I don't know. I thought they were getting on really well, actually, which I quite like. So if they are finishing in November, well done. Well done. But it's a fascinating insight. It was really, really good, actually. New world champion arm wrestler Dean Bolt says size does matter and winning is all in the wrist. It's like this arm wrestling, isn't it? You hold your arm like that. This doesn't translate to radio very well. And then somebody tries to drag your arm over. It's not very pleasant to do. I don't know why people do it, but you get people around the world doing it. So the mysteries of the missing monarchs. Edward V became king aged 12 in 1483. But before he could be crowned, his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, had him and his 9-year-old brother Richard thrown in the Tower of London, a 9 and a 12-year-old. When you see the pictures of them, or you see the sort of line, they look as though they're about 17, 18. It's widely thought that the Duke then had them murdered, making himself Richard III. Now, in 1674, workmen dug up a wooden box containing skeletons of 2 children under a staircase near the White Tower with remains of royal velvet. They were later buried in Westminster Abbey as the princes, but examinations of the remains failed to prove it was really them, and modern DNA tests have not been granted. So they're not sure whether it is genuine or not. Amazing, isn't it, really? Harold, of course, the Anglo-Saxon king Harold, was killed at the Battle of Hastings, where his army was defeated by William the Conqueror. I mean, they just went out there. I was watching something the other day. It must have been some Custer's Last Stand or something. And these huge sort of armies of soldiers and everybody else surrounded by people baying for their blood. It must have been a very frightening time. I did go and watch a film, what was it, Custer's Last Stand or something, where they were surrounded by Native Americans, and it looked terrifying. I'd have given up. I'd have shot myself, I think. I don't think I'd want to be scalped. Thank you very much indeed. But they still make all these things. Roger says, I ticked all those little things for the over 50s, except caring about the planet and DIY. Was having enough money one of them? Yes, being comfortable, I think. Steve, I've just bought that Twickenham history book, and the pub in Church Street is the Fox. Merci bien. And somebody says, you start my day off with a huge laugh. Thank you. And Chris in Whitworth says, Ringo is 82, Paul Simon 81 next week. Has also gone down with it. Very worrying. What, the COVID? Oh, well, Ringo has, yes. We knew that. He's had to cancel part of the tour that he was going on. You've got to look after yourselves. You really have. Tom Parker's widow, Kelsey, as I say, he died 7 months ago. Is set to film a documentary about her life without him. 7 months, the Insider said. The series is an unflinching look at the reality of bereavement that confronts death with compassion, empathy, emotional frankness, and some humour. Because he was lovely. I saw him on Pointless. He was very ill the time he was on Pointless, but still nice. And I wonder who else they're going to sign up for Strictly Come Dancing on Ice. Who are they going to want on that one? Yeah, they've got Bianca. Good old Patsy Palmer. I just wonder who else they can put in it. I'm trying to think who's sort of in the news, who is sort of so desperate for publicity. ETA for ice cream, 6 a.m. Woo! We love that. It's like having a runway built outside, isn't it? And the drone comes over the top and hovers by the window. Yes, or Ian hovers, but, in the drone, in the Montgolfier balloon. Very nice indeed. So Holly Willoughby, obviously, the ITN or the people at M&S not remotely bothered about them going in to film their little bits and pieces. She just signed a 7-figure deal with M&S because whatever clothes she models on This Morning sells out instantly. She has the perfect figure. She's the perfect poster girl for them. And, oh, sorry, I'm just attacking the microphone now. Just calm yourself down, Stephen. Don't get overwrought about it. Goodness sake, they're not laughing at you, they're laughing with you. And so she looks really good. And so that's why they wanted to model stuff. Normally, if she's wearing something, and I think the fashion people down at This Morning will then say, Holly today is wearing, and they put it out on their own blogs, so you know where you can get it, and this is how much it costs. Because people see it. It's like, she's a living advertisement for the clothes. Yes, she's an influencer, but she'd be the first one to probably deny it, actually. She's just very, very successful. The failing water firms will pay back $150 million. They don't care. They'll just charge it to you. You'll be the ones paying for it. Don't ever think the water companies are going to go under because of this, because they ain't. Morning, Steve. Please don't give the government ideas. They'll be advising us hoi polloi to switch to eating dog food. Budget brand, of course, says Kim. It is possible. I remember speaking to somebody years and years ago about it. They'd eaten dog biscuits before. And they said they were perfectly edible because they're not made of anything that is sort of bad for us. And let's face it, when we had the horse meat scandal, many of us had eaten horse meat without realising it. So when you look at what's in a tin of Winalot and everything else, it's just meat and gravy. There's nothing particular. No, I don't want any because I'm I'm as funny as everybody else is about it, but as they've said, there's nothing in the ingredients that is particularly indicative to dogs. They eat if you cook a stew at home and then put it down on the ground, the dog will eat it. That's exactly the same as in the thing. You could heat it up. I could probably eat a bone eventually, I should imagine. Kevin the Milkman says, "Oh, Steve, looks like I'm staying a single over 50 then. I'm a 58-year-old bald council tenant, and as for a considerate lover, it's been so long I can't even remember." Isn't that the worst? Isn't that the worst? When you sort of go, oh, yes, you've got all these things, you think, oh, I don't know. Why isn't life easy? It would be so much easier, wouldn't it, really? Hello to all the GB Rail Freight team. Have a good day, all. Hope so. I don't know what the weather's like today, actually. We haven't checked the weather for a couple of days on the programme, just because I'm so worried it's going to say something like rain. And I think today it's going to be 20 degrees, so it's still a bit chilly. And rain everywhere else except us. Edinburgh's got it, Belfast, Manchester, Hull, Cardiff, Inverness, London, just slightly cloudy, which is okay. In fact, I'm looking through this week. Thursday's going to be sunny, 19 degrees. Saturday, 17 degrees, sunshine, a little bit of cloud, but no rain forecast this week, which is quite good. Because I keep thinking, how much more rain before they say now you could use your hose pipe? But they've said it's not going to happen for a little while. Ashley says, when you read the back of dog or cat food, it states fit for human consumption. Well, it would be. There's nothing in it. If you buy cat food and it's salmon, it's salmon. You know, it's just that we go, oh, you feed that to dogs. And you go, yeah, but there's nothing the matter with it. I mean, if you were starving, you'd eat it. But actually, I think it's quite an expensive way of eating, isn't it? Because dog and cat food is... oh, look, that looks quite nice, doesn't it? Meaty cat food from Felix. Meaty selection in jelly. Gonna be sick. It looks quite nice. It doesn't look unappetizing. If you did that with a plate of chips, that'd be quite good, wouldn't it? Cat food and chips. Look, they do chicken. They've got adult chicken, as opposed to not adult chicken. And Sheba. There you go. In gravy. All of these nice things. I don't know what's the matter with it. Listen, if it's good enough for your cat, and sometimes the cat looks as though it's not enjoying it, you can either have dry food or wet food. I prefer to have wet, I think, actually. And also, IAMS, they do tailor-made stuff. You just tell them your age. I mean, look at that one. Cat food tuna with mussels. I think that one we might have to pass on. I'm not sure about that one. Cat food tuna with mussels. Natural wet cat food. I always remember the cat, though. He used to, in the morning, middle of winter, it would eat its salmon and all the rest of it. Then want to come and lick your face and everything else. Oh, no, go away. Go away, please. Not very nice. Rees-Mogg says he'd be delighted to have fracking in his garden. Well, good. Well, then we'll come and dig your garden up for you. That'll keep you happy. He had to have an escort into Tory conference the other day. I don't know why. I couldn't actually imagine. Yeah, protesters. And what's the other one? So the failing water firm's paying back this 150. But don't worry, because you'll be paying for it. They're not going to be paying for it. They'll just charge it onto you. Everything's going up in price, isn't it? Everything's going up. Where are we going to be this time next year? I have no idea. Also, the MOD have apologised to armed forces families stuck in squalid homes. Rotten conditions on defence sites were well below what heroes' families deserved. Apparently, up to 9,000 servicemen and women have no heating or hot water because of £1.5 billion repairs backlog. So our heroes are living with no hot water or heating. In a letter to residents seen by the newspaper, Mr Bowden admitted to a £650 million scheme to overhaul freezing homes had caused disruption and inconvenience. He said, I want to apologise for the unacceptable levels of service. I bet you've got hot water and heating. Yeah, they haven't. We'll come around to your place for a bath. There's 9,000 of us, but don't worry about that. And 2 football fans have been banned from games for 3 years for making Nazi salutes. Welsh fans David Oakley and Mervyn Hinton gave the Sieg Heil gestures towards visiting Austrian fans on the terraces in March. I mean, how stupid do you have to be? The terminally stupid two, David Oakley and Mervyn, I think it's Hinton. One of them was 59 and the other one's 57. One was fined £1,460 and the other one was fined £731. But when they say they've been banned from for 3 years. How do they know it's them when they walk in? I mean, do they have face recognition when you go to watch football matches? I don't know. Otherwise, they just sort of stick a hat on the head and then get in normally. Unless somebody's going to, excuse me, I think you find they were banned for doing Nazi. I mean, they'd have to be really thick, wouldn't they? At 59 and 57, do Nazi salutes, for goodness sake. Pathetic. Marty says it's bucketing right down now in Belfast. How lovely. I've never been to Belfast. I've never been to Ireland. Born on St Patrick's Day. Never been. Never been to Ireland. Never done anything at all. Know loads of Irish people. Had Irish producers before. And always wanted to go. Just never got round to it. Never got round to it. Perhaps I will do one day. Ashley says, Steve, the Co-op dog food smells exactly like beef casserole and chunks of peas and carrots. A bit of red wine, nobody'd be any the wiser. Well, I reckon you could do that on a Come Dine With Me. Well, you could eat it. It says fit for human consumption. Because I remember we did a piece on it years and years ago, and somebody said you can't eat it. And somebody said, no, you can eat it. You can eat it. If it says fit for human consumption, I reckon they should do a Come Dine With Me, and they should serve up a beef stew. Just stick some dumplings in it, and then at the end go, actually, you've just eaten dog food. And see the reaction. Steve, has anyone warned Liz about Nick Ferrari? She's brave. There's a picture actually of Liz and Kwasi. It says, "Be careful, Liz. Nick Ferrari asked difficult questions." Can't imagine what he's going to ask her this morning. But it's an interesting one. So the Prime Minister on with Nick Ferrari this morning. You get me a tin of dog food, I'll eat it for you. But you can eat it. It is edible. It says fit for human consumption. I'm not going to change my stance on that one. If it says fit for human consumption, I'm taking their word for it. It isn't anything apart from beef and gravy. They haven't. What do you think they've added to it? They haven't added anything. It's just beef and gravy. That's what dogs eat. It's just that it's in measured things. You know, if you... They haven't got different guts to us. They eat it. Put it this way, you put a plate of food down on the floor, that dog will eat it. You keep putting plates down, the dog will keep eating. That's why you get overweight dogs. A bit like overweight humans, I suppose. But they will keep eating. Whereas cats will look at it and go, I'm not eating that. They're fussy. But it is edible. It is entirely. The producer doesn't recommend eating it, but he's not me. I say, if you want to try it, try it. There you go. All it is a bit of beef or chicken. Or what was the other one they had on? Turkey in gravy. I mean, come on. This is going to be the substitute for Christmas, I'm telling you. Trevor Kavanagh's done a piece today, and he says, yes, a 45p tax rate cut was a big blunder, but the rest of the budget was right. Ditching the leader behind it will only give Number 10 keys to Kia. It's funny, actually, because at some point you read stories in The Sun, which is a staunchly conservative newspaper, and you begin to wonder whether or not they've switched allegiance. Meanwhile, all the Labour supporters are getting very excited. I'm surprised they haven't actually heeded Keir Starmer's war cry, which is go home and prepare for government. Because there's no indication. In fact, somebody said the other day, they were on James O'Brien's programme, saying, I don't actually think that Labour are ready to take over. They're not organised enough. And Warren says, I love dog food. He said it's so cheap, if you liquidise it, you get oxtail soup. So it would be possible to liquidise it, because it doesn't come with any sort of, gristle. In fact, some of them actually say 100% beefsteak. If they're using steak for dog food, and if it says fit for human consumption, that means us. The producer's not going to eat it, but there again, he's happy with his Diet Cokes. He thinks that's making a difference and win a lot. He likes a dog biscuit, as long as it's got butter and a little bit of cheese spread on the top of it. As a kid, Steve, I was given a number of Ritz crackers with what I was told was pate. It turned out to be Kitty Cat, says Mark in Spalding. That's in Lincolnshire, isn't it, Spalding? That's where all the flower growers are and everything else. I remember Kitty Cat, but you wouldn't know. That's what I was going to say. They should really try it they should do it on Big Brother. If you go into the jungle and you can eat insects or witchetty grubs which are alive and pulsating on your plate, believe you me, pet food is an easy option. Steve, Colin, our cat. Colin? You don't seriously call your cat Colin, do you? I mean, honestly. I mean, cats are pussy and, fluffy and things like that, and candy. Loads of people have got cats called Pussy. Here, Pussy. Here, Pussy. So they do that, don't they? Anyway, Colin the cat is very funny when it comes to his food. His favourite is gourmet pearl as his wet food and lamb or iams for his biscuits. Watching him get stuck in makes you want to join in the feast. Yeah, they're a bit funny cats, aren't they? As I say, it's always cold food. You know, they always have to have it cold. Whereas, you know, we like our food heated. It's only students who eat cold baked beans because they go, oh, that's nice. And you go, no, not really. It's not. You know, got to heat it up. But that's why dogs don't eat hot food. Steve, as I've just woken up, hubby, who's a vet nurse, asking him about dog food, he said, yes, humans can eat it. They just use offal or cheaper cuts, normally not used for human market, says Paul. So there you go, you see. It is edible. It's not going to do you any harm. It's like, I don't know, there's loads. I never used to eat mushrooms. I used to hate mushrooms. And then all of a sudden I became addicted to mushrooms, and button mushrooms in particular. Tins of, cooked, with a tin of sweet corn, drained, cooked, and pour them into a bowl, stick on some mayonnaise over the top of it, stir it all in. Delicious. Delicious. I can't tell you how fantastic. Prepare yourself for the storm tomorrow, Steve, says Warren. Winter is on the way. He says, I tell you what I think, we're in for a very cold one because there are loads of berries on the pyracantha. And that's generally an indicator that we're in for a cold spell. And they've already predicted it's going to be snow on Christmas Day. Can't wait. Can't wait. I'll be so excited. We'll all be taking pictures and tweeting them. I think I'm going to be here on Christmas Day. It's a Sunday, but I generally am around over the festive season. Steve, I went to Cornwall, says Stella. Beautiful, but so hilly that when I was walking, I had to stop as my legs were burning. All the elderly people were overtaking me. The trouble is, you see, people write elderly people off. They're very super-duper fit because they do go out walking. We did Ramblers on the programme the other day. And they're super-duper fit, although these ones got dumped by a motorway, so maybe it wasn't the best thing. But at least they learned to skip through the traffic, which was very nice, wasn't it? Anyway, we take a short break for the news. At 6, more of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to October the 4th. Welcome to... You'd think it was Christmas. You would really, really think it was Christmas because everywhere you go, shops, charity shops, garden centres, Costco, supermarkets, department stores, they've all got their Christmas stuff out. And I don't remember, I might have got this wrong, but I don't remember them being this early with Christmas in previous years. Now, don't get me wrong, I've said to you before that the earlier we start celebrating Christmas, the nicer it is, because at the end of the day, when you actually get to Christmas, you get 2 days, then everybody's back to work again. So Christmas doesn't last. You know, all of our Christmas is the lead up to it. You know, you'll see the cards in the shops, the trees will probably be on sale a little bit earlier, people will be ordering their turkey and all that. Well, hopefully people will be ordering turkey. Clemmy Moody, writing in The Sun today, talks about this dreadful eco-warrior called Maddie Budd, doomed to a life of unemployment. She was training to be a doctor, but obviously not bright enough for that one. This is the one who poured human waste over Captain Tom's statue. They don't really get anybody a bit more stupid because she was using a plastic container to pour this over. Plastic, of course, accounts for 3.4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Secondly, Captain Tom is not the problem. Private jets are. We can all agree they're pretty unnecessary, unless, of course, you're Harry and Meghan, in which case they take them all the time. But, you know, she really is a complete idiot, an embarrassment to everybody. She'll never do a day's work in her entire life. She'll just go round upsetting people. She's, I don't know whether she's being charged. We'll have to wait and find out. But it is a bit sad. And then there's Stacey Solomon, a chirpy woman from Dagenham who gamely ate a kangaroo's penis when she was on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. That was very gamey for her. And she may have single-handedly solved the cost of living crisis. All these years ago, she was on I'm a Celebrity. And she says, I've got nothing against the monarchy. Yes, that's why they dropped her from Loose Women when they were doing the monarchy. They decided it wasn't safe to have on there. And the Queen seemed like a lovely lady, but we don't understand, she doesn't understand why we pay a contribution to one of the wealthiest families in the world. Well, in fact, that's wrong. The Queen generates, and the royal family, far more income than they take. In fact, they give to the Treasury. They give to the Treasury. So it's not as bad as Stacey thinks it is. But there again, I mean, she might just be ill-informed. I mean, the Danish royal family have recently trimmed, I think, 4 members. They've taken away the HRH. Well, you could do it in this country. You could take away, we've taken away Andrew's HRH. You could take away the daughter's HRH as well. They don't contribute anything to the royal family. They just turn up. And the Queen slimmed it down a lot. And I think Charles could slim it down a lot more. It'll end up just being, they'll have minor members of the royal family, but when you look at Andrew's girls, I thought they both had jobs, but whether they actually go into them now, I think they were just there in name. I don't think they ever did a day's work. And it's a case of they wanted to be in the royal family. I think Andrew petitioned Charles to get them into the royal family so that they would have basically the job for life. But how disappointed would you be when you go along to something and they go, and the investiture is being handled by Eugenie, and you'd be going, oh, can we find somebody else? You know, it's a local dog, cat, you know, corgi. That's what Andrew got out of it. 2 corgis, which turns out absolutely fine as far as I'm concerned. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they trim down the royal family or whether or not they take away Harry's house, Frogmore Cottage, which is more like a mini mansion than a cottage, unless they've got a different idea of what cottages look like. And then he stays in America for the rest of his days, and he becomes, you know, like sort of Wallis Simpson and her old man from years and years ago, where they just sort of disappeared and had their sort of life abroad. I don't mind if they want to spend their life abroad. It doesn't make any difference. I just think it's a bit sad to bite the hand that feeds. And out he was the other day, King Charles, visiting Scotland in a kilt, and he had crowds of well-wishers. I think people want to see Camilla. I'm firmly of the opinion that she's the best thing for him, and I think she'll sort of help him through it. At least he's smiling, whereas he must be absolutely exhausted, I suppose, at the moment. A food bank and an anti-pollution group are among organisations to be given a Platinum Jubilee tree. Saplings from the Tree of Life at Buckingham Palace are going in a pot with the Queen's cipher to groups in every UK county. The first trees presented yesterday to the London groups at the Royal Chelsea Hospital, and the groups chosen represent the very best of Britain, which is quite nice. And Charles is all, I mean, let's face it, he was talking to plants years ago, wasn't he? You know, so, I mean, you have to sort of trust him on something. He spoke to plants, but I know loads of people who talk to plants. I don't personally know. I mean, I just sort of tell them off if they don't grow. And in fact, I don't waste my time. If they start looking limp, they're out. You know, don't want any limpness in my pots at all. And I've currently got loads of winter flowering pansies, about 30 pots full to put into the main pots. And I was going to just sit them on bubble wrap and then just sort of, but I thought, no, I'm going to plant them out. It's not going to make any difference really to me. And also it adds a bit of colour. We like a bit of colour. They're cheap and cheerful at the moment. You get like sort of 5 plants for 10 quid in some of the nurseries. So shop around. You will find all of these things. And it just gives you a bit of cheerfulness, I think. And the good news is that even if it freezes overnight, they'll be all limp in the morning. You'll wake up and you go, oh no, what's happened to them? By the time the sun comes up they come. They're very, very hardy. My dog, Steve, used to point blank refuse to eat dog food. He'd look at me with disgust when I gave it to him, making me feel guilty. So he shared my dinner every night. There you go. Same thing. And Steve, get to Ireland. We went on the Belfast Bus in torrential rain on the top deck. They issued us with bright yellow ponchos. There's a lovely restaurant called the Titanic. Oh, and Sheba cat meat is like pate, so possibly nice on toast. Yes, I've never actually personally tried that. I haven't tried it, but it sounds good. Apparently, dog food isn't prepared, says Peter in Leeds, to the same standards as human food, so may contain contaminations or bacteria with the meat and gravy. Dog food's okay. Well, that's what you take his word for it. What does he know? He lives in Leeds. Dog food expert in Leeds, I ask you. That's where they come from, isn't it? He said it's okay in an emergency, but shouldn't be eaten. It can be avoided. There you go. It's in an emergency. We're having an emergency. And that's it. I think what they should do, take the label off, put on beefsteak gravy and stick it in, supermarket shelves. See who buys it. Somebody will buy it. They won't know. It tastes delicious, I should imagine. Apparently, we're going to get an extra day at Christmas, as Christmas Day is on a Sunday, says Alison, and we get the extra bank holiday on the Monday. Do we? I never worry about it. I don't really worry about bank holidays too much. It's another day. So Monday is Boxing Day. Tuesday the 27th will then be a bank holiday. God, it's the never-ending holiday, which will please an awful lot of people. Me, I always think, actually, the only thing I think good about that is the fact that the roads are quiet. Same will be for New Year's Day. Bank holiday on the 2nd, Bank Holiday, which is some new sort of foreign sort of holiday the producers invented, on the 2nd of January. A holiday. We'll be having a holiday. How lovely. Perhaps with some doog food, which would go down very well indeed. You watch. And yeah, shut up, he goes. So we do get the extra days. But that's lovely, isn't it? But, I mean, if you want to work, you can work, I suppose. I mean, there must be places that'll be open. There's all sorts of people who work over Christmas. People don't think about it. Some of the trains will be running. The buses will be running. All sorts of things like that. It'll be absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I think it's Cliff Richard's got a new album out. You can pre-order it. I pre-ordered it yesterday. It's Cliff's Christmas album. And it's got some standards on it's the most wonderful time of the year. It's got loads of things. I know, Come All Ye Faithful and stuff like that. It's got some nice trad carols and some popular Christmas medleys. And actually, I found a really cheap album of Christmas songs. 5 CDs, all Christmas songs. I saw Mummy kissing Sam. And that's £4.50 I paid for it on Amazon, which I thought was really cheap. What do you mean, originals? No, just imitations. Of course they're originals. No, not covers, honestly. It's not Robbie Williams. This is sort of proper Christmas stuff. Cliff's album, as I say, is out November the Sunday. You can pre-order at the moment, and so you pay for it, and then they'll send it to you when it's ready. So it's movie night this weekend on Strictly, like anybody cares. And Helen Skelton, apparently, is her fans are encouraging her to do it. It's scoop the glitter ball in a bid to make estranged husband Richie Myler jealous. Why would he be jealous? What a stupid thing to write. Listen, he ditched her. He's not going to be jealous if she goes on to scoop the glitter ball, which is highly unlikely. But, apparently they said, and a TV insider said, it would be virtually impossible for Helen not to notice the huge wave of support from people online. Well, goes with the territory, doesn't it, really? They're enjoying her showing her ex-husband what he's missing. He knows what he's missing. That's why he ditched her. These people are so daft. They had a picture in the paper, ages ago. And I think it was Louise Redknapp. And they said, look at what her husband's missing. I thought, he ditched her. Of course he knows what he's missing. That's why he don't want to be with her anymore. And Helen Skelton, exactly the same. Exactly the same. Honestly, they do put the funniest things in newspapers. They always haven't thought about it before they start writing about it. On Saturday, the pros will perform a routine set to music from the Disney movie Encanto. Have you ever heard of that movie, Encanto, from Disney? I've never heard of it. I don't even know if it sounds Spanish. Yes, and Infanta would be Spanish, but this is Encanto. And I don't know what it is. Is it a cartoon thing? Oh, it's an extraordinary family. Oh, it's in Spanish. Hidden in the mountains of Colombia, in a charmed place called El Canto. The magic of the Encanto has blessed every child with a unique gift. Every child except Mirabelle. However, she's soon maybe the Madrigal's last hope when she discovers that the magic surrounding the Encanto is now in danger. Wow. I wonder why I've never even heard of it. Is it old? Is it new? Last year. Oh, I should have to buy it. Sounds quite good, doesn't it? Is it a cartoon, though, or is it real people? Is it real people? Oh, it's cartoon. Oh, right. Oh, there you go. Live and learn, don't we? I shall have to get that. Oh, there it is, yeah. Oh, it looks quite good fun, actually. I like sort of film, especially because some of the Disney films have got some fantastic music in there. I mean, really fantastic music. Kay Adams and Kai Widrington giving their first full interview since being voted off. Since when did we start applauding failure? The whole idea is to win the competition. There is only one winner on Strictly. If you're voted off, I think it should be a case of, sorry, no interviews. Nobody's interested. You know, Kai was asked how it felt to go head-to-head with his pro-girlfriend Nadia on the show. He said, last year when I did my only dance-off, it was also me against Nadia, and I knocked her out, so we're 1-1 now, we're even. Because that's the worst thing, isn't it, that the pro-dancer they're with, all of a sudden they have to go back to sort of, you know, do you want fries with that? McDonald's cola? You know, it becomes a bit embarrassing because they can't do anything else. Morning, 6:20. Phil Vickery's back in the fold. Phil Vickery's back in the fold, I'm delighted to tell you. You've been busy, haven't you? And he says, morning, boss. He says, I think I'll try a pedigree chum cottage pie on this morning. Would they know, Phil? If you opened a tin, they didn't see what was in the tin and you'd already got it in a saucepan. If you opened a tin of pedigree chum or whatever it happens to be, doesn't matter which one it is, and then you sort of did it with dumplings and mashed potato and things like that, would they know the difference? Would they know? I'd love to know, because you would be the expert on that. You would be the person I would know about, who would be able to tell me the truth, as opposed to the producer who called, you can't eat it and all that kind of stuff. You know, I mean, just being po-faced, that's what it is. It's just because he's miserable. That's why. It's not being called professional at all. But it does say on the tin, you know, it doesn't say you shouldn't eat it. So obviously it's edible, because if it's got only the ingredients in it, I mean, you know, if you stick a few peas and carrots in, does that make it sound better? I think it does. Mandy says, going to Loose Women being recorded today. Just thinking Dawn Neeson would be a great loose woman. I know, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, the trouble is, there's not many more programmes she can go on. She's on everything at the moment. I don't know where she finds... I mean, she barely finds the time at the moment, but you're right. Oh, so you're going to a recording today of Loose Women. So what's today? Tuesday. So wait a minute. Are they doing a live show and then they do... Because some are live and some are pre-recorded. But, I mean, the show is on today. So is that live and then they do a pre-recorded show afterwards? I'm curious. And that's got me going now, Mandy. I'm now a bit confused. Apparently, Anita from Tooting says, in Cantos, the new Frozen, Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote the songs. He wrote the musical Hamilton. My niece loves Encanto, says Anita. Well, I'm definitely going to have to check this one out. If it's the same person who wrote the musical Hamilton, I'm definitely going there. Christine says, I wonder if King Charles will have 2 birthdays as the late Queen did. I share the same birthday with him, 14th of November. He's 4 years older. 4 years older. Sidcup Julie says, I like Budapest, except for the outside spa full of middle-aged men with tiny, tight swimming pants. But I did love the goulash soup. I love goulash soup. Love goulash soup. Goulash soup and a plate of chips. That would do, or mashed potato, anything like that. That would absolutely suit me down to the ground. Budapest is used, they do a lot of filming in Budapest. They serve it no, they don't serve it in a hollowed out loaf. That's pretentious. They serve it in a bowl like anybody else. I love goulash soup. It's really delicious. You can buy it in a tin here. And it's just, I don't know what it is actually. What meat is goulash? I wish people didn't ask me these questions. Here we go. You see, he's seen a picture of it in a bread bowl where they take what they call a cottage loaf and they cut the top off and then pour it in there. And it's delicious. It is delicious. And I might go and get goulash today, but I don't know where you get it from. I wonder where you get it from. Hungary, yeah, very funny. Do you think you'll find it in the soup section? Is it? Because it's like, I mean, does it come in a cart? I don't know. We don't know anything like this, do we? We're totally useless. We've got no idea whether it comes in a carton or it comes in a tin. I used to get it in a carton from M&S years ago, and it was really delicious. And especially if you did it over mashed potato. Here we go, goulash. There you go. It's a soup or stew of meat and veg, seasoned with paprika. But what is the meat? What is the meat? It doesn't say. Serving temperature hot. Oh, well, that would be useful. And it says it looks delicious, doesn't it? Is it beef? Oh, right. That bread thing looks lovely there. I'd like that with some butter over the top of it. And pretentious, yeah. Pretentious. Pretentious, moi? I don't think so. But goulash sounds quite nice. I'm going for that one. But I know what you mean about the middle-aged men with tiny, tight swimming pants, said Cup Julie. I know exactly what you mean. Russians are the same. When you see the Russians on the beach, they've never heard of boxer shorts, so they all wear little Speedos, their gut hanging over the top. It's a really good look. It's very exciting. Steve, have I ever heard of Encanto? I could tell you the script backwards. and sing the full soundtrack to you. Love from the mum of a 6-year-old. Have I ever heard of Encanto? I've got to get this. I don't want to miss out. Listen, if kids like it, it's brilliant. And have you ever heard of Encanto? And Steve, says Peter, but you mentioned Cliff and his new Christmas album. I played drums in a professional Cliff Richard and the Shadows tribute band called the Evening Shadows. And we're playing at the Crier Theatre in Carshalton on Sunday the 23rd of October. I didn't know there was a tribute band to Cliff Richard and the Shadows. It's lovely. Actually, I'll tell you what, when I was watching the 75th birthday show at the Royal Albert Hall, his special guest, I mean, among loads of famous people, was Olivia Newton-John. And I kept looking at her thinking, it's such a shame that she's not with us anymore. She came on, she pushed the cake on a trolley, and then the crowd went, oh my God, it's Olivia Newton-John, because he launched her career in this country. That's what he put her on his show, and she went on to have a number of hit singles here. And she did she do Eurovision? Did she? As what? Do you think she did Eurovision? Here we go. That's where we find out what song she sang at Eurovision. And she finished 4th with a song. Oh, she did Long, Long Live Love. So who was she supporting then? Who was she singing for? Was she singing for United Kingdom? Yeah, United Kingdom. How odd. That's a strange one, isn't it, being Australian? But that was in the same contest. You know what she was up against? Waterloo, how did you feel? You won the war. There was no chance of winning against that thing, was there, really? And the rest, as they say, is history. So Cliff Richard and the Shadows, the tribute band, is called the Evening Shadows. And my favourite, Cliff asked me at a party I was at where he was what my favourite Cliff song was. And I said, actually, it was Silvery Rain. Because I love the orchestrations, and he never did it in concert, but I thought it was absolutely beautiful, and it was really super. Oh, so my mistake, says Maddie. Loose Women's live today. Well, don't confuse us all. Matty, the producer, listens to this programme. He's probably going, "What do you mean it's recorded? Nobody told me." Yeah, ruin the magic. And Joe says you'll love the song "We Don't Talk About Bruno" in Encanto. It's brilliant. I've got to get this thing. I've definitely got to get it. Steve, my friends call me Two Bowls Julie. Perhaps Phil Vickery could cook goulash soup on TV. That's a winter warmer, isn't it? That is a winter warmer. Goulash soup. And it's got to be with that a fresh cottage loaf with thick butter on it. Oh, God, honestly. It's no good, is it? I'm making myself ill. I get a bit excited about this. Yeah, it's torture. It's torture. So Ringo Starr's got COVID. He's had to pull out. He's 82. He'd called off the all-star band sets in Michigan and Minnesota on Sunday. But yesterday it was confirmed that he did test positive and would be cancelling 5 more upcoming performances. He hopes to return as soon as possible. Hope so we sent him lots of love. The Loose Women really didn't like the idea that Kay was kicked out. They said that she had outperformed the former Bros star Matt Goss. Well, you can imagine the tantrums you'd have from Matt Goss. I wouldn't like to imagine if he was kicked out first. Mind you, he could go back to America a little bit sooner than we were imagining. Might have to hang on to him for a little while. We'll wait and see, shall we? Steve, Encanto is the best Disney film. I know all the songs, but the song We Don't Talk About Bruno will stick in your head for weeks. Dawn is in Welsh Wales. Fantastic. I've got to get this thing. This is driving me mad. Everybody talking about it, but it's people with children. People with children have sort of, they've actually got all these things, which is very, very good. Apparently, Phil Vickery says, I reckon probably not. He says, if it was seasoned correctly, nice horseradish mash, extra gravy. Sounds quite nice. This is the pedigree chum. He says, did actually make a goulash soup a few years ago in Budapest for this morning. It's lovely, isn't it? I mean, I haven't had it for ages. And do you know what I feel like doing? Dunking a crispy bread roll in it, buttered, breaking it into pieces, putting butter on and dunking it in, and that would make me very happy. That would make me very happy indeed, actually. I'm easily pleased when it comes to food. I'm equally as happy with a fish finger sandwich. Equally pleased. Although I could eat a bowl of chips right now. I could eat a bowl of chips. I could eat, actually, 2 packs of McDonald's fries without. Yeah, I've just had my ice cream from Ian, which was, I have to tell you, Ian, it was delicious. Today we had strawberries and cream. It was just what we needed. Just what we needed today. And Jeff says, can you stop talking about food, Steve? I've been doing a 12-hour shift and I'm going food shopping after this. I'm now going to have some nice crispy bacon rolls after all this food talk. Too much. It's too much. I love stuff like that. Crispy rolls which you can dunk in goulash. You imagine, honestly. I've got to stop talking about this food thing. It doesn't help me at all in any way, shape or form.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Don't forget Liz Truss with Nick Ferrari this morning on Breakfast on LBC. Get the answers here first. I was watching Nick Knowles' DIY SOS the other day, and it never fails to move me. I don't think I've ever seen any one of these. And this was a family of 3 boys, and their mum was only young, and they'd gone in the morning after they'd woken up, and it turned out she died in the night. And the boys were young. They were very young, and it was very traumatic for them. But their nana and granddad made them move in with them. So they moved in with them into this tiny little house where there were 3 boys in 1 bedroom. They had a triple bunk. And it turned out, actually, that Nana and Grandad had adopted children over the years. More than 100 children they'd adopted. So they said it was quite natural that the boys came to us. And the boys quite clearly adored them. And they loved the boys and everything else. But the house was too small. They needed to sort of change it. So along comes Nick Knowles with this army of more than 100 people. And they literally transformed this bungalow. They're all local workers. They just sort of put out the call and people go along and give of their time. And there's a hardcore of, I think, about 4 or 5 and the designers and everything else. And they sort of do it. And they literally transformed this bungalow. I think they have 10 days to do it. And it literally means pulling down every wall inside, putting a new pitched roof on, making sure that each of the boys has a bedroom. And it was just fantastic. And they came outside and they always bring the family out to meet all these people. And they're all standing there, 100 of them. And the mother, the grandmother, just broke down and said, you've done so much. You don't know what you've done for us. It was really fantastic. And I remember sitting there, the tears rolling down my cheeks, feeling like a right dork, thinking, pull yourself together, it's a TV programme. But it was done so well. And it just did. She said, you've changed our lives forever. And it meant that the kids had, because I think the eldest was about 16 or something like that. And of course, the other ones were much younger. So of course, he needed his space to do his work. And he was charming and polite and nice, and just everything about them was good and wholesome. And they must have spent ages going through the people who've requested something be done for somebody. I've seen, disabled children whose houses have been transformed with ramps and walk-in showers and all sorts, and just absolutely amazing. You couldn't think of a nicer programme to put on the television for that feel-good factor. Years ago, it used to be, for me, Noel's Christmas presents. I would watch Noel Edmonds. People would write in throughout the year, and it was a BBC programme, and they would record it coming up to Christmas. And he would have a load of people in the studio, and they would grant wishes to people. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. And, we've had some really heart-rending stories. Somebody would write in and say, like one lad did, who listens to this programme. And he was the lad who cleaned cars so that an elderly couple in his road could have a Christmas tree. Because he'd noticed that they didn't have a tree. And so Noel went round there and he watched him cleaning cars. And the boy went, because he's a man now, but in those days he was a boy. And he went, and he suddenly realised who he was. And Noel said, why are you cleaning cars? And he said, because there's a couple down my road, he said, and they don't have a Christmas tree. And he'd noticed they didn't have a Christmas tree. So he was washing cars to save up to get them a Christmas tree. And Noel had this huge box van, and he lifted up the tailgate, and there was this fantastic Christmas tree. And he said, will that do? And he said, yeah. So they went round to this house, and they knock on the, you imagine, the lady answered the door, and she said, oh, hello. And Noel said, do you know this young man? And she said, yes, he lives up the road. And he said, he noticed that you didn't have a Christmas tree. And she said, we can't afford a Christmas tree. And so Noel said, well, he saved up and we've got you this tree. And so he lifted up there's this bloody Christmas tree. It must have taken up the entire house, could have taken the windows out. And it was so lovely. And it was just nice. It was a programme that made you realise that people, you know, are so nice when times are needed. And that's why this coming Friday, this was where I was heading. I forgot where I was heading with it, actually, is Make Some Noise. And over the years, you've been just absolutely brilliant. We've raised millions of pounds for little charities that don't get, you know, as much help as some of the bigger charities. The little ones get a little bit overlooked. And it's for children, some of whom don't have a great quality of life, some of whom don't live as long as you would like them to. And with your help, we raise lots of money, and it's so pleasing every year. And that's why it's always, you know, I always do a thing. Now, you know that this Friday I do have an item to sell you, but I'm not selling it to you this Friday. In fact, I can't even tell you what it is, and you will understand why, because we're going to do it after Christmas, okay? But I will tell you about my one-man show on Friday, because the tickets for that will be going on sale hopefully very shortly. This is for next year. Okay, but the only reason that we do it this year is because the tickets sell out really quickly. And so I want to make sure that people get in plenty of time, like the Two Magic Circle shows as well. They both sold out very, very quickly. So that's pleasing. And we always love seeing people. And we try and raise as much money as possible. And if we can raise a few £1 million every year, it makes such a difference to charities, some of whom you might not even have heard of. But once you've heard their stories and you've heard exactly the good work they do, it breaks your heart. And in return for a few pounds, you can make a difference. And so that's why this Friday, I'm going to be tapping you up for as much money as I can get. And that's the way it works, because it's with your help that we can make a difference. And it's something nice to do at this time of year. And we do it every year. And every year we're very successful in raising a lot of money for some people who really need it. And that's why this coming Friday is at midday. It'll be the 7th. That's when the competition closes for my Make Some Noise Tech competition. Now, this is your chance to win what they say is the ultimate tech bundle. That's what Will Guyatt would call it, a tech bundle. You win all of these items: the brand new Apple iPhone 14, the latest iPhone, an Apple iPad Air, an Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro, the Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. All of that is one prize, and somebody will win it this coming Friday. Now, for your chance to win all of those prizes, we don't split them up. It comes as one prize package. All you have to do is text the word TECH, T-E-C-H, and send it to 84850. TECH, T-E-C-H, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every tech supports Global's Make Some Noise. Now, you've got until midday this Friday to enter. You need to keep the phone handy, because somebody is going to be getting a phone call. Standard network rate supply, you need to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating Global stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So text the word TECH, T-E-C-H, and send it to 84850. Okay? Finishes at midday on Friday. And good luck. Good luck. We seem to be particularly good on this programme for producing winners. I think you're all winners. Anybody who helps us out to raise money for some of these little charities that really do need your help, I think makes it very special. That reminds me of that other Noel's Christmas present. He'll always come on screen and say, and here was a story somebody wrote to us. And so he surprised this lady and her family. She was an elderly lady, surprised them on the streets of London, claiming he was doing a little survey. So what are you all doing for Christmas? And it turned out that they'd had a member of their family murdered. And their son for this family, this was the grandmother he was talking to in the family, was away on a ship out at sea, and there was no chance of him coming back or anything like that. And Noel said, so what are you doing? They said, we're just coming up to London and having a look around. And then he said, oh, right. He said, so will you all be together at Christmas? Because he knew the story. And so she said, no, my grandson can't be with us because he's on a ship out in the North Sea or something like that. And Noel said, oh, it'd be nice to get a phone call in, wouldn't it, for Christmas? So they walked round the corner to the Ministry of Defence, and he gets welcomed in. And this woman's looking at them going, what's going on? And so at the Ministry of Defence, a bloke meets them and he salutes them and all the rest. And he says, what can we help? And Noel explains the story and says, we're sort of looking to see if we can get a phone call. He said, well, I can't help you with that, he said, but I know somebody who can. So they go down the road and they go to number 10 Downing Street. And John Major walks into the sitting room. And this woman is like, what the heck is going on? And he says, how can we help you? And she says, oh, Mr. Major. She was in a worse state than I was. And he said, well, let's see if we can get a phone call in to the ship so you can talk. And she says, I can't believe he's doing this for us. I can't believe it. She said, anyway, he goes out. He said, I can't get the phone call for you. He said, but I can go one better. And he opens the door and there's her grandson. Blows your mind. John Major was in on it as well. So she saw she couldn't believe it. I was crying. I wasn't even there. We're just watching on television. And that's the happiness that television programmes and radio programmes can do, and it always works, doesn't it? That Noel Edmonds with the lady and her son, who is brought back by John Major, is on YouTube. Makes us tear up even watching it now, and it's years old. Years old. It was really lovely. Christmas around the corner. Steve in Austria, says David in Deal, we had an amazing goulash with huge pretzel dumplings. Right, lovely. Here in Southend, says Christine, we have a Hungarian restaurant we can order on Just Eat. I ordered goulash 2 weeks ago. They also do the soup, proper freshly cooked. Delicious. I've got to get it today. I've definitely got to get it. And Steve, I've just been in Budapest. They have two types. A thin soup with carrots, other root vegetables and beef, and a thick consistency soup like French onion, more like a main course meal. Loved the city. Joined a river cruise with usual suspects, says Robin. Susie says, stop it. I'm trying to put my eyeliner on and I keep crying. Has that affect radio, doesn't it, on people? Which I like. Conrad says, Steve, goulash is wonderful. All this talk about Hungarian dishes. I may try the Rosemary Hungarian restaurant at New Cross Gate on a day off. I've got an obsession now with goulash and dog food. And Steve, I need a hanky. Having a right old weep over these stories. Doesn't take much, does it, to get us going, Catherine. And by the way, for those people who didn't know, and I was one who didn't, Simon says Olivia Newton-John was born in the UK and moved to Australia when she was young. And he says, have donated to make some noise. Great show. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful. I hope we raise lots of money this year. There's lots of stations. All the stations within the global group are participating. And I've been to see a couple of the places where the money has done the best. I told you one year we wanted to give £25,000 to one particular place, and I think they ended up with, just over £100,000, which made a lot of difference. And it was almost like a hospice for children, where the families could go and stay at the same time. And breaks your heart when you sort of look at what you've got, which sometimes might not be as much, but it's more than they have. You know, these families. I remember meeting this little boy who wanted to be a pilot, and there was no chance of ever that happening. And it was so sad, because you see on this particular place they had butterflies all over the walls, paper butterflies, and each one was a child who had passed on, and the parents could go there and they had books of photographs and things like that. It's the most beautiful place, but they had everything. It was like a house split into two, so the family could go there and they could stay with their child, give them a bit of a rest, and they had a pool there, a hydro pool, and they had a shower where they could move the bed straight into, so they didn't need to worry about getting people out of bed. Just absolutely amazing. And it was due to your generosity that they live to fight another day, and they do such good work. And there's so many of these, lots of people apply to get money from Make Some Noise. So the idea is we try and raise as much money as possible with your help, and every year you're extremely generous. So I'm hoping this year, I know money's tight, and I know people say we've got bills to pay and all the rest of it, but for some reason we kind of conjure it up from somewhere. I don't know where it comes from half the time. I wish I knew. Probably the bank, I should imagine. But you've been phenomenally generous over the years, so I'm hoping for a really cracking day on Friday. So me and you will do it together, okay? Other stories which are running in the papers today, apart from Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng and everything else. She's under fire now from senior Tories. And they were talking the other day in the Mirror, weren't they? They were saying, you know, will she be out by Christmas? I mean, if she is, it'll be the fastest time anybody's been in as Prime Minister and out again. And then, you know, why is Boris not at conference? Why are all these other people not at conference? You know why? Rishi Sunak isn't there. You know, all the prominent people. I'm not even sure Priti Patel's there. I'm not even sure. It's all these sort of people, and you think, now, why are they not there? Are they not supporting? The answer is probably not. Probably not. We'll wait and see. Anything you could do. Harry and Meghan now release their own official portrait. Can't imagine why. What's the point of that? They don't do anything. They have a little flitting around in private jets. And that's it. Oh, there's a very short article inside the Eye today, inside Nadine Dorris's brain. I think not so much a story, more a couple of lines. I should imagine Mr. O'Brien will have an absolute field day with that one. Patsy Palmer. They're making a big deal about Patsy Palmer, first contestant for Dancing on Ice 2023. We haven't even finished the end of this year yet. And already they are looking to what's going to be happening next year. They've got to find, perhaps they can't find people. But I did say, she's confirmed, yeah. She's confirmed. If you're somebody who likes taking their clothes off and you're a celebrity, Naked Attraction are looking for a celebrity, they're going to pay 5-figure sum. I don't know how much that would be, actually. I can't work it out. 20 grand, 25 grand, I don't know. They're looking for a celebrity, obviously somebody identifiable, who is willing to appear naked on the television. Keith Chegwin did it. I don't think the career went too well after that one. That was a little bit of a shock for most people. But they're looking for somebody to appear on the program. Only one celebrity. And they said, could they sort of appear on... I mean, I should imagine you'll find anybody from Made in Essex, Chelsea. I don't know. No, the celebrity won't... I don't know if the celebrity will be choosing. That's the point. I never thought about that. I just assumed they'd be under the towers or something like that. Perhaps they'll be in a booth or something. I can't... As I say, the only one we've ever had is that Lauren Harries, was it? Or something like that. Anyway, but she had a tantrum and stormed off because nobody wanted to pick her. Nobody was interested, unfortunately. I'm not surprised. The attitude was really quite bad. Really quite bad. So we're now catching up. Now we're going to check out this film, Encanto. Seeing as you've all recommended, Steve, you've got to watch this film. Steve, you've got to listen to this music. Steve, you've got to go and get it. So I'm going to have to spend my money today on Encanto, as if I didn't spend enough money. It's very clever. I think cartoon stuff is wonderful. But it's not done the same as it was years ago. Years ago, all of these things would be hand-drawn, and they would throw them away at the end. All the drawings would be thrown away. Yeah, it was like a flick book. Nowadays, all of this is done on computer, so the figures become more animated. Charles looking very happy out with Camilla. He said the cheers would gladden my dear mother's heart, and I absolutely agree. It seems ages ago now, doesn't it? It really seems ages. So Liz Truss, growth is the only way, she says, to create jobs, boost wages and pay for vital services. Yeah, so at the moment people's mortgages are disappearing so fast. And I still keep seeing businesses that go under. Every day I read another business in the newspaper that they say this couldn't keep going. We had one the other day which was a pork pie factory who employed, for some reason, 200 people. I mean, that's an awful lot of pork pies being made. And I remember thinking, you know, that's another factory that will not see the light of day again. They don't even bother trying to rescue them now because they think there's no point. It's like down here, we've got a couple of businesses that have gone under, food businesses. And some of them seem to survive really well. For some reason, the Italian businesses down next to our building here in Leicester Square, they all seem to survive. We lost Garfunkel's, that went. We lost MOD Pizza, which had only just opened, actually. It hadn't been opened, well, not to say only just opened, but it hadn't been going as long as some of the other ones, which is very worrying. And also the ex-wife of football legend Shay Given is being sued for keeping an Aston Martin and an engagement ring gifted to her by a former fiancé. There's a lot of arguments about money in the newspaper, a lot of arguments about money. Sadly, that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Great fun, as always. We do it again tomorrow morning. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to October the 5th. Get the teeth right. Put them in, breaking them in for our dog. And it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. It's very nice indeed to have your company. It's not as cold this morning as it has been. And yet, I was talking to the driver earlier on, and I said it's going to be a very cold winter this year. I said, they predicted snow on Christmas Day. And he said, have they? And I said, yes. I said, and the reason we know it's going to be a very cold winter is because the trees have got berries on. Now, you might not think that is significant, but in fact, it's so that the birds and the squirrels will start stockpiling food, which might be hard to come by once the snow's hit. So that's why the trees are full of berries and your nuts are out. As I was only saying to Matt Goss the other day, it's one of those sort of situations. Did you see his trousers on the Strictly programme? 2 sizes too small for him. There's a woman in the front row had a nut allergy. They had to escort her out the building as quick as possible. It was all very embarrassing. Anyway, all of that and more between now and 7. Brace yourselves. So it's Scooby True. Velma is apparently a lesbian. I don't know why they would bother telling you why a cartoon character is gay. I mean, basically, it could have been anything. She could have been the Leaning Tower of Pisa. And but that's I remember which one she is because they showed a picture of her. She didn't look particularly lesbian to me or gay or something. And why would that make a difference? The answer is it doesn't. It makes no difference at all. They just feel that they're being sort of, okay, right, you know, we're sort of right on with this and we can have a gay I don't know. I'll find out later on. Rapper Kanye wearing a top which said White Lives Matter, as he declares that Black Lives Matter was a scam. Is he completely mad, or is he just pretending to be mad? Disgraced Rolf Harris is gravely sick. That should please everybody, I should imagine. And Kate Garraway, turns out she's related to Paddington Bear. Who'd have guessed? She's related to Michael Bond. So there's the link. I like that. I like that idea. Tony Beak tells a literary festival that ballroom dancing should be respected as ballet. Although the very idea of John Sargent or Anne Widdecombe wearing tutus and very, very revealing tights, I'm afraid, fills most people with absolute horror. Want a man? Wash his socks, says a band advertisement. Or failing that, just throw them away. So much easier. Happy birthday to Guy Pearce. He was in Neighbours. Then he went to America. He was also in Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, which is very good. And the big question on everybody's lips this morning, how long can trust cling on? She can't seem to answer basic questions. She was asked by an interviewer the other day about remortgaging. And she sort of stared at her blankly. And I thought, you must understand what a remortgage is, but because of the interest rates, that's going to be very expensive. Will that be affecting you, Prime Minister? She couldn't bring herself to use the word, no, it's not going to be affecting her in the slightest. Why should she bother? Why should she? It doesn't make any difference to her. I should imagine she has a very small mortgage. The trouble is, you do get the impression that she's in the sixth form and she's struggling a little bit with answering fairly basic questions. But the knives are out. I seem to remember Ian Duncan Smith, after his disastrous party conference, didn't last very long, and hers has been even worse. So will she last to Christmas? Looking unlikely. Looking unlikely. The trouble is, what is it about the Conservative Party at the moment? And I don't hold any particular grudge or, plaudits, nothing at all. I'm sort of sitting in the middle, just being an observer. And you watch people, and I've seen now 2 female prime ministers. When you look at Thatcher, who was very articulate and was able to get things over. You know, we've had two. We've had Liz Truss, and then we had Theresa May as well, who was dreadful at giving speeches. Dreadful. Theresa May was so awful. I used to sit there and go, don't put yourself up for these things. It's really not good. And exactly the same with Liz Truss. She doesn't look as though she's confident to answer questions. She should have come right back with that thing about the remortgaging, but she didn't. She hesitated and faffed and ummed and ahed. And I remember thinking, you know, I mean, people know the real answer. And the answer is, you know, because we're being treated as if we're stupid. And we're not stupid at all. You know, people are having to remortgage, but because of the interest rates, people can't afford to pay it back again. It's going to be a disaster. 6% here, 7% there, 8%, 10%, some woman on Question Time came up with. And the Prime Minister tried to sort of fob it off as if, what we're doing. No, are you worried about remortgaging? And the answer, why don't you just tell the truth? Tell the truth for once in your goddamn life and tell people, I don't need to worry about remortgaging. I've got loads of money. Loads of money, you know, which we knew anyway. Really is ridiculous, isn't it? So Rebecca Vardy, there's a picture of her on a few front pages. My God, she's looking old. Not at all surprised by the time she's coughed up this money she owes to Colleen Rooney. You know, she'll be looking a bit sicker, I should imagine. She's sort of gone out there, I'm paid, it was awful. Anyway, the highest court in the land said by November you will pay £800,000 and the total bill you'll be paying is £1.5 million. Don't screw it up, darling, OK? You're not cleverer than you thought you were. You're a bit thick. You're a bit stupid. You cough up the money. Although I should imagine perhaps your poor dear husband will have to pay for it. I love the way she's now come back with, I think Colleen should give it to charity. What, because you screwed up big time? Not a pleasant person, are you? Not a pleasant person. But apparently they're going to make a documentary about it, which will point her in the right direction of being still not a very pleasant person. But so she thinks she's being clever, but unfortunately, because she's dim, you know, I'm going to push with it. How many times did the judge say, why do you not settle this out of court? Why do you not settle it out of court? She thought she knew best. But being the thick person that she is, the woman whose parents didn't even go to her wedding because nobody likes her. And now she's got to cough up £1.5 million. That'll teach you, love. That'll teach you next time round. When the court says you pay it, you pay. You're very lucky being given a little bit of time. But, of course, you haven't had a job for ages, have you? Because your job is trying to take people to court and try and prove something which we all knew was unprovable. So I'm quite delighted about that. But, you know, to say to Colleen, you know, who's maintained an air of decorum, I thought, throughout it, and I wasn't really expecting that. You know, you should give the money to charity. Why don't you make a donation to charity for being a prat? That would be a lot better, wouldn't it? I'll recommend a few charities for you. Steve, I have one sleep left until China, says Kevin. Whoopee! He says, I feel bad about leaving, but our country is really difficult to live in these days. The food bank was 3 times as busy as normal yesterday. People are shattered. Yes, I mean, we've had food banks around for years. I don't know why people all of a sudden are talking about them, because they've always been there. They've always been there. And people who are on sort of fixed incomes, it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. Mind you, you're going to China. You'll never see more poverty than you will in China. I promise you. I promise you. I lived there for 2 years. We saw poverty on a huge scale, but because we were children, we didn't know that it was poverty. We assumed when we went out in the car and you stopped at traffic lights and there were little children holding their hands out for a coin or something like that. There's lots of very rich people in China, and there's lots and lots and lots of very poor people. They used to, years ago, it was, you know, if you actually had a child that was healthy, it was easier to maim the child because you got more for a disabled child. We used to have, we've got cine footage. My father decided when we went over there, he'd been over there a little while and we then went over, that to get the flavour of it, he would pay a rickshaw driver to take my brother and me and just go up the side of the harbour and down the other side, and he could film it. So we were in a rickshaw. And, of course, in those days, all the rickshaw drivers ran barefooted. They made no money at all. Your rickshaw was your only means of income. And so we ran up the other side. When we came back down the other side, there was a little boy. I always remember as we got back into our car, and he was dragging himself along the street by his hands, holding them out to try and get some money. But the trouble is, you have to, and I know it sounds really harsh, you have to be very very disciplined not to give them money, because once you give to one, there's another 100. Kids all over the place begging, old ladies, old men, and they just sort of sit there. You see them by the side of the road here, but they're basically crooks in this country. The ones that we get are the ones who are part of an organised gang, especially in Twickenham. In Twickenham, we've got the organised gang. In Kingston, they've got the same gang. And in Richmond, they've got the same gang. Mother, father, son, and 2 daughters controlled by this guy. I've seen him controlling them. I've watched them being dropped off in a car, and he says that and if they don't make enough money, he shunts them onto somewhere else. It's organised. In China, you'll see lots of poverty. You'll see lots of people who don't have any money. They make no money. Their whole raison d'etre to try and get money is to beg. And if you've got a little child, that's what they're... I mean, seriously, it's heartbreaking. But somebody said you've got to be hardened and try not to look at it. You see it in all the films. You see it in all the films. You'll see poor people, very poor people. You think it's difficult over here. Blimey, you've seen nothing till you've seen it in China. People existing on nothing. Nothing. Steve, I reckon, says Declan, that they put Liz in knowing she'd be rubbish, making way for a Boris comeback. Oh, I said that all the time. Although James O'Brien said no the other day. But what does he know? Goodness sake, honestly. I said that what they'll do is... That's why Boris is not at conference and Rishi's not at conference. They're hoping that she'll be in, they're voted out, and they'll bring Boris back in again. Because they'll go, listen, he might have been a dipstick, but at least he was entertaining at the same time. That's what they'll say. And he will say, just eating cake. You know, and they'll do it like that. Robin says, great night at the Royal Albert Hall, Steve, because it was the Bond movie and the music and everything else. You got Lulu, the man with the golden gun, Jamie Cullen, who's fantastic from Russia with it, because they couldn't get it because it was Matt Monro, and of course he passed on years ago, wasn't around, and Paloma Faith, who did GoldenEye. Shirley Bassey was on stage, and it looks, I mean, it's fantastic. I love the Royal Albert Hall. I love it. And look, there you go. There's Robin sitting there. Look at you in a box. Is it a box? I can't tell on the box. I've only done the boxes on the next tier down. You might be in a box. I think, yeah, we think it's a box. Your opposite number is a box, so I'm sure it would be. What a fantastic evening, though. Do you know, when you hear an orchestra doing the Bond theme and the Bond songs, and then you get somebody coming on like Shirley Bassey or like Paloma Faith or like Jamie Cullen or Lulu or any of these other people, it blows your socks off. It really does. You know, I can get quite emotional listening to this music. I only have to hear dun 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 dun. You know, he's the man with the, you know, just fantastic stuff. So I'm glad you had a nice night. You just wish, don't you, at the end of a night in London, you could literally click your fingers and you'd be back home in bed, as opposed to the journey home. Whichever way you look at it, it's going to be an hour. You know, some people come down from up north and they book themselves into hotels and they have a nice time, and they come down. Whenever I come back in to King's Cross, all I think is, oh, good, back in London. Oh, no, it's King's Cross. I've now got to get across London, either in a bus or a taxi or a train, the longest bit, and then get the train from Waterloo. By the time you get home, you're physically wrecked. Physically wrecked. Oh, Greggs have put their sausage rolls up. Just thought I'd ruin your Tuesday. Wednesday. The sausage rolls have risen by 5 pence. It's outrageous. But I think they're still doing the special offer, which is 4 for the price of 3. But they're not bad, actually. Not bad at all. And what else have we got? Oh, the Moors murders. There was a story a short while ago that they think that they were going to find Keith's body, one of the people who were murdered. And they've got no trace. Nothing at all. I mean, the whole Moors, if you remember, one of the murderers went up there. I think it was just an opportunity for publicity, because he sort of pointed... Well, he wouldn't have recognised it because it was donkeys years ago. He couldn't remember where they buried people. Myra Hindley went up there, yes. And they went, oh, I think it was around here somewhere. It was just to basically waste police time. So they took loads of people up there. They've done all their searches and everything. Nothing at all, which is terrible news. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday, October the 5th. Everybody talks to me in the morning. Everybody talks to me. I always go, morning, morning, morning. Even my AP Dan is in the kitchen. He's having rice and chicken at the moment. He said it's what bodybuilders have. And then for some deluded reason, he seemed to think that I'd done bodybuilding. I don't know when this was supposed to be occurring, but I said, well, you can't beat chicken and rice. I was watching before we started because I like to watch a few things. So I watched Dolly Parton singing Me and Little Andy, Dolly Parton singing with Loretta Lynn and Tammy Wynette. My D-I-V-O-R-C. I love Dolly Parton. I mean, Dolly Parton was great. But because we lost Loretta Lynn at the age of 90. She was the old Grand Ole Opry award winner. She was the person who, she was one of those people who sang country and, but I've never been. I'd love to go. It sounds fantastic. Loads of people I know from here have gone over there and recorded at the Grand Ole Opry. And there's a kid who was on it. He's not a kid anymore. He's sort of a semi-adult, but he started at the Grand Ole Opry at the age of about 4, and he plays violin. And I can't remember what his name is. I can't remember. He plays bluegrass, and he was amazing. And I watched him, and I remember thinking, my God, you're good. And they bring him on to a chat show in America with Betty White. Betty White's sitting there, and they bring him on, and they go, how old are you? And he goes, I'm 9 years old. And I play this music, and I'm in whatever grade it was at school. They're big into their grades in school in America. And he goes to play this violin, and he's sort of like, and you can see the look on Betty White's face. It's like, am I supposed to be enjoying this? And he goes, just kidding you, Carson Peters. Show me a picture of him, and I'll tell you if that's him. Yeah, absolutely stunning. He started at 4. He's unbelievable. I've seen him at the Grand Ole Opry playing. You can see him now. Good-looking boy. And then I've seen him. He plays with a church group as well, so he's obviously affiliated to a church. But he sings. He does everything. I mean, he was a contestant apparently on The Voice in America, because when he was young, when he was 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, he used to sing, the Blue Hills of Kentucky and all this kind of stuff. Real sort of homegrown talent, but unbelievably good at playing the violin. Really, really good. But it's when he sort of did this bit for Betty White, and you could see her looking, thinking, he's terrible. And he goes, just kidding you. And he goes straight into this thing where he's so brilliant, he can only get better and better and better. Yeah, he does guitar. I mean, he's just amazing. Just absolutely amazing. Sickening. It reminds me of me, good looking at an early age, but unfortunately no musical talent at all. I know a mullet. Well, that's what the Deep South gives you, I'm afraid. But he was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We like to sort of plug people who we think are particularly gifted. I think some people are just gifted. And there's other people like me who aren't particularly gifted. Michael says, your life in Hong Kong. I lived on Peng Chau Island, 30 minutes from the ferry for 2 months. No cars, just alleyways. Great experience. Did you ever take the ferry to the outer islands? The only time we took the Star Ferry is we went over to the New Territories, which in those days was not developed. This is 1964, 65. The New Territories was not developed. So we used to take the car over there and go driving around the New Territories. Now, New Territories, Macau and places like that, it's just casinos everywhere. It's big buildings. I love it. I thought Hong Kong was fantastic. It was for a lad. When you you go and see things, and you really did see junks, and they were plying up and down, and we didn't think it was unusual. We thought it was good. We used to go to the Tiger Balm Gardens, which are really beautiful. They're like gardens, but with huge dragons and statues and things like that. So it's a very spiritual type of place for the Chinese to go to, and we thought it was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And you go and wander around, and it's all brightly coloured, and it was just something that we did. We went to the beach because school was only in the morning. Wish it was always like that. Explains a lot, actually. I didn't really get a good education at all. I didn't, because every 2 years we shunted off to another place. So I was never too sure. I just turned up at a school and they said, oh, you're in this class, and that was about it. And then we had 2 years there, and then we buggered off somewhere else. So that's what it was. So I had 2 years at Victoria School in Hong Kong. You used to get a lot of the RAF kids who used to go there. But to be honest with you, it didn't actually matter as much then. The fact that I didn't get a particularly good education. I was a very good reader. I could read big words at an early age, and I could read out loud, and that was enough for it. So I left school at 15 with no qualifications. Still got a better job than anybody else. I mean, where else could you find a job like this, where for 43 years they pay you money, and you can have fun, and you can do things, and you think, all that, and I didn't get one qualification. I left at 15. I think I was the last group of people, you know, a few others obviously, who were allowed to leave at 15, because I think the following years, my last school was in Newbury, in Berkshire. It's now a co-ed school, but it wasn't. Single-sex school. Now it's one of those co-ed sort of sport academy thing. I did go up there and drive round the grounds in the car. Yeah, it's got, well, because you could drive in. The school buses used to come in, so I drove in. I thought, if anybody's going to say anything to me in this car, they've got their work cut out. Lee says, I'm currently watching Sunset Beach from the late 90s on Channel 5 on YouTube. Do you remember it? I do remember it. I do remember it because on Channel 5, when we had Five's Company, they had Sunset Beach on. Kevin is the one who's going. He says, I went to Greenwich on Thursday and had pie and mash at Goddard's. It was raining and the cobbled streets glistened. Walked through the foot tunnel and said a big hello to the Cutty Sark. I'll see it through, but do worry, it's going to be hard in Shanghai. I think so. I think so. You're going to see things that, you know, and you're going to end up eating things that you thought you would never eat before, but the one thing you will always remember about China is the sights, the sounds and the smells. You've got to go to see traditional Chinese opera, because that's where they do the most elaborate. Have you ever seen Chinese opera, Joe? The face painting on the men and women is unbelievable. It really is. It's the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. It really is lovely. You put up Chinese opera and you look at these people, and it's set in tablets of stone the way it is performed. And I loved the music. You look at the makeup. You would think you were looking at something from another century, but that's what it's amazing, isn't it? It's so beautiful. It's done traditionally. They do this. You know, the Cantonese opera in Hong Kong is very famous, and people go there. People go to, even if you don't understand it, you go there because it's so beautiful. So you have to go to that. You have to go on the Peak Railway. Totally different culture. It's steeped in history. Steeped in history. These people perform these, you know, Cantonese operas, and it's the makeup which is beautiful. Absolutely stunningly gorgeous. And you go there, and even if you don't understand it, you just sit there and go, because it's like that. I just think the makeup looked almost like it's sprayed on. And yet they do all their own makeup, all these different people, and each character's makeup signifies what part they play in the opera. So there you go, recommending that to everybody. You've got to do the Peak Railway, and you've got to do the Star Ferry, and you've got to go all sorts of places. Yeah, Secret China, got to go to the golf club, everything. So Greg sausage rolls. Oh, the RAC says fuel should be 10 pence a litre cheaper. Yes, I've been going for that one for ages and ages. I've got to put petrol in for this weekend, so I'm doing a little bit of driving, but that's okay. Kelly Osbourne's having a baby. Imagine. That means she's had sex. One has to ask the question, who with? But I'm sure it'll emerge. John Fashion, who signed for Dancing on Ice. Perhaps he's run out of jobs. They said he's known for doing Gladiators. That's still on. Shows like Gladiators. Yeah, Gladiators. That was it. That was it. Dawn Neeson's column will come around to in a moment, and rapper Coolio's girlfriend was aware he was seeing other women. There's no loyalty anymore, is there really? There is no loyalty. There used to be a very famous MP some years ago, and he had a wife. She was affectionately known as the Doormat, because everybody knew that he was having affairs with all sorts of different women. And somebody said, but why does she stay with him? And I said, because better to be Mrs. So-and-so than who? That's the way it works, unfortunately. Some people put up with things like that. Some people. Boris Johnson, by the way, got left £400,000 in his mother's will. So that'll see them through Christmas, and also perhaps buy him another suit. Kids' top hate food, if you were doing a list of food that kids hate, is cabbage. Whereas I quite liked it. We used to sort of have it at school, and it sort of slopped its way out of the bowl, and I thought it was okay. It was almost like it was cooked in butter or something like that. It would be sliced, and you'd get strips of cabbage. It was only a little bit mushy. It was quite nice. I mean, today I've got fillet steak again. I know I had salmon for 2 days running, so I thought I'd try the back with the fillet steak. So I bought 2 nice pieces of fillet steak, and I'm going to have it with asparagus and with sprouts and some Parmentier potatoes. You know, decided to push the boat out. No sauce. No, not this time. No. I do sometimes put a peppercorn sauce with it, which I've whisked up, not. And so that'll just go in the one sauce. I'm like Jamie Oliver. Well, I'm not really at all, actually. But I like to think that. The only show on the radio, this is, my producer says, it can go from Asian opera to Greg's sausage rolls in one fell swoop. Dan in Saigon says, never change, Steve. I know, uncanny, isn't it? I mean, to be honest with you, and then we nipped over to Boris, and then we're now nipping back to what I'm having for lunch a little bit later on. I quite like it. One of my former bosses has got a book out, and he said, you'll never hear anything like Steve Allen. I can't remember what his exact words were. I think he called me unique or something. Yes, I think it was complimentary. I'm pretty certain, because on the first night I met him, he came, well, the first morning, actually, he came in with no shoes on. I remember thinking, this is the way we're going. And he came to one of my live shows. He came to Fairfield Halls in Croydon, and he's written a book about radio. He's a big radio person, you know, whereas I'm not. I know I'm in it, but I'm not sort of, it's not that I'm not a fan of it. It's just that I'm not an anorak. An anorak, I understand what radio is. I understand how it works. I understand what gets an audience. I must do. I'm still here after 43 years. If you don't get an audience, there's no point. That's what you're employed for. You're employed to get an audience. And if they want you to do something, you do something. Because somebody said to me, who was it a short while ago? They said to me, how many hours a day do you do? And I went, 3. And they went, 3 hours a day? And that's a job, is it? And what do you expect I'm going to do, 10 hours or something? Of course not. I do 3 hours every single day. Come wind, come rain, come sunshine. That's what I do. And I also then can link to the news. So I have a little script that goes, it's 4:30. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Steve, I'm in Saigon, says Dan. In Saigon. It's such a lively and vibrant city where the modern meets the traditional life. The sights, sounds and smells of the city are incredible. That's all I remember. I can remember in Hong Kong, you know, the fish markets at Wan Chai. I just remembered everything smelt of different things. It was a complete... But the one thing I did remember, kites. When we were kids, we had kites. And they made them out of thin tissue paper, dyed different colours with a wooden bamboo frame, and they were like a penny or something. They were so cheap. And so you would have these kites, and everybody had kites, and the fireworks. The fireworks were sensational. We had loads of fireworks, including you would buy a packet. It looked like a book, and they were bangers. And you would undo them, and you'd have strips of them. So when you see them in Chinatown, they hang there, and you go bang, 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 bang. And there'd be like 250 little tiny bangers. We had another one that we put on a box, and it jumped from box to box. We had another one that was a rocket that went up, and then it went, and all these little lights on parachutes came out. Seriously, they got the best. Who cares whether it was safe? Who cares? We were in Hong Kong. We were having fun. The rat catcher. My God, we had rats. We had rats the size of cats. He used to come round every week. He'd lay his traps out. The rat would be trying to catch the man. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And as I say, you always remember things. I remember Happy Valley, the race course. I can remember the Royal Yacht Club. I can remember the little school I went to. Oh, that's a nice picture, isn't it? Oh, this is Mark. He went to see Dear Evan Hansen last night at the Noel Coward Theatre. Only 30 quid, he said. Great seat, great production, and best of all, no screaming children. Oh, how wonderful. He says, I thought of Ian, the ice cream man, during the interval where they had the mini tubs of Haagen-Dazs. He must have delivered them earlier that morning. Like you, I always get so tired when going to the theatre, as I've been up for hours already during the day and overnight. I was trying to explain to my driver this morning about, he said, what time do you finish? And I said 7. He said, you go back to bed. I said, no, I've been to bed. He couldn't quite get his head around the fact that this is my daytime. I've been to bed. That's why people say, how do you sound so alert? Because this is my daytime. I've been to bed. I went to bed at 4:30 yesterday. I'm in bed. I pull the duvet over me. Bang, gone. At the moment, I'm trying to watch Oh, Dr. Beeching, which is the same cast as You Rang My Lord and Heidi High, and it's very good. It's very good, and I've got the box set, as you can well imagine, and I sort of watched that. But I've been watching the first episode for the past God knows how long, ages and ages and ages. Steve finally made it, says Peter the Toastmaster, to the Isle of Wight. I can confirm the sun shines all day long. Oh, hope you have a nice time, actually. And Ryan from where? Where? He says, speaking about pie and mash, Steve Hughes, or Hughes Pie and Mash in Ruislip, lovely girls who run it from East London, and lovely. He said, I've now woken up hungry. I've never had pie and mash, but I could eat it. I wouldn't want to do jelly deals. I don't do jelly deals. I really don't, but I would eat pie and mash. And that's in Ruislip, is it? That could be a trip out later on today, but I can't because I've got fillet steak. Steve, the other day, says Sula, Andy Peters shamelessly mentioned your name on QVC. He was talking about cheese, and he said that Mouse House Cheese Company had taught Steve Allen on LBC everything he knows about cheese. I know. We go back a long way, Andy Peters and I. So he has my private number. And he will always... Oh, that's Hughes Pine. Oh, it looks delicious, doesn't it? Delivery from 12:05. Oh, it looks lovely. You get 2 pies and you get the liquor and the mashed potato. Oh, dear. That's a bit tempting first thing in the morning, isn't it? A bit tempting. I like the look of that. Crusty pie. Oh, don't show me anymore. But yeah, so Andy Peters and I go back a long way, and he'll always write to me and go, you know, he's either off doing another competition, or failing that, he's on QVC, and then he'll tell me what times he's on, and I always mention it. And he always goes, I'll give you a heads up on it. It's one of those businesses. It's one of those businesses. I can't tell you how it works or why it works, but it just works. And I was watching the other day, and it was Stephen Mulhern on his Twitter feed, and he does little magic tricks. He's got a prank show coming up again, and he was sort of showing us some of the pranks he's going to be doing. But he does some. He's a very good magician, really, very, very good magician, very, very good magician, which I quite like. But I never call Andy Peters shamelessly mentioning me. We always say we're very grateful, and we reciprocate. Robin Hatfield says, my lovely wife is a sister at Doncaster Royal Infirmary. She came home yesterday and told me the COVID infections are really getting overwhelming. I said the other day, up 14% and moving fast. So don't think that COVID's gone away. It hasn't gone away. All these stupid people in America. I don't have to wear a mask because I'm exempt. No, you're not. You're a lying old baggage. Put it on or you're shopping somewhere else. I'm shopping here. No, you're not. This is private property. You're trespassing. Get off. You know. And that's it, you know. We have to be a bit careful. But you have to wear a mask. If you go into somebody's shop, Costco had this. People would turn up and go, I'm medically exempt. And they go, well, then you can't shop in here. Because people, you know, you might be medically exempt. You can still transmit it. Well, I think they're going to go back to it. I think they're going to have to. Costco had a hard and fast rule. No mask, no shopping. It's like the other day, yesterday, I went to Costco, and it was about 10:05 because I wanted to get stamps. As it turned out, I bought the wrong stamps. I've got to go back again, but it doesn't matter. And there was a couple in front of me because there was a bit of a queue, and they went through and they went, excuse me, no, you've got the wrong card. You can't shop till 11 o'clock. Because if you're an executive member or another sort of member, you can shop from 10. If you're not, you have to wait till 11. Before you can shop. I don't quite know the reason for it. It wouldn't make any difference to me if people were coming in there. But in America, there's some woman saying, you cannot refuse me service. This was in a Costco, and they went, this is private property. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. And she was saying, when they had the compulsory masks over there, I'm exempt. You need to see this. And they would sort of flash this stupid bit of paper that they printed off the internet, which was basically for people. And they went, well, you're not shopping in here. One woman was in a bank. I bank here. And the security man said, not without a mask, you don't. And she said, this is a public building. And he said, this is private property. You're not. In the end, she was wrestled to the ground. She started being really stupid. She was one of these thick people who didn't quite understand. And she went, my account's here, I'm going to close it. He said, well, you can close it, but you need to put a mask on. You know, and people going in there, and they start causing trouble. And so Costco then made that big decision. No mask. No shopping. In fact, they would walk round the shop if they saw you with your mask off. Put your mask on. You know, it's as simple as that. But now you're right, the increase is back. 14%. 14%. Mind you, that's just something else to lay at the door of the Prime Minister. I shouldn't imagine she's got enough time for that. She's too busy worrying about whether she can remortgage her house or not. Did you see that? You had to watch it to believe it. I mean, seriously. You're getting me in the mood for a day out at Brailsford ploughing match today, says Carl. Been awake most of the night with excitement. There's a hedge-laying competition in the Derbyshire style. How lovely. I don't think I could bear to cope with something like that. Yes, I mean, I do know about Brailsford ploughing match and the Hedge Cutting Society. It's being held, I think is this the 116th, I think. It's going to be held on the 5th of October, which, of course, as you now know, is today. And admission to the ground is £10, cash only. I'm not messing around. And they've got horse ploughing, tractor ploughing, hedge cutting, stick show, and trade stands, crafts and working exhibitions, and a vintage tractor display. This way you show your sticks to people. Look, I've got a stick. Lovely. Touch me again. Yeah, mine's bigger than yours. I used to play poo sticks. We like poo sticks. And apparently it's being held at Sapperton Manor, Church Broughton in Derby, by kind permission of Robert Prince and Colin Prince. Are they an item? What's that? I don't even know who they are. But I like the idea that it's in a manor. And, you should support these things. Because this has been going on for some time. They've got all sorts of people who support it. Princess Anne's been there, because she's an outdoorsy person. They like things like that. So we're all in favour of those. All in favour of those sort of things. The countryside. Actually, somebody sent me in a DVD. And it says the other morning, this is from Robin Chertsey, you were speaking about Morris dancing that your producer hadn't seen. My wife's uncle, Jim Brooks, was very well known on the Morris, or in the Morris world, for instructing and leading Morris dancing. When he died, I videoed the Morris dances at his funeral and wake, so I've copied it for you on this DVD. I hope you'll enjoy it. So I shall... Oh, nice. I like seeing that. People banging sticks on the top of the coffin. That'll be great, won't it? Love it. Steve, I'm just so loving your programme this morning. I've just booked to go to Vietnam and Cambodia, and your travel stories are getting me excited. Yes, actually, a friend of mine is going to Vietnam and Cambodia. Boston on Saturday, says Sharon from Stanmore. Then Orlando, followed by Mumbai at the end of the month. Always take you with me to the Fab Global app. I keep saying to people, if you really want to go around the world and listen to LBC, just download the app. It doesn't cost you anything to download it. It's absolutely free. All you have to do is go to lbc.co.uk. You go to the podcast page, download the app. It'll take a few seconds. And then once you've got it on your phone, it's there as an app. You just push it and you can listen to LBC. And you are never lost without it. So you might be in a part of the world you go, oh, I wish I could hear Steve Allen. You can. And you can hear Ian Dale and Nick Ferrari, and you can relive Mistrust the other day. And we won't charge you to listen abroad. Your phone company might, but we won't. It's as simple as that. But then you can, just check you've got roaming off and you'll be absolutely fine. And people hear it all over the place and they download all the programmes and it's well worth free. Free. Do you remember at one time they used to charge people? Bill in London says, currently Heathrow on my way to Mount Kilimanjaro, all for underprivileged kids. How fantastic. Mount Kilimanjaro. Even though I'm suffering from a recent knee replacement, I'm determined to succeed. So can you give me an adrenaline boost that I really need? I love the show. Mount Kilimanjaro. What a beautiful place. What a beautiful place. I mean, there are places in the world and you go, I wouldn't mind going there. Mount Kilimanjaro would be on my list. It's beautiful. They were showing something the other day, famous places in France and Italy, where one of them was a big cave. They discovered it a few years ago, and when you go right to the back of the cave, and it was quite big, all these prehistoric cave paintings and things like that. And then they went to Pompeii, and you suddenly, you think that when Vesuvius erupted, it sort of obliterated everything. Well, most of the buildings were still standing. It's just the roofs might have been blown off. But it was huge. I thought it would just be a little road or something like that, but no, they've got paintings inside the houses which determine how rich you were in those days. I'd have loved it. I'd have loved to go there. I've not been to there either. I need to go. I need to get out a bit more. Oh, yeah, I've got to get my passport done first of all. Graham and Hudson in Winchester said, my 10-month-old boy and I have just left the hospital, having spent a second night there. Staff are amazing and he's feeling better. Great to hear your wit and wisdom on the radio on the journey back. Everybody's in hospital. I was telling my driver today I spent a lot of time in hospital. lot of time having little procedures done and things like that. Morning, trust you well. 12 minutes to 5. But I mean, give or take a few seconds. Nobody cares, do they? Sandy from Peterborough says, back now from my knee surgery. It's so painful. It's black and blue and swollen. Hopefully it'll get a lot better. Oh, it will. You'll look back on it and go, do you know, I remember when it was black and blue and swollen. I always remember things like that. Gareth from Banbury, currently Chelsea, New York. He said, listening to it 11:43 p.m. in New York City via the Global app. LBC's been keeping me company on my work trip. Back home to Jen and the kids Thursday, and I'll even be listening to LBC via the Global app 30,000 feet in the air. Do you remember when they put telephones in aeroplanes in the seats in front of you? And yeah, I've used one before. You have to go, guess where I am? We're on the runway at Heathrow, and I'm on the telephone. And I thought, well, wait a minute, if you're using the telephone on the seat in front of you, you might as well use your own mobile, which now you can. It doesn't seem to affect anything at all. Before, they would say, turn it off and everything else. I love people being thrown off planes. I'm very happy about that. Yeah, you get people who sort of say, put your mask on. And they go, I don't have to put it on or we'll have you removed from the plane. And in America, they didn't mess around at all. Here we go. Stephen, he says, we're listening from Koh Samui. That's pretty, isn't it? That's very pretty where you are. Thailand. He says, it's been raining all week, bar a couple of days, but my wife and I don't care. We've got you with us making us laugh. That looks beautiful. Look at that. You're on an empty beach. They're on the, I think this was 4:48 in the morning. That's like now, right. And it's the Nora Buri Resort and Spa. God, that beach is empty. Mind you, that time of the morning, who the hell's going to be there? We're just having a look at other things you can do in Koh Samui. Drink, apparently very popular. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, look at that. My goodness me. Temples, everything. Really beautiful. Hotels look nice. Each of these rooms here in these villas have all got their own pools up in the air. I love it. I've always wanted to walk out of the front door and jump straight into a pool. And I did one year because the drain got blocked. And I remember jumping over it, da-da, and soaking wet. Steve, loving the programme. Loving the programme. It just said. Oh, you haven't? Oh, OK. One from Dave in Tottenham. My late partner Lynn and I went to Pompeii a few years ago. You could spend a week there and you still wouldn't see it all. It's huge. Absolutely huge, isn't it? Noel. Happy Christmas. Says, loving the programme. Jambo. I was born in a town at the foot of Mount Kilimanjaro called Moshi. Woke up to that beautiful mountain every morning. Looked like a big cupcake with white icing. How lovely, Noel. That is absolutely beautiful. We're looking at the pictures of it, and it's just sensational. It really, absolutely beautiful. See, I like things like that. Imagine, the trouble is, you wake up and you look at your view every morning, and you might be one of those people who lives in a place where, your view is the back of another building. Or in the case of London, flats, looking into somebody else's flat. I used to worry about things like that years ago. Now I really couldn't care less. But Pompeii, I think it might have to go on my little bucket list. Catherine says, do you remember when people could smoke on planes? Absolutely. I think the last airline to stop it were Iberia, which was the Italian airline. Spanish, is it Iberia? Well, anyway, everybody smoked. I can remember we were sitting there and somebody had a cat on the plane in a cage. Years ago. And anyway, the door fell open to the cockpit. Both the pilots got fags on and the stewardess has got a fag on as well. Seriously, the door fell open. I remember thinking, oh, God, I hope it gets us. Yeah, you could always say, is it possible to have a little look in the cockpit? Sorry, just sort of something. But, yes, I remember when you could smoke on planes. I remember when you could smoke on trains and buses, but only on the upstairs. Like, that made a difference. I saw somebody on a bus about a month ago. He was vaping on the bus, and I glared at him, and he stopped vaping. You're not supposed to vape on buses. There's a big sign that says "Don't vape." Either you can read it or you can't. There's a story on the front of one of the papers. This is one for you. You'll like this one. You'll like this. The story is a BBC star fathered a love child with a stripper, but dumped her by text when he found out she was pregnant. The prime-time presenter made the woman sign a gagging order to stop her from wrecking his career. He's had no contact with his girl since she was born. The stripper said, "I'm sure my daughter is not the only one." She can't still be stripping, surely. I mean, this might be years ago. I've got no idea, actually. But we were trying to work out this particular presenter obviously is well known enough because he's got a catchphrase. And apparently he wrote his catchphrase across her boobs. The married dad went on to enjoy a 6-month fling with the busty dancer. He got her pregnant and she gave birth to a daughter. But the TV favourite, who we are not naming, has had no contact with the girl nor her mum since she was born, nor has he paid any maintenance. That's an interesting one, isn't it? His daughter is aware of who her famous father is and is said to be eager to meet him. He'll be absolutely bricking it this morning, don't you think? Whoever it is. Apparently, the brunette stripper who signed a gagging order demanded by the Star told The Sun he was working on a show in the area when I met him at a nightclub. I went in and asked him to sign my shirt. He smiled, grabbed my pen and signed his famous catchphrase across my boobs. So anyway, she ended up contacting lawyers who demanded a DNA test to be carried out. And the Star attended the screening with a male relative, despite strict rules to preserve the integrity of the testing. So it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, this name surely is going to be all over the internet. So this is prime time presenter who's got a catchphrase on the BBC. I can't remember how many people on the BBC have got catchphrases. I mean, I had one on this programme, which caught on. No, it's not me, definitely not me. But I had a catchphrase on this programme, because somebody said to me, "You need a catchphrase, Steve," that everybody was saying. I said, "Listen, I've got this catchphrase. I promise you, in about 2 months' time, everybody will be saying it. So simple. Merry Christmas." It works every year. I might bring it back, actually, this year. I might bring it back. But a BBC primetime presenter with a catchphrase. I mean, yes, please don't text him with names, because we don't know. I mean, so whatever it would be a guess on it. But it can't be long before somebody goes, "This is who we think it is." And you know what the internet's like. I've even seen people who've taken out these gagging orders against newspapers go onto the internet, say, "Who is this person?" They'll say, "This is so-and-so, so-and-so." And you go, "Oh, my God. Oh, my God." Because people do it if they think there's a story out that's going to damage them. But this is somebody who has a child with a stripper. He's a married person, prime time, with a catchphrase. Not too easy to find many of those. He gets her pregnant. She visits him every so often. He sends cars, and he doesn't pay any maintenance for his child, and he's never seen his child, but the child is aware of who he is. So what's to stop the child going to the newspapers, however old this child is? She might be 18, I've got no idea, and saying, "This is who he is." Just signing a gagging order nowadays, somebody's going to go, "I'm terribly sorry, but this is in the child's best interest." You can't just have a gagging order. It's like, somebody was murdered by somebody, but they signed a gagging order, so we're not going to tell you who it was. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, very interesting. Ant Middleton was a hard man on Celeb SAS. He claims, ever since he was dropped from the programme, that all his celebrity friends have agreed not to appear on the programme. I don't quite see that, Ant. He's obviously very bitter about the whole thing and is trying to work out how he can sort of cling on to his 5 minutes of fame. There's somebody else doing it at the moment, but they seem to have no trouble getting people to appear on the SAS celebrity version. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but I'm sure they're marvellous. It is official. The police have said, Metropolitan Police, that they will attend every burglary. And when are they supposed to find the time to solve these things? How is that going to be? It's not going to happen at all. It really isn't. There's outrage at a nurse in the paper today who said Tory voters don't deserve to be resuscitated. She's quite clearly a very stupid nurse. What do you do? Do you ask somebody when they come in, "Sorry, who are you voting for?" "Well, we're not resuscitating you, love. Definitely not." What a stupid person. What a stupid woman. Absolutely ridiculous. Britain's dullest man, I know, I thought the same thing, set a new low with his latest calendar, village notice boards. He's had things in the past, the calendar of drawing pins and things like that, but he set a new low with village notice boards. I think village notice boards are really good. I used to stop and read them outside churches. There'd be parish notices, and I would stop and read them. You know, and I wanted to buy the calendar. I didn't see any reason why we shouldn't. So Kelly Osmond's having a baby. Top chess players are boozing to cope with stress. God, they're boring people, aren't they? I mean, seriously. Knight to rook 7, you know. Oh, who cares? I really couldn't care less about it. Dawn Neeson's column we get round to. And North Korea fires a missile further than ever before. Actually got to the end of the road this time. If only you could strap old what's-it onto it and see how that would last. Kim Jong-un, poor old little tubby thing, honestly, with his funny little haircut. But so they fired this missile, and people are going, oh, lovely. I thought he'd grown up. He obviously hasn't grown up at all. We were hoping. Currently, Steve, out in the middle of the North Sea fishing for pollock. I work on a sea trawler. Oh, how interesting. Has this person sent in before? I always like to check and see if it is. Apparently it's about to get very windy today in the UK. Well, yes, because it's winter storms. We get winter storms in at this time of the year. And they have written before. Have they said what they do for a living? They probably work in a shop, I should imagine, trying to make themselves out to be more interesting than they really are. Oh, I work on a trawler fishing for pollock. Yeah. Well, have they said that before? Or? No, they've never said before. So I'm assuming they don't fish for pollock in the middle of the north. I'm sorry. So you're in the middle of the scene, you're listening to the radio, you go, oh, I must text Steve Allen and say we're fishing for pollock. I think the clue is in the word. I'm so glad you mentioned the Have You Got a Mortgage piece between Beth Rigby and lying Liz Truss, says Marv. I tried to explain to my friends, but I couldn't quite find the words to describe her reaction and facial expression. I mean, she knew what the answer was. She was just messing around and being silly, hoping that the question would go away. And yet I think most of the interviews she did, in fact, I think all of them were pre-recorded, just in case she really dropped herself in it. But, you know, so how do you feel about remortgaging? The interest rate, no, how do you feel about remortgaging? Because people who need to remortgage because they can't afford are not going to be able to afford to pay the mortgage back, are they? The interest rate, oh, goodness sake, love. Goodness sake. Dreadful. And apparently Dave says, your comment about surviving 43 years has reminded me that LBC is 50 next year. Wow. Can we have a huge CD set or podcast of highlights from the whole 50 years? We didn't do podcasts 50 years ago. We didn't do them. We didn't have podcasts. But, I mean, there is probably early Steve Allen that exists out there somewhere. You'll probably find it on YouTube.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. I think this week's dragging. Perhaps it's the Tory party conference that's dragging. Every day we go, are they still in conference? Yes. Do they all pay their 60 quid a seat? Yes. Is anybody interesting there? No. Has Liz Truss exonerated herself? No. Are they still throwing knives in her back? Yes. Will she be gone by Christmas? They think so. To be replaced by? Could be Boris. Could be Boris. But it'll be, I mean, that would be the shortest run, wouldn't it, really? I don't think anybody's going to be that short. But the trouble is, fancy U-turning. I seem to remember Thatcher was very famous for going, the lady is not for turning. You know, whereas, in fact, that's what Liz Truss said, obviously tried to... I mean, the trouble is, every time I see her being interviewed, and I'm always fascinated because you can tell so much from people's voices. Thatcher had voice training. I've got a tape at home of her being taught how to lower her voice to make people listen more intently. And so the interviewer would lean forward because they couldn't quite hear what she was saying. And it was her way of getting over the fact. And I thought very clever. I don't think Liz Truss has been for voice training. I'm pretty certain. So Frank Williams, you know, from racing car fame, left 14.4 million in his will. I was watching a programme the other day. I'm always fascinated by these programmes on the television, which is Britain's Most Expensive Homes. And this one was lovely. I think it was in Highgate, and it came with land and security, 40 million. I mean, it looked beautiful, and they didn't have any joy selling it to anybody because, you know, most British people didn't have 40 million lying around. It had to go to a specialist market. So they found somebody in this estate agency, one of the big ones, who dealt with Russian people. It was obviously some time ago, as you can well imagine, because we wouldn't be selling anything to Russia at the moment, least of all houses. And she had somebody on the phone, and she was saying, and she was doing it all in Russian, but they put the translation up because the actual estate agent from this, I don't have to do that, I said, but she was doing it, but she was speaking in Russian and showing her all the house on her telephone. And she said, I think she's interested, because this woman who was showing around was Russian. And I thought, oh, because they appear to be the only ones who have money. Where it comes from, you don't ask. You know, if you have to ask, you're in the wrong business. And all they wanted to do was just sell this house. But she apparently was interested, but then in the end she wasn't. So she didn't buy. It had everything. It had a glass lift that went up the middle of the house. It was a new build. And it was very nice. And I thought, even if I had 40 million, God knows what the outgoings on that house would be. You know, you could be looking at $250,000 every year just on maintaining the grounds, getting the grass cut and stuff like that. Everything like that is terribly expensive, terribly expensive. 1 in 3 homes actually now attract an offer within an hour of viewing, but within a certain parameter. I think you have to, you know, if you're looking at the £40 million market, the commission earned on that would be very good. But it's probably houses. I mean, I still can't believe you can buy houses under 50,000 quid. I see them on the television. They're coming up for auction, and these people buy something they've never seen before. And then they go in there and they go, yeah, because I've got a number of properties. Yeah, we'll do this one up. But because when they do the houses for people who everything's collapsed and they want to, you know, they go out there and they build 10 days they do it in. But some of these other people, one of them I looked at, it was full of pigeons in the loft. It was, this place was so filthy and dirty. Anyway, within 4 months, this house was pristine. I looked at it thinking, blimey. I mean, that's, you know, you get people in there now and they just sort of take over and it looks really nice, really, really good. So an offer within an hour of viewing. That's why, if you see a house that you want to go for, not at the moment, of course, not at the moment, because I reckon people would go, I've got the mortgage arranged. Sorry, we don't have the mortgage arranged. We're going to have to pull out because, you know, people can't afford to do it. Really can't. Will Mellor from Strictly is plotting the rocky road to the Glitterball fame. I hope he gets it, because we haven't read anything about Will Mellor at all. He's one of these sort of, he's an actor, he just gets on with it, he keeps quiet, whereas the other ones, oh, I'm doing this so my parents can see me smile again, goes the Skelton woman, you know, after my divorce. And then somebody wrote some stupid thing on Twitter, basically saying, you know, her ex-husband must be looking now and feeling very jealous. I thought, of course he's not. He ditched her for somebody else. Why would he be remotely interested in what she's doing now? Pete the Pool Man says, one more closed for winter today, Steve. This one stays open all year round, and I've a new, very glamorous pool that I'm starting tomorrow. The owner doesn't live in the £12 million house, but wants me to go in weekly and tend the pool. Wow. I didn't. Well, we don't identify where these houses are, so it doesn't make any difference. I mean, would you know where that house is? You don't know where that house is at all. Yeah, it's your neighbour. It's quite nice, isn't it, for sort of a modern thing? But also, you need your pool looking after. I can remember there was a place in Florida. The people came back, and there was an alligator in their pool. It had crawled in through the netting, because they don't have very deep pools in America. You know, not on most of the houses built on the estate. It's basically somewhere to waggle your feet in, which works. There was another story about a crocodile, was there? Oh, there was a story about a couple who were in the paper today. They went out to Africa on a nature trip. And anyway, they got murdered and their bodies were thrown into sleeping bags and they were thrown into a lake. And unfortunately, this couple, respected botanist Rob Saunders and his wife Rachel, spent 6 months a year scouring wild mountains and forests for sought-after stock for their mail-order business. But they met a gruesome end when they were targeted, kidnapped and beaten to death. For what reason, I've got no idea. But they will find the people. And then they got thrown into this lake and the crocodiles set upon them. But by that time, they were dead. Evil people. Well, South Africa was even worse, when they had people sort of taking over, you know, white farmers' lands and things like that. I mean, that was particularly bad. People were being killed left, right and centre, all under the guise of we want it back kind of thing. But as opposed to just sort of turfing people out, people being murdered. It was a dreadful situation. What else we got? The medal from the first Olympics sells for $25,000 for about the 1890s, I think. It looks... I don't know what you do with something like that. I suppose you have it framed or something. And what was the other one? Oh, Meghan's back again. She loves the publicity about herself, whereas in fact, really, she didn't get anything for Suits because it was so dreary. She's using her podcast to attack Asian stereotypes in Hollywood. Lovely, lovely. So this BBC star fathering a love child is on the front page of The Sun this morning. And I'm quite sure that people will be sort of writing in going, oh, Steve, I think it's so-and-so, so-and-so. And other people will be saying, who cares? But then you think, if you fathered a child with somebody, but you were worried about your career, then you would still want to pay. Would you not want to pay maintenance or something? I would have thought so. Although, strangely, Katie Price didn't ever want any money for Harvey from his father at all. She'd said, yeah, he just left. But she said before, oh, perhaps I wouldn't mind some money. But then she should have pursued this further, so she can get money for him. You know, the father of the child who's just carrying on with his life blindly. But there you go. So Scooby-Doo's character, Velma Dinkley, has been confirmed as gay. Supervising producer, Tony Savone, says he's longed to confirm it on screen and was finally allowed to with this film. One fan tweet reads, oh my God, lesbian Velma, finally. I mean, does it seriously make... Well, I mean, it's ridiculous. Director James Gunn, who wrote the live-action films where Velma was played by Linda Cardellini, said she was lesbian in the initial script. He said, but the studio just kept watering it down, becoming ambiguous, the version shot, and then nothing, the released version, and finally having a boyfriend, the sequel. So they said, no, she's gay. Nobody'd ever thought about it. No, I mean, it certainly hadn't crossed my mind at all. But I quite like the idea that Velma said the live action. I never saw the live action one, I don't think. Or perhaps I did. I can't remember. I might have done. It wasn't very... I know. You see, you can't take a cartoon and then sort of turn it into something else. Disgraced Rolf Harris is battling cancer and being fed by a tube. He's being cared for round the clock by nurses. And he's 92. Neighbours said Harris was knocked badly by the death of his poodle. Everybody's talking about dogs at the moment. Have you noticed? They were talking about dogs because there was that woman who was attacked by these dogs, and they were all put down. And I know what you're going to come up with, because Darren mentioned it as well. No such thing as a bad dog. There's bad owners who don't train their dogs. You can see, if ever you see somebody walking down the street and the dog is straining, they're not a trained dog. They've just bought a dog. Also, you see lots of people with these little tiny puppies, who shouldn't even be out on the streets anyway. It's ridiculous. Girls Aloud are wearing pyjamas for charity to honour Sarah Harding. I'm sure she'd be thrilled to know they were wearing pyjamas. It's some deal that they've done with Primark, I think, to mark Breast Awareness Month. So they've all been sort of done up, and they're doing this other thing as well. Was it a concert they were doing or something? But they're not going to be singing because they don't think it's right. It will be at some point. They just don't think it is at the moment. And Liz, in all the papers today, takes on her enemies, and that's not including the ones in her own party. She's also going to try and ram through a short Rwanda bill to stop Euro judges blocking deportation of migrants. How much money have we paid to Rwanda? It's millions, isn't it? Just keeping the plane sitting on the tarmac with nobody on it must be the biggest funny thing they've ever had. And Priti Patel just walks away from it. Not a clue. Not a clue. Love Island winner, Ekin Su, somebody has signed up for Dancing on Ice. Well, you've got to do something, dear, haven't you? I thought she was a very successful actress. Obviously not. Also, TV star Mark Wright helped over the London Marathon finishing line by a runner who had no idea of his celebrity status. Hasn't got a celebrity status. I don't think he's done anything for ages, has he? I mean, she's working more. Leon Swift stopped to help him. They said his legs were going. I was unaware of who he was. I just took him as another runner. Well, he is another runner. That's all he is. He's another runner. He just happened to go in for the marathon. So they got a picture taken. So that's very exciting. Defeated Rebecca Vardy posted a cryptic message. You really are making it worse for yourself, stupid, aren't you? Don't post any cryptic messages. After learning she's got to pay £800,000 of Colleen Rooney's legal bills by November, she says on Instagram, this is how stupid she is, it's always the ones with the dirty hands pointing the fingers. You really are thick, aren't you? My God, what an embarrassment you must be. But anyway, she's been ordered to make the initial payment, and then the rest of it, they're yet to draw up the final figure. Could go even higher than $1.5 million, which is good. But interestingly enough, as well as the legal bill for Colleen, Rebecca has to pay her own costs, which also are into 7 figures. You're even more stupid than I imagine. But don't start posting cryptic messages saying, you know, always the ones with the dirty hands pointing the fingers. You lost in court. She didn't lose in court. You were the nasty one. You were the nasty one. So, you know, you should never do things like that. It'll come back and bite you, dear. We can only live in hope. I've only just remembered, actually, and very remiss of me, and I do apologise, there's another train strike today. But these are the services affected. East Midlands Railway, Chiltern Railways, West Midlands Railway, South Eastern, Northern Trains, London Overground, Avanti West Coast and Cross Country. No services will run on any route. Great Western Railway, extremely limited service from 07:30 to 6:30. Rail services will only operate between Bristol, Temple Meads and London Paddington, Reading and Oxford and Reading and Basingstoke. On LNER, no service to and from stations north of York, and LNER is advising customers not to travel to or from stations north of York. A limited service will run only on these routes: London, King's Cross and York, and Doncaster and Leeds. TransPennine Express, very limited service on some lines. Customers advised to travel only if journeys are essential. The company will continue to provide further updates as soon as possible. Greater Anglia, people told to avoid travelling, with most routes not expected to have trains or bus replacements. And you have to check. So what impact will the strike have? While South Western Railways, C2, Southern, Great Northern, Thameslink or Gatwick Express will not be taking part, they have warned that the service may be busier than usual, so passengers are advised to check before they travel and allow extra time for the journey. I have to be honest, with all these strikes, and, you know, we've managed to get into work, we've managed to get out of work and all the rest of it, but it's not actually having any impact. But it's not having any impact on anywhere. They haven't got their money. And how many times they've been out on strike at the moment? They've been out on strike loads of times. And what have they got? Nothing. Not a penny piece, apart from Mick turning up on celebrity programmes on the television to sort of give of his wit and wisdom. But so far, they've achieved nothing. They haven't got any money back. There's nothing. They go out on strike. They don't get paid. You know, the rail companies are delighted. Makes no difference. They couldn't care less. They can brazen it out. I think that Mick Lynch thought that this was going to be a walk in the park, but it's turned out not to be a walk in the park, because the amount of times that they've been out on strike, you would think by now that the railway companies would be putting their hands in their pocket and giving money to people. But they're not. And so they're still going out on strike to achieve nothing. All Mick Lynch kept going on about is, you know, how much people are earning. Well, I was surprised to discover how much train drivers were earning. Very surprised. So we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Listening to you on the way home, says Phil, like I normally do here in Auckland. Just wondering if you've ever been there. No, it rains in New Zealand. That's all it's famous for, rain. He says, we're off on holiday in February to the South Island. Been there before, amazing scenery. Yeah, didn't they film part of Jurassic Park in New Zealand? I think so. Lord of the Rings. No, I think they did Jurassic Park. The opening shots of Jurassic Park in New Zealand. You know, where they come in on the helicopter. I'm pretty certain that's New Zealand. Very, very wrong, as you know, Joe. But, you know, I don't mind until you prove it. Yeah, Hawaii. Well, it's pretty close, New Zealand. Love my Slurpee tea. Thank you very much indeed. So there's a story here of a football fan who was charged how much for a pint at his club's bar? £7. No, £435.60. That's close. West Ham supporter Gary Ollard fancied a beer, but instead of being billed £6.60, an IT glitch charged him for 66 pints. The delay in getting a refund meant the Hammers fan of Milton Keynes missed the first half of his side's 2-0 win against Wolves at the London Stadium. He often goes to the games with his girlfriend called Zoe Johnson. OK. And he wrote to the club saying, I've never been more frustrated. This error has forced me to go into my overdraft and incur late payment charges. West Ham said it was out of our control, as they would, because their kiosks are run by a third-party operator, Delaware North, which has been contacted. Because I love the way, well, we're not doing anything about it. No, we sublet that. Having to deal with them. And you think to yourself, it's not very clever, is it, really? But poor soul, I feel a bit sorry. Builders drying a family's flooded house out, unfortunately heated it to 50 degrees centigrade, which promptly boiled their 5 goldfish alive. And she'd only just won one a short while ago from a fun fair. Did that happen to your goldfish as well? You had a goldfish? I'm not surprised. I can just briefly had a goldfish. I know. We had one many years ago. We just flushed it down the toilet when it died. What else did you do with it? You didn't give it a Christian burial, did you? You did bury it. What for? What for? Ghastly. But anyway, mum of 3, Emmeline, said it was awful because the other dead pets were Good, Bad and Ugly and Darth Vader. So anyway, they've got a 4-bed home in Thetford in Norfolk worth $385,000. Down here, 1.2 million, but, you know, up in Thetford, it's a bit cheaper. But she said the heat broke their TV, turned candles to liquid and warped furniture and doors. Royal Sun Alliance have apologised and said it offered compensation for the disruption. I should bloody well think so. What, so somebody turned the heating up to 50 degrees and the goldfish died? I'd be dragging you through the courts. It's absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Apparently, some like it hot when it comes to curry, but most of us prefer to tackle a tamer tikka. Super fiery vindaloo was only 6th in a list of our top 10 Indian dishes, while a madras came in 4th. Tikka masala was voted number 1. So British. So British, tikka masala, isn't it? While the very mild korma came 2nd, followed by Rogan Josh, which only registers as medium in the heat scale. 4 of the top dishes were mild or very mild, with 4 medium and 2 hot. Dopiaza, I think that's how you pronounce it, I don't know, rice company Tilda, which did the poll for a National Curry Week thing, also found 14% didn't eat it at all. Oh, I love a curry. Oh, I love a curry. I'm not really a spice fan, not really, no, but I do like a curry. I was saying to my driver, I'm not really. I can have dry, so I can have chicken tikka, but not chicken tikka masala because of the sauce. Chicken tikka is just the meat in the tandoori oven, which is that's a bit boring by itself, isn't it? It's just meat. I can get that anywhere. Not particularly bothered about that sort of stuff. But no, I mean I gave up curries as well. Lovely Professor Jonathan Shalit. You know, you must be psychic, because I was thinking about him this morning. I don't know why I was thinking we haven't actually heard from him for a little while, and so he writes a really long email. It's a text, isn't it? It's a text. Thank you. He says, "I'm hungry." He says today is the Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, which is centred on atonement and repentance, when your Jewish friends, at least the observant ones, fast for 24 hours. Anyway, he says to more important matters, your global colleague Mark Wright has been very busy filming 2 TV series. I knew he'd come back on this one. You can always guarantee, if you want to get Jonathan writing at this time of the morning, one for the BBC, A Right Old Adventure with his brother and father, which is a new travel series celebrating all that's great, adventurous and fun about holidaying in Britain. Might have to take issue on that one there. Didn't we have somebody who went up there and tried to extol the delights of Blackpool to us? And the other series, I can't tell you. He said, but just completed filming overseas. So he can't tell me what it is, but it's overseas, where Mark had to broadcast his live Saturday Heart Radio show from the location. So his brilliant agent, Professor Jonathan Shalit, OBE, chairman of Intertalent, keeps him very busy as ever. He says, very best to you, Steve. Good to hear you slurping. I hope Yorkshire tea. I don't know what it is. I keep asking Jonathan. It just turns up here. It doesn't seem to come with anything, but it's quite delicious. Quite delicious. Listen, good luck with the fasting. Good luck with the fasting, because I've never done it, but I've spoken to people before and they go, oh dear, you end up feeling quite weak with the whole thing. But you'll get through it. You'll get through it. He's doing 24 hours, and then he can go mad. Then he can go absolutely mad. But lovely to hear from you this morning. I hope you are well. And, well, just try not to think about I won't mention food on the programme at all this morning, just in case. Steve, thank you for Tippery, the British corner shop. Mince pies ordered, says Penny from Bexley. Yeah. Which is good. We were talking... Oh, see, I'm talking about food again. I can't help it. Sorry, Jonathan, put your fingers in your ears. You have to do la-la. It lasted about 2 seconds. It was... I got Walker's. They do these mince pies with Glenfiddich whiskey in, 12-year-old Glenfiddich whiskey. And I have to be honest, popped in the oven for a few minutes with some thick double cream or custard or even ice cream. is a little bit of a delight. I'm not going to mention it again. Jonathan Shalit will start writing hate mail. He'll have a little Steve Allen doll at home. He'll be putting pins into it. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. A boat builder has unveiled designs for a super yacht, £22 million, which can also travel underwater for 4 days. That's called a submarine, isn't it? That's what I thought. But anyway, U-Boat Works says its Nautilus vessel will have a pool, bar and sun deck, yet be capable of diving to a depth of 200 metres. What's the point of having a pool? You're in water. Why would that be interesting? And it's also got a bar and a sun deck. You're under the water. I don't quite get that bit at all. But it's going to cost $22 million. I think we'll leave that one for some time, shall we? So I was going to ask Jonathan Shalit, actually, who is Matt Goss's agent? Because they got him onto Strictly. Mind you, I think he could be off very shortly, because he's not a dancer. Some people have got natural... How many clients, I wonder, has Professor Jonathan got in Strictly? I bet he's got about 3. If not 4. That's just the kind of thing he does. He seems to have, if you look at the catalogue of people he's got for Intertalent, I mean, he seems to have just about everybody in this building. Seriously, in this building. But Matt's trousers, says Anton Dubek, were a size too small. I still like that line. Apparently we had a woman in the front row with a nut allergy. We had to get her out quick. I have to laugh about these things. And Alison Hammond had some fresh A-list friends to hang out with. Rami Malek and Margot Robbie, talking about their comedy murder movie, Amsterdam. But, you see, why was Dermot not with her? Should they not do a double-header? It's a double-header programme. Dermot should be with her doing the thing as well. But anyway, yesterday The Sun told how photographer Pedro Alberto Orquera, who'd taken pictures of Margot, was beaten up and had his arms broken by bystanders after she pointed him out to her friends in the street. We told you this story the other day. They said, hopefully, Alison managed to sneak out in her detective outfit unscathed. Poor old Alison, poor old Alison. And Pam Ayres has received the royal seal of approval for her new show. She managed to get King Charles to appear on the next episode to be screened this Friday during a visit to Highgrove, run by his foundation, and is next to his home. But does he not lose Highgrove? Does he not lose it and it goes to William? I mean, I'm not sure how this works, because I thought Charles had already said that he was going to go and live in Buckingham Palace. He's not going to live in Clarence House, so what they're going to do with that, I've got no idea. I mean, there's hardly any members of the royal family. Well, the Highgrove he's got, hasn't he, in Gloucestershire. But then if he's going to be working as king, I mean, the Queen she had various other houses around the country, didn't she? But she went there, but that was when she was taking breaks. I don't think she did sort of anything else. I mean, for her, it was a lifetime of work. And judging by the amount of work we've seen Charles doing already, he's not going to have enough time to go back to Highgrove in Gloucestershire, is he? Poor soul. Kate Garraway, I'll tell you about in a moment, because she had more than she bargained for on ITV's DNA Journey.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6. I love Jonathan Shalit. So the people he represents on Strictly, I was right. I said 3. And he's got the head judge, Shirley Ballas, Molly Rainford, the star of Nova Jones, biggest TV show on CBBC, and professional dancer Karen Hauer, who is the longest-serving dancer on the show. I said 3, and I was absolutely right. As I say, he's got his fingers in more pies than anything. Oh, sorry, food again. I'm so sorry, Jonathan. I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to mention food for anybody else who is sort of trying not to think about it if you are fasting. Not so great, is it? So Kate Garraway, she got more than she bargained for on ITV's DNA Journey. The Good Morning Britain host, who appears alongside Alison Hammond in tomorrow night's episode, found she's got family links to 2 Bonds. Michael Bond, Paddington's creator, and James Bond via 007 creator Ian Fleming. And so she's discovered that she's the daughter of children's writer Michael. And then during a trip to Jamaica, she learned an ancestor was in the elite T-Force unit during World War II, and that was the inspiration for Fleming's Screen Spy. They said she was dumbfounded. She never expected the show would come up with so many revelations. Who was it? I was trying to think. There was a celebrity that they put on the programme, and it turned out that most of their family were criminals. They'd been deported to Australia and all sorts of things, so they decided not to show it because it didn't paint them in a particularly good light. But it's very clever, actually. And she found out about the personal sacrifice of her 3 times great-granddad, who played a part in helping to improve people's rights. And as I say, I mean, that's amazing, isn't it? You can come up with so much stuff, but a lot of people like to trace their family history now. You can go online, there's different companies, and you join them, and you can go so far. Because you can do a lot of it with sort of local church parish records, but then you only go so far, and then you need to sort of get some more help from everybody else. But lots of people do it. There was somebody in our family, my Auntie Joan and Uncle Stan, they actually started it. Well, my Uncle Stan started doing it to sort of look at the family tree so you could see where everybody came from and where they all were. And he was doing quite well. Then sadly he died, and then she died as well. So I don't think it went any further, actually. Ash says, good morning, Steve. My lordy, do I love a curry. Why do some people insist on having one that's hotter than the core of the sun, though? I don't know why some people do not taste hot curries. It's like middle of summer. You'll see people walking around with jumpers on. They don't feel the heat for some peculiar reason. But the end result of curry consumption, he said a mild curry is the way to go. He said, don't judge me. He said, I can only do mild curry. And I don't have it very often. I'll do it every so often. And what I'll do is I'll buy it ready-made because, there's no point in trying to make it yourself. And I'll take it out with a spoon so I don't put very much sauce in. And then I add some rice so the rice absorbs the sauce. And I'll generally put 2 in there because chicken's cheap, isn't it? I always think. And so people like chicken. It is a bit late. Well, that's what Dan had. He had chicken and rice, but he didn't make it. His new Bezzy mate has made him sort of chicken and rice, his housemate. Oh, right. So the housemate... Right, what did you cook the night before? Chicken with rice. Something lovely, yeah. Chicken and rice again. It's obviously the standard thing, isn't it? Steve, my wife's car was hit whilst parked. I've just got the bill for £775. The culprit had not left any contact details. Are there no decent people left these days? Is that why we have insurance, says South Downs Net? Yes. I mean, I remember once there was a story in the paper about somebody who got hit by a car, and they got out and said, look what you've done to my car, I need all your details. He went, I haven't got any insurance. The amount of police interceptor programmes where they stop kids driving cars who've got no driving licence and no insurance, and they're out on the road because they're particularly stupid. And you see there was somebody who's just been sent to prison, actually, because he knocked down and killed a young girl on the road. Luckily, they sent him to prison for 6 years. Should have been 20 years, but you can't have everything, can you? I find it absolutely unbelievable. Jonathan says, I join you live from a hotel by Heathrow in keen anticipation of flying to Las Vegas this morning. I should still be asleep, but my travelling companion has taken it upon herself to start snoring like a locomotive, so that's off the cards. Looking forward to having breakfast and a pint, followed by an 11-hour flight. Is it 11 hours to Vegas? Lovely. Mind you, the city that never sleeps. Well, nobody sleeps there. They just change the staff. You very rarely walk around the casino and find people whizzing a Hoover round, at 3 a.m. because there's people standing there by the fruit machines. So they just get on with it. It's the city that never sleeps, and it's got everything. So it sounds fantastic. I'm very jealous. I was talking to somebody the other day, actually, a friend of mine. I said, I couldn't remember if you'd been to Vegas. And he said, I haven't. I said, you should go. You should definitely go. It is a place to go to because it's adult Disney. People like it. When did I went years ago now. And then during pandemic, it was so odd to see the whole place deserted, hotels locked up and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I liked it. I went there with a friend of mine, Daryl, and can you still smoke at the gambling tables? Can you really? Oh, my God. But we went to see loads of shows. He managed to get us free tickets for tons of shows, literally tons of shows, which was very nice indeed. Mainly because we were sort of promoting it. It was like a little travel piece. What have we got? Oh, apparently Prince Harry's wife Meghan has revealed she went to naked spas as a teenager, as opposed to what, dear, with an anorak on? I don't know. I mean, you know, I think most people go to spas and they're naked. You put a towel round you, and that's what you do, isn't it? That's what I thought. I mean, I haven't ever been to a spa. I can't bear spas. Not my sort of thing at all. The idea of sort of... I mean, the most I'll do is a sauna, and even then I'm not wild about saunas. I did have a sauna once, yes. I used to go to Heathrow. I used to go to the David Lloyd. Oh, yeah, the family that came in. That was in Austria, at the Hotel Panhans in Austria. We're out in the Tyrol, and we're sitting there, and the family came in. Mum, dad, son and daughter. The son was about 14, and the daughter was about 15, 16, all stark naked. I spent the remaining 3 minutes staring at the ceiling, thinking, you can't stare at people. Because everybody in Austria... They probably do it in Germany as well. You get into a lift with somebody, you don't say a word, you get out of the lift on your floor, and you turn around and you go, Wiedersehen. And you think, so you've stood in a lift not saying a word to anybody, and you get out the lift and you're saying goodbye to somebody you don't even know. Yeah. Do they with your parents? Oh, the sauna. Oh, God, imagine doing it with your parents. How dreadful. Fills me with absolute horror. Mind you, I did go to one up at Heathrow Airport. I used to finish at 5 a.m, and occasionally I was a member of the David Lloyd Club. And I would go up there, and there was an old boy up there who I used to see most mornings, and he would pour eucalyptus oil on the coals. It was like being enveloped by Vic Vapor Rub. It was like all of a sudden you couldn't breathe anything but Vic Vapor Rub, and it was like go through. And he used to love it. He could have, you know, temperatures of Mount Vesuvius, and I remember them one morning. And you're sort of sitting there, you know, nothing on. You've got your towel just sitting on, because it's so hot to sit on the wooden boards. And then he said something to me, and I replied, and he went, I know your voice. I went, oh. It was the last time I went to the David Lloyd Centre up at Heath. No chance. No chance. Imagine. Just listen to somebody on the radio, and then the next thing, they're sitting naked in front of you. I think not. I think not. Not the dream for me, I'm afraid. I thought it was terrible. Terrible. I see that... The Wanted's Max George and Maisie Smith are out garnering their 5 minutes of fame and publicity. You watch, this will be another one of Jonathan Shallett's, I can tell. The professor will have them. I'm trying to work out what Max George does for a living, because he was in The Wanted, but they don't exist anymore. So where does he get his money from? I don't know. I mean, she's on television. They kept their relationship under wraps. Yeah, right. No, they didn't. They, in fact, dropped every hint under the sun so they could get publicity. That's what people do now. It's playing a game. You play a game. Oh, here we are sitting on it. Oh, look, we were pictured holding hands. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Dawn Neeson talks about... you may not agree with Jacob Rees-Mogg and Michael Fabricant, but assaulting them is not the way to change things. Not all MPs are scum. Remember Joe Cox and David Amis, two politicians who cared about their constituents. Their lives were taken by nutters who viewed them as fair game. We all, yes, guilty as charged, demonise those in politics all too easily. Hell, there are some comedians who make a living out of it by implying the Muppets who throw liquid in the face of those they disagree with are some kind of heroes. It's milkshake, not acid, in most cases, but... It's okay to be angry, but take it out at the ballot box, not by potentially putting a politician in a hospital or a morgue. She's absolutely right. And a nurse went on live telly this week to say the following. People who vote Tory do not deserve to be resuscitated by the NHS. Dawn Neeson writes, stunning. I think there was another person who subscribed to the fact that folk who didn't agree with him politically should be dead. I mean, you can't kind of make it up, can you? Some amazingly naff people. It's like Alex Scott, who's got a book out, and don't we know about it? She's been on every television programme, and yet she's so private. I don't want to talk about things like that. Now she's singing like a canary. But I see that Dawn is back hosting Jeremy Vine Extra on Channel 5 every day next week. She's very good, you know. Very good indeed. I can't remember if I read whether or not she said she was doing Loose Women. Oh, that was coming. We said she should. That's right. The producer is he's now going to be working as an agent, I think, for people. Jeremy Vine. He's hardly on his own show. I know he takes so much time off, but that might be built into the contract. They do that sometimes. If somebody's earning a certain amount of money, they go, well, for 16 weeks of the year, you have to take the time off and we don't pay you. So he just leaves. Exactly. He doesn't even do the whole thing. It's not difficult. He's got 2 or 3 people on the panel. And then there's him. I mean, can't be that difficult. Can't be that difficult. What else we got? From Dave in Plymouth, Truss will get a standing ovation after her speech today. It'll be worth the same as a strictly standing ovation. They always happen. They don't count. Yes, I mean, standing ovations. I like that. People go, oh, I've got a standing ovation. I mean, you could tell when Keir Starmer was running through his sort of, Jackanory kind of situation, people were standing up and clapping and whooping, and the people on the platform with him weren't shouting, follow the, clap, 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 clap now. And so we all sort of do our seal impressions. Where he goes to, I've got no idea. Truss's speech would be very interesting. Live on LBC at 11 this morning. At 11 this morning. I mean, because I just don't see her as a speech maker. I really don't. I don't see her as being strong enough. But that's just my opinion. Somebody might have a different opinion. Monica says, my daughter has a birthday on Thursday. I ordered a gift for her last Monday. I received a text from Royal Mail on Saturday to say due to the postal strike, it won't be delivered till sometime next week. I know, because the backlog, they've only got to go on strike for one day. The backlog is immense. Absolutely immense. And there you go. I told you, Jonathan Shallett's talent agency does represent Maisie Smith. I told you. He's got everybody. Everybody. Currently starring in the theatre show Strictly Ballroom, also starting with Maisie, his intertalent client, Kevin Clifton. Unbelievable, isn't it? I'm predicting these things left, right and centre. Left, right and centre. But at least I haven't had any food, which is good news. Morning, nice to have your company. It's 12 minutes to 6. Dan says you have an amazing mix of listeners. Even this morning we've heard from people all over the world. Yeah, I mean, seriously, it is. It's that Global Player app. And Graham says, listening at Bangkok Airport while waiting for a flight home after 6 weeks holiday in Thailand, which is lovely. Curry almost every day for breakfast, lovely. Can I ever get back to eating at Greg's again? Yeah. And somebody says, you have to say and do what your radio station tells you. LBC Labour Radio Corporation. You're more stupid than you sound. Are you in a home or something at the moment? I don't have to do anything. Absolutely. Every single radio presenter that I've ever heard of, nobody ever gets dictated as to what you should talk about. Nobody would ever know my politics in a million years. I mean, you really have to be dim. I mean, God's sake, I don't mind somebody just playing stupid, like I'm fishing for pollock or waiting by Mount Kilimanjaro. But, if you are definitely thick, then we can't help you. You're not even savable, I'm afraid. Nobody's told what to say. Can you imagine somebody telling Nick Ferrari what to say on his programme, nothing else? I mean, do you really believe that? Or are you really that, Nick Ferrari, lefty? Let's work on that one, shall we? I mean, Ian Dale, lefty. Interesting. I love people like that because they really are so dim. They've got no idea how dim they really are. I'm not surprised you never put your name to it. Far too embarrassed. Just imagine if your boyfriend finds out that this is what you really think. Oh, dear. Dreadful. Lots of pictures of Liz Truss. So 11 o'clock this morning, you get the speech. What it's going to say, I've got no idea. I mean, I can't even hazard a guess at things like that. 10 pythons and boa constrictors have been discovered, kept inside small plastic tubs. In several cases, not even half their length. None had any water. Ryan Fowler, 42, another stupid person, admitted causing unnecessary suffering to a royal python that he failed to take to a vet. He also admitted to Cumbrian magistrates he failed to provide a suitable environment for all 10. He apologised for his failure. A bit difficult to apologise when you're terminally stupid, isn't it, really? He was fined £400, ordered to pay £40 victim surcharge and £750 costs, and banned from keeping reptiles for 5 years. Wish somebody'd lock you in a plastic box and leave you there. What a stupid... Only 5 years, I know. Should have been for life. Should have been for life. Steve, I watched that lady going to number 10 on Noel's Christmas presents and then spent from 2 a.m. till you coming on at 4 watching the other Christmas presents on there, says Jim. Aren't they great? Aren't they great? Some of them, they just have you weeping. Weeping. I loved it. Steve, just having a couple of chunks of dairy milk. It's never too early, says Sarah in Thatcham. Now, what can I do to save you from chocolate? So, I mean, luckily I'm not particular. Although I did eat this morning a little chocolate Father Christmas. It was only tiny. I couldn't resist it. My boyfriend, says Mike, is Dutch-Indonesian heritage, and I make Indonesian curries. He hates cooking. Our friend Sally, the mobile party, is in London from France and is coming for beef rendang, hot and sweet pork curry and spicy noodles. Well, that sounds quite nice. I've never been out with anybody who cooks. I've always just sort of gone out and bought food. Beef rendang looks very nice, very nice. with rice. So you know how long you've got to cook that for? 4 hours, 45 minutes. I should imagine so the beef just falls apart. It's only got a touch of heat, slow cooked. The longer you slow cook, the more the meat falls off the bone. It looks very tender. I do the same with fillet steak. I do the same with, which could be beef rendang as well, I suppose. And what I do is I cut it. I've never used a knife in the kitchen in my life. Always scissors. I use kitchen scissors and cut up the steak into... I'm talking about food. I can't help it. I'm so sorry, Jonathan. Put your fingers in your ear. And put it in the saucepan with the bits and pieces, and then just let it steam for a while. And then eventually, when you take it out, it just falls apart. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Which is good. What else have we got here? John Fashanu confirmed as a Dancing on Ice contestant. Have you noticed they're eking it out? Eking it out. A little bit every day, a little bit every day. So he's going to join Patsy Palmer. He said, I'm so excited. Yeah, I mean, some people... He was part of Wimbledon's 1988 FA Cup winnings. 1988. Lord above. He went on to co-host Gladiators. So you're going to get this. There's going to be 11 celebrities. Don't be silly. We haven't got 11 celebrities. Where are they going to find people from? Jonathan. Wonder how many he's going to be putting forward for that. Well, they have admitted that they are running out. That was why it was axed in the first place, because they couldn't find anybody. Craig Rebel Horwood has admitted his new nice persona in the first episode was only to build up the contestants' confidence. He's going to have a go because he gave loose women anchor Kay Adams. She's not anchor. They use loads of people on there to be anchors. 6 points when the other judges only gave her 5. He gave EastEnders star James Bye 6-2 with Motzi and Shirley only awarding him 5, but he gave 5 celebrity scores of just 4 points. But they're only telling the truth. They're not doing it as sort of something to garner, the public's support or anything like that. They're doing it because that's what they feel. Otherwise, you might as well just stick me on there, Joe and Dan. We have as much right to sort of say, well, I don't think we're very good at that Paso Doble. I didn't look very good. Yeah, I mean, I say that anyway now. I don't get excited over it. David Dimbleby says, I don't find it easy to talk to people. I'm not very good at chat. I've got no chat. I quite like chat. Bernie Eccleston faces trial next year over an alleged failure to declare more than £400 million in overseas assets. How old is he now? He's 91 now. 91. And a plea to find a girlfriend... This novel one fits the billboard. Ed Chapman has never had a date, so he plugged himself on a giant motorway advertising board. He's 23. He comes from Leeds. He has got This Morning written all over him, hasn't he? Either that or Loose Women. But Loose Women tend not to go for sort of people who aren't celebrities. But I should imagine the producers are getting hold of him. And he's up on a billboard on the M621 outside the city. He said, I've been single for all my 23 years. I tried some dating apps, but it didn't go well for me, so I decided I need to try something different. There are 4 women who I've been speaking to keen to go on a date with me. They're going to find you boring, aren't they? That's why you haven't had anybody up until now. No, but most people are having boyfriends and girlfriends at 12 and 13. He's 23. He's a content creator. He went through multiple outfits and poses for the picture. It's just a shirt with a jacket on. And he went through multiple choices. He's now a poster boy for dating. I bet you anything. He'll appear on This Morning. Or Lorraine will put him on. Oh, you're gorgeous. You're great. Why are you single? I can't believe it. You can just tell, can't you? It's just got that written all over it. That they're looking for somebody like that. Here he is. He's an averagely looking bloke and he can't get a date, so he's spent money to have a billboard put up there. I mean, my heart is breaking. Can it get any worse? Because if he goes out with these 4 women who've only ever seen him, they don't know what he sounds like. He might have, hello, one of those funny little voices. There's got to be something the matter with it if he can't find people. He has been on dates, he said, but they don't go particularly well. And you think, but why do they not go particularly well? Really shy. Honestly, you do come up with rubbish sometimes. There's somebody in the paper today writing a letter saying, a lot of my friends think I'm gay, but I'm shy. I thought we could be shy and gay, can't you? I don't see any problem with things like that. I mean, I don't personally know any shy gay people, but I'm sure they must exist somewhere. That's what I have to start a campaign. If you're shy and gay, write in. That's the way it goes nowadays. But I bet you he appears on television. It'll either be Lorraine Or they're not going to put him on Good Morning Britain, I don't think. I don't think he's that sort of person. But they might put him on with Alison Hammond and Dermot. They might do. It could be on that one, couldn't he? He'll definitely appear on television. I'm telling you. He's got, we want to do this human story. That's what they want to do. I was watching back with some people who fell foul of the audience on this morning. I don't want to mention their names because it gives them unnecessary publicity. But some of them were coming up with the most awful things, and even Holly and Pip was sitting there going, "What are you talking about?" I'm not going to tell you who it is because it's unnecessary. What have we got now? What have we got? Oh, there's the cast of Benidorm reuniting for a fan convention. I read this a week ago, and now Square Eyes with Nicola Methven and Mark Jeffries have only just written about it. Perhaps it's a bit old. Also, Shirley Ballas has been dating toy boy Danny Taylor for 3 years, and is so sure he's the one that she agrees to have his name tattooed on her back. Why on the back? I mean, if you could have a tattoo, surely, you'd want to see it. And the only way you're going to see it is if you stand in the bathroom with a small hand mirror, looking at yourself in the bathroom mirror. You're not going to see it otherwise. How do you know what they've written? I've always thought that people who go in there and they go, "Can I have my name done in Chinese?" I think they write rude things. This man's an idiot, Yeah, somebody wrote Coca-Cola in Chinese. All right. That's really interesting. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that bit of your life with us. Coca-Cola in Chinese. We used to have a guy in Kingston, and he used to sit in front of the mental centre, and he had bits of wire, and he would twist it into your name in Chinese. And it was soft wire, but sort of, not thin wire. It was sort of not thick, but sort of average. And he twisted it into a shame. And because you wrote your name on a piece of paper, and he went, "Yeah, well, I've got no idea what he's written." He could have written anything. This fat blob stood in front of me, and I'm now calling him But fancy having a tattoo on your back. I find it bad enough when people have got tattoos on their legs. I see them all the time at Waterloo Station, builders mainly, and they have a tattoo on their leg, and you think, do you occasionally look down at your leg and go, "That's my tattoo. I'm a very special person." I bet Jonathan Shallett's got no tattoos. I bet you anything. Yeah, I've just got burns on my leg. I'm just plagued by burns. But I bet Jonathan Shallett's got no tattoo. His mother would have gone, "What is that?" She definitely wouldn't have gone for that in a big way. Mind you, I might be wrong, but I bet I'm not. Steve, listening at Bangkok. We've just done that one, actually. How did I get that one? Oh, that's right, because we were talking about the cooking, the Indonesian curry, which looked very nice. But, I mean, to cook something for 4 hours, who the heck can wait for 4 hours? I couldn't wait for 4 hours for something. That would drive me mad. We'll take a quick break for the news. That story on the front of the Sun, I love the way that you're all guessing. Nobody's got it. The BBC star with a catchphrase, who's a primetime presenter, who fathered a love child with a stripper but has not paid 1 penny piece in maintenance. So now we know. And, Andy Peters has been to a very nice place, which I've never been to. I'll tell you after the news. Worth waiting for. You'll like it.
This is it.
Level 23.
Level 24. 25.
Final.
Let's go.
Let's go. Almost.
Help.
Guys.
Right, I need
more
power.
Turbocharge your gaming and reduce lag with EE Game Mode.
Oh, yes.
Whoa. Yes.
And boost your broadband, even when everyone's online. Search EE Game.
EE Game Mode requires EE Smart Hub Plus.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, right again. The professor has written back and says, "You are, of course, right, Steve. The professor does not have a tattoo. I always suspected you would never have a tattoo. I haven't got any tattoos either. But the funny thing is, it's not because I didn't think I wanted one, because I really wasn't that bothered. But I just thought my mother would absolutely have gone up the wall if I'd gone home with a tattoo. But I just wouldn't have done it. It wasn't worth incurring her wrath." The professor is wise enough, apparently, to know that a tattoo lasts forever, and unless the name of your child, most other things do not last forever. He said, "Most people I know, when honest, regret the tattoo they had many years ago. As with most things, great idea at the time. The worst ones, Jonathan, are when you see somebody. There's been one on the television on this dating programme. His face is covered in tattoos. I mean, what under God's sun would you ever consider that would be appealing to people? I just don't get it at all. I really don't. Anyway, so Andy Peters has dropped me a little line because he went the other day. I've lost the blooming thing now. Well, see, that's the trouble with phones. You get so many texts and emails in that when you try and scroll back through again, you have to sort of find these things. And so popular. But I'm always sort of intrigued because I don't know how to operate phones, as you all are well aware. And wait a minute, have I got it here? He said, yesterday I was live at E. Pellicci for breakfast. You ever seen this place? Pellicci. It's been there since 1900. I've never been. It's P-E-L-L-I-C-C-I. It is like stepping back in time. You know it, don't you? Yeah. Oh, you saw him in Hackney? Did you? Oh, right. Oh, you were seeing Andy. You were seeing, that's what he was doing. He was live for breakfast there. But show me pictures. It's the craze one, isn't it? That's right. And it's not changed in all these years. And do you know, I like places like that. I'm obviously a bit too nostalgic for my own good, but it looks good, wholesome food. And that's what it is. Look at it. I mean, it's still got all the same walls, same everything. But I've not been, Andy. I've not been. But I might have to go. Oh, that looks nice. It's Bethnal Green, is it? See, the trouble is I'm a West London boy. I don't know why. I've always been West London. I've never sort of done any other part of the place. But, I mean, you need to go to a place like that just to say you've been. So when people say, you know, it's been in the same family, they've looked after it, and they've looked after all the things there in the photos, but that's where the craze used to go. So that's why it's famous. I should really go, shouldn't I? You know, these places are historic, and everybody's got... Yeah, team outing? I don't think so, no. Not springing for a food for you, because I know what you like, honestly. We'll have the extra large breakfast, please. Thank you very much indeed. Anyway, as you know, this Friday is Make Some Noise Day, and we aim to raise a lot of money with the help of a lot of people, celebrity and otherwise. And the money goes to very, very good causes. It goes to lots of little charities who don't otherwise get a look in. They don't get funding from government or anything else. They survive very much on hand to mouth. And sometimes it's a struggle. And as we all know at the moment, money is not easy to come by. It's very difficult. But we're going to push for it, as always. And we'll be raising, I hope, in excess of a few million. Over the years, we've raised millions and millions, and it goes to such good causes. Now, you do know already, because I have explained, that the item that I've got for you, we're not going to do until just after Christmas. And there is a reason for it, but I just can't tell you what it is now. I shall tell you just after Christmas. So, the Steve Allen merchandise early next year. However, I will have a live show at the Leicester Square Theatre, which we've done, and I'll give you details on Friday. The box office is not open until Friday, because I checked myself this morning because I couldn't remember what date I was booked in for, and that's where we all get together. There's only about 450 seats. It's a lovely little theatre, just literally spit and a throwing of a stick from outside our front door, just over the way. And a lot of people have been many, many times before, and I look forward to seeing people. And we just sit down and have a chat. And we do meet and greets, and we try and raise a lot of money for Make Some Noise. And it's always very jolly. Very, very jolly. I always cry, inevitably, because there's always something I cry about. And my boss sits there with his head in his hands going, oh, God, not that story. So I'll give you details on Friday. However, we also have another competition running, which is the Techie competition. So we've been giving you the chance, because this one finishes on Friday, the 7th, at midday. The phone lines are then switched off, and it's to win the following. All of these items in front of you. It's a huge prize package. I mean, you can either keep it for yourself, or you can offer it up as prizes to people. But to be honest with you, they're worth quite a bit of money, many, many, many thousands. In the prize box, if I open the lid, there it is. And inside, an Apple iPhone 14, the latest iPhone just released, an Apple iPad Air, an Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro, the Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. All of those items can be yours if you're picked out on Friday. So I do double prayers for you and hope that it is you, because we're very lucky on this programme. I don't know how lucky other people are, but we're very lucky. For your chance to win every single one of those brilliant prizes, you text the word TECH, T-E-C-H, and you send it to 84850. TECH, T-E-C-H, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until midday this Friday, the 7th of October, to enter. Keep the phone handy. We may be calling you. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating Global stations and the full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. And I know lots of you have already entered, and I keep my fingers crossed for each and every one of you. So text the word TECH, T-E-C-H, and then send that to 84850. And good luck. So, I mean, do it now so you don't forget about it. I shall remind you tomorrow. In fact, I won't do it tomorrow. I might remind you Friday, actually, because that'll be the last day that you'll have to get the entries in. And good luck, because it's a great pile of prizes. Even Will Guyot has been attempting to try, and I've said to him, no, Will. He's honestly, seriously, it's an absolute nightmare. So Truss vows to grow the economy. I don't know how she's going to manage this. It's all a bit sort of airy-fairy, izzy-wizzy, let's get busy, isn't it? I can't think of any other reason, and let's get the magic wand out. Rebecca Vardy, the loser in that High Court trial, has got to pay $1.5 million, but they're not saying that that's the final amount. They've said $800,000 by November, and because Rebecca faces the bill after unsuccessfully suing Colleen. Very unwise, even though she was given the opportunity. Why don't you just settle out of court? You're going to be an idiot. But she's decided to be an idiot. And the legal team of Rooney have not yet produced a final fees total, but the last figure presented to the court was £1,667,860. Mum of four Colleen had argued Rebecca should pay 100% of the costs. Rebecca asked to pay 80%. But the judge justifies the 10% reduction by citing issues arising from the 7-day trial. So there you go. So it could go to $1,667,000. Hope you've opened up your piggy bank, Rebecca. I hope you've opened up the piggy bank. Bernie Eccleston, we've done before. Also, there was another 14-year-old stabbed to death in a park. Who are these people who go out there? Guess who's been arrested? A 14-year-old boy on suspicion of murder and a girl of 13. I mean, you just give up, don't you, really? Also, Braverman, this is Sula Braverman, wants to mend the broken system. Yeah, how many times have we heard that? And must act quickly to close the porous borders, they say. Suella. But, I mean, listen, Priti Patel did nothing. I saw the other day there was another one of those inflatable things. And but I want to know is, who's piloting these boats? Are these the people smugglers, or is it somebody else? I mean, I don't quite understand how it works. But whatever it is, there's even more coming in now. And so far, how many have gone back to Rwanda, the place they never wanted to go to in the first place? Nobody. Nobody at all, which is worrying. ITV boss, Dame Carolyn McCall, complained to Domino's Pizza last week. She wasn't amused by their tweet. Apologies to anyone waiting on their pizza. We've just received an order from Holly and Phil, they wrote. Everybody laughed. Unfortunately, ITV took exception to it. And we have inconvenient news for the terribly grand Dame Carolyn. The rest of us found it very funny because it was the current joke. You just have to go with it. By drawing attention to it, it sort of doesn't really help because they were sort of saying, oh, this and that. But anyway, it hasn't affected anything that Holly's done. She just signed a 6-figure deal with M&S. And Phil still doing all sorts of little bits and pieces. The Prince of Wales, this is William, we have to get used to these things now, credited his much-missed grandmother for helping to fire his passion for the environment in his first speech since receiving his new title. He addressed the United for Wildlife Global Summit yesterday. They took him round to see what ivory looks like in a warehouse, and I thought that's just one of many warehouses full to the brim. Do you know the illegal wildlife trade is worth up to £17.5 billion annually? And I do remember Williams saying some time ago that he wanted all the ivory items in Buckingham Palace removed. And I think the Queen went, I think not. So that never happened. A church minister is battling her family over a will, claiming they're cheating her out of her rightful inheritance. God, I would have thought somebody in the church would have avoided things like that, the plague. But I've said to you before, if ever there is money floating around and somebody goes, wait a minute, why have I not got this? It gets so messy. In the end, the only people who benefit, lawyers. Lawyers are the only people. The brothers got 61,000 apiece. A sister got 149,000. But the will, which was signed 5 years earlier, because I've done my will. I mean, I know it's a bit of a ridiculous thing to say, but if you do a will, it makes it so much easier for when you've gone. Because if not, you can be tied up with legalese. Do a will, and you can do them now. You don't have to pay for it. Lots of the charities will do the will for you, provided, and they don't insist on it, you maybe consider leaving them a little bit of money in your will. It could be £100, could be £1,000, and they will do your will for you. I mean, I've done mine with a solicitor and my brother. We've sorted out who's going to be doing what and everything else, and he's basically having me committed. Makes it so much easier, you know. So when I pass on, he's the one who sorts out the will and everything else. But as I say, and also if I fall ill, he can then take over. And so I'm trying desperately not to fall ill, as you can well imagine. Morning, 6:20, Wednesday, October the 5th, just 2 days away from Global's Make Some Noise. I know I'm going to walk in on that morning because I get to see it first. The whole place will be full of balloons downstairs. There'll be posters and banners. I mean, the whole building goes into overdrive. It's amazing, actually. And am I doing fancy dress? I'm wearing it. What do you mean, am I doing fancy dress? I didn't do fancy dress before. Because I finish at 7 in the morning. You look ridiculous walking along in a sequin jacket to get the bus to Waterloo in a sequin jacket on Make Some Noise Day without people officially on my bus knowing what I'm doing. They just think I'm an eccentric person who's maybe been to a fairly late party, which is not very good. Neighbours have rushed to book holidays after dozens won a share of 3.2 million in a lottery. Luckiest of the lot was Alexander Hardingham, who scooped, wait for this, he did the People's Postcode Lottery using his full postcode, and he won £733,648, which is very nice. He's fairly elderly. He's a country music fan. He's 83. He said, I'm going to treat myself to a new guitar. His next-door neighbour, Tilly Adams, used her full postcode and netted £366,000. Because you could obviously sort of get it for sort of a little bit less. She said, I've got a son and a daughter, 2 grandkids and 2 great-grandkids. We're just a family that helps each other. They'll have it all spent. Another 123 other Aberdeen residents with a postcode starting AB24 won between them 13,996 and 83,000, depending on how many tickets they had. But I mean, even winning 14,000 quid and £84,000, that's not bad, is it? But well done to Alexander, 733,000, because he used his full postcode, which I have done. I have done it. You know, you stand as much chance of winning as anybody else. But Gordon said their children and grandchildren would be a priority. Then a holiday, Cape Verde. Deborah Menzies netted 13,996 and said, my partner and I will definitely go on holiday somewhere sunny and expensive. Oh, there you go. So people do that. I don't know how it works out, but if it's the whole postcode, you get more. You get more money. That's like an awful lot more. Look at this one here. This is an odd one. This is Vintage Cash Cow. Have you ever heard of this? Do you remember years ago? You might remember. They were doing... Sorry, and have some spare vanilla. Oh, right. Ian's got some spare vanilla clotted cream. Do you like clotted cream? We do like clotted cream, actually. But I'm going to pass on that one, Ian. I'm going to pass on that one because I've got nothing to put it on. Because you know what happens if I eat the clotted cream? I've got to have something that goes with it. And that thing that goes with it is going to be the thing that's sort of going to be the death of me. But thank you anyway for the offer. It's very kind. Thank you very much indeed. Did you remember years ago, people used to be selling gold. Sell your gold. Even Dale did an advert for a gold company. And you would go to shopping centres, there'd be somebody there, we take your gold, they weigh it, and they give you what the melting down price is. Some companies said, just pop it in a jiffy bag, send it off to this free post number, and then people would made an offer, and they'd go, no, I don't want it, they get too late, we've melted it down. And now there is a company here which can sell your valuables. You request a free postage pack, and they're looking for jewellery, currency, silver and silver plate, costume jewellery, old camera and lenses. It's like basically opening a second-hand shop, isn't it? Brass, watches and pocket watches, pewter, medals and militaria. And use the code Express and you get £15 extra on your valuables. That will probably take it up to £16.30, I should imagine. Very odd, isn't it, really? But people did it. And then all of a sudden, the selling of gold disappeared. Because the price fluctuated, but it was all the people sending in jiffy bags. And then when they requested not to sell it, they decided not to after they'd seen the thing. Usually on adverts. In sort of on daytime television. I remember seeing them. In fact, the one that Dale did was on daytime television, as well as walk-in places. And it was a case of, no, we've already melted it down. I'm terribly sorry. And you think, well, wait a minute. You were making me an offer, and then I decide if I want to keep it, and you send it back to me. Didn't kind of work like that for a lot of these people. What else we got here? Kanye West came under fire for supporting Donald Trump and sporting a Make America Great Again cap. I don't think he's the brightest penny in the box, I'm afraid. And now he's embroiled in another row for wearing a White Lives Matter jumper for his brand's Paris Fashion Week show. He was joined by American conservative commentator Candace Owens in the parody of the controversial Black Lives Matter movement, which he strongly opposes. So he declares that Black Lives Matter was a scam, hence wearing this jumper, White Lives Matter. And he's a stylist. He posted a video of himself, and then people have started criticising him. But I don't think he really cares, actually, if people. But I don't think he thinks, before he does something. They all sort of do it, don't they? And then afterwards, somebody goes, "He is a bit stupid." Yeah. Well, you going to tell him? You're going to phone him up? Hey, you're stupid. Yeah, I'll give you his number. I've got his number in my phone. 3 in 4 want officers to visit victims. 3 in 4 Britons, 3/4 of Britons, believe that police should visit burglary victims, according to a Daily Mail poll. I mean, I don't know where we're going to get all these police from. We're going to be going out visiting something. Oh, would you like to go to this accident? Oh, I can't. Someone has had her pussy nicked, and we're sort of going to go round there and sort that out, of which you can take up hours sitting there with an elderly lady who said somebody just came in, took it, and ran out. Unbelievable, isn't it? So I don't know how they're going to work this out, unless they're going to manage to find loads of police officers from somewhere. Where are they going to come from? Just not enough people, are there, really, out there? Here's this nurse, the one who said Tory voters don't deserve to be resuscitated. Her name's Miranda Hughes. She couldn't be contacted for comment. A spokesman for Hampshire Hospital says she left the trust in early 2021 and is no longer employed. I bet. So she's an ex-nurse, actually. But she's one of these people. I'm a nurse. She's not really. Not really at all. What else do we have? Living near nuclear power stations should mean free electricity, Jacob Rees-Mogg said. What? I give up. I seriously give up. Country music legend Loretta Lynn has died at the age of 90. She was the daughter of a Kentucky coal miner whose frank songs about love and life in Appalachia pulled her out of poverty, died yesterday at her home in Tennessee. She had 4 children. She launched her career in the early 1960s, and her songs reflected her pride at her rural Kentucky background. Hits included You Ain't Woman Enough, Don't Come Home A-Drinkin', With Lovin' on Your Mind. Always very country and western are great. You ran over my dog, and now I'm going to run over your wife. And the sort of things. There was a lovely one years ago, it came out, trains feature, a lot of car crashes, and there was one which said, my baby died, and as the car hit the bridge, it took off in the air, and when I saw it, over there was my baby, and over there was my baby, and way over there was, and you used to sing, every single song was about divorce. You've been cheating on me with the next door neighbour, and I ain't going to buy her blueberry pie anymore. And it was all this kind of stuff. And it was all to do with sort of relationships and everything. Oh, it's all about prison, you know. My old man gone to prison because he done have a relationship with her 2 doors down, and she'd been putting it around. She ain't gonna live beyond Halloween. You know, and you look at all these songs. I mean, I love it. Can you imagine a song title? You Ain't Woman Enough, Don't Come Home a-Drinking, With Lovin' on Your Mind, and The Coal Miner's Daughter, played, of course, by the wonderful Sissy Spacek. She did get the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2013. President Barack Obama said that she gave voice to a generation singing what nobody wanted to talk about. No, 'cause it was rubbish. It was rubbish. All country and western songs, they are all about a disaster. You know, you've run off with a woman next door and taken my dog. You know, you used to think, who buys this stuff? Me. You know, I am a big fan of country and western. I'm a big fan of country and western. Absolutely. I hate to admit it because I think it's like admitting that you just sort of strangled the budgerigar or something. And I'm sure somebody could write a song about that as well. Steve, a few years ago, there was a guy who would write your name out of metal wire on a bridge near the Embankment Tube. Very talented, says Sad. Yes, I think so. And I'm going for that one, actually. I've got one. Also, says Dave, great show. Can you even mention the wonderful Caerphilly and all at Pontygwyndy Road, who all love your show? Oh, here we go. You're not up Mount Kilimanjaro fishing for pollock, are you? It's a real place. Yeah, I'm still not totally convinced by some of these people here.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice to have your company. Birthday today, Guy Pearce. British. How old do you think Guy Pearce is? You remember him as playing Mike Young in Neighbours. And how long ago do you think it was he was in the show? How long before he left Neighbours? 34 years. Very good guess. 33 years. 33 years. Unbelievable. He's 55 today, born in Cambridgeshire but raised in Australia. He said that his Mayor of Easttown and Mildred Pierce co-star Kate Winslet was literally wetting herself that he was back on the show. She was besotted with him, absolutely besotted with him. I thought he was great. It was great. He starred in LA Confidential and Memento. Also, back in this day in 1992, this is a weird one. In October, on this day, October the 5th, grave robbers tried to dig up Benny Hill's coffin. There was a rumour that he'd been buried with valuables. So consequently, they tried to dig up his coffin. He died in April of that year, aged 68. The disturbed plot at Hollybrook Cemetery in Southampton was discovered by a passerby. A police spokesman said the security of the casket was not breached. Because if you remember, didn't they do the same with Jimmy Savile? They had to concrete it in. Or they moved him and then it was concreted or something. I don't know. Didn't really care, actually. But, yeah, they tried to dig up Benny Hill's coffin. He died just down the road from me. Just down the road from me. In fact, it featured in that book about Twickenham. No, he died in his flat over a bank holiday weekend. Guess how many police officers turned up? Loads. He died watching television, surrounded by shirts in boxes, unopened shirts, some open, some not. He lived in a block of flats which overlooked the river, and he died over the bank holiday weekend, and all the police turned up. The ghouls that they were in those days. 1974, which album was top of the album charts? I can remember buying this album because a friend of mine, his sister had a record shop in Newbury. And he said, we've got to go and listen to this. And we lay on beanbags listening to this record, which I thought was just very repetitive. But since then, I bought the orchestral version of it. And, well, he can't really give you a clue because it was top of the charts in 1974. I'll give you a clue. He went on to make millions out of it. He was very shy. They wanted him to perform it at the Royal Festival Hall, so the story goes. And he said no. And so the man who owned Virgin Records, which label it ended up on, said, I'll give you my Rolls Royce if you play, because he was very shy. The man was Mike Oldfield, and the album was Tubular Bells. I don't know if you've ever heard it. It was a very iconic album, but they got him to play in the Royal Festival. He didn't want to do it because he was quite shy at having to do it. And the man who owned Virgin Records persuaded him. Also in 1975, a year later, the first episode of Poldark with Anhangarad Rees and Robin Ellis. I can never say that name. Anhangarad Rees was shown on BBC One. So there you go. Also born on this day in 1923, died 2007, was Barbara Kelly. And the other man who died, I thought, quite early, born in 1950, a guy called Jeff Conaway. Now, Jeff Conaway, so don't cheat. What iconic film do you think he was in? He was in a very, very iconic film. And when you look at him, he looks the peak of fitness. He was in Grease. He played Kaniki in Grease. And he appeared in lots of other things. He was the only main character not to perform a solo song. So he did, oh, Grease Lightning, oh, Grease Lightning, oh, Grease Lightning. But he unfortunately struggled with drug abuse. He was in quite a number of films, and he said Hollywood can be a very stinging town. I don't know what stinging means, but whatever it was that. But he didn't perform a solo song. It was Grease Lightning was about Kaniki's car, was earmarked for him, but instead went to John Travolta. But he died young. Born in 1950, died 2011. And he also acted in the original Broadway production. So there you go. You learn something new every day on this programme. It's always something. Somebody will say to you, oh, whose birthday is it today, or whose anniversary? Is it still on in London, Grease? I don't know. If it is, it'll be at the Dominion Theatre, because it's a huge place. Absolutely enormous. I don't know what they're going to be doing with it over Christmas, because there's quite a number. It is there. Oh, that's right. It's over the road, yes. Book and lyrics by Jim Jacobs and Warren Casey. And didn't it have Peter Andre? He used to do 2 parts in it, but they thought that was too much for him, so they took one away. And Jason Donovan was doing it. Now, I don't know whether or not you've still got Peter Andre doing it. Is he still doing it? I think he plays, is it Teen Angel or something? The trouble is, I mean, he's not really an actor, is he? Not really an actor. But they sort of, you know, I mean, he's getting on a bit now. What is he? 50? 50, something like that? 50-something, 60? I don't know, 70? How old could he be? But he played 2 parts, played Teenager and something else, and they brought Jason Donovan in. And, of course, that sort of boosted it. I love reading all people's financial problems, and especially at the moment, the newspapers are full of financial problems. The one thing that I've never quite understood is Bitcoin. I don't understand it. I want nothing to do with it. There's one woman here. She lost £103,000 in a Bitcoin scam to somebody she met on Tinder. I mean, the warning signs are there, but Barclays, she says, will not refund her. £103,000. I'm always amazed that people say, oh, yes, you can get this, you can get that and everything else. And I'm thinking, I don't believe. Do you remember that bloke who appeared on the television and people believed him? He said that he had millions and millions tied up in a little thing that had fallen out of his computer, which had all Bitcoin on it, and the hard drive, and it was in a rubbish dump with millions of tons of garbage, and he said it's worth it. And I thought, what a pile of rubbish. What an absolute blatant lie. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. And he wanted the council to sift through to find the hard drive, which, of course, if it had been sitting in this pile of rotting rubbish, would have expired years ago. Bitcoin, just in case you don't know, is this digital currency in which a record of transactions is maintained and new units of currency are generated by the computational solution of mathematical problems which operate independently of a central bank. Is it a bit like... Yeah, let's clear that one up, just in case you're worried about it. Is it a bit like pyramid selling? Is it like the people in at the beginning are the ones who make the money? There used to be something years ago, and I can't remember what it was, but you went and you bought things, and then they sold it, and then you made money. And it turns out only the people at the top of the chain, the top of the pyramid, made the money. Everybody else just lost money. Do you remember you used to get... Did you ever see those letters? You know, something would arrive through the post chute. It would say, your name is on here. What you do is you fill in this form, you put your name at the bottom and send £5 to the person whose name is at the top of the list. And then apparently you're going to end up with at least £1 million by the end of the year. What a load of cobblers. Seriously, I couldn't believe it. Pyramid. Only the people who start these things make the money. The rest of you, you lose everything. Absolutely everything. And so basically, it's a decentralized digital currency that can be transferred on the peer-to-peer Bitcoin network. So the transactions are verified by network nodes through cryptography, recorded in a public distributed ledger called a blockchain. Clear? No. That's why you lose money on it. Because it's only the people who spin this rubbish to you that go, oh, I made an absolute fortune. Yes. And then I put my face on a billboard to try and find a girlfriend. You know, it's just a load of old rubbish. There's always been these scams, though. They've been around for ages and ages. And people go, oh, I made a fortune on it. I remember a friend of mine going to something once. And what you were doing, you were buying cleaner and selling it at vastly inflated prices. But in order to sell this cleaner, and this person, I think, went to one of these big, like the Brighton Centre or something like that, where there'd be 1,000 people in there. And you bought this cleaner from this company, and then you recruited other people to sell it. And that's, well, of course, it was a load of old rubbish. Nobody ever made anything out of it because you had to go out there and sell this rubbish to people and find people who are willing to invest the money that you'd invested in it so you got your money back. Never worked. Never worked. And anybody who ever tells you differently is telling porky pies. Eileen says, my friend has the name of 5 ex-girlfriends on his arms. I told him it's not good for future girlfriends, but he doesn't care. I'm not surprised he's single. That's very odd, isn't it? I mean, I can understand, you know, somebody having mum, dad and an anchor. But to have tattoos on your face means you've definitely got some illness that needs treating medically. It's not normal. Frankie Howard died in 92 on 19th of April, the day before Benny Hill, says Jonathan. Thank you. Glynis Johns is 99 today. Glynis Johns. Go on. What was her big hit single? You won't know this, Joe. You won't know. Right? We're merely soldiers in petticoats, dauntless crusaders for women's votes, though we adore men individually. She was in Mary Poppins, a South African-born British retired actress born in Pretoria, and she is 99. She was lovely. She had a wonderful voice, wonderful voice. But yes, she was the suffragette, the mother. She was Mrs. Banks. And, so we wish her a very happy birthday. Thank you, Bob, for 99. And apparently, Tony says it was 60 years ago today that the Beatles' Love Me Do was released on the Parlophone label. That was the first record, wasn't it? I think Love Me Do was the first one because the pictures that we saw the other day of the boys in the Cavern playing when they were 18. No, Twist and Shout was way down the line. I'm pretty certain it was Love, Love Me Do. You know, I love you. And it came out a year after that photograph was taken in the Cavern. I'm pretty certain. Very rarely wrong on these things, as you know. Because I think the drummer in the pictures in the Cavern was Tony Sheridan, who was then replaced a year later by Ringo Starr, who's just recently, it all ties in, who just recently cancelled his tour in America because he's gone down with COVID, which everybody else is going down with because the cases have risen by 14%. My advice, stay safe. All right, it was Pete Best. Tony Sheridan was with the Beatles because my brother's got, well, he had, I don't know, My Bonnie lies over the ocean. And that was about one of the only songs I could play when they went to Germany. So they just played it time and time again because they really didn't have a thing there. By 67, Tony Sheridan had become disillusioned with his Beatle-brought fame. And as he was more concerned by the Vietnam War and the thought of further communist aggression, he agreed to perform for the Allied troops. But it was Pete Best. Pete Best did a year after that picture was taken, and then he was replaced with Ringo Starr. But just the 1 year. But it's looking at that picture the other day, which I thought was very interesting, of seeing what they looked like when they were kids. I mean, you look at Paul McCartney, he just looks like a little boy, because he was a little boy. They were about 18. I've got the train strike information. This is absolutely vital for you today. The services which are affected are as follows. OK, this is... On these ones I'm going to read out for you now. No service will run on any route, OK? East Midlands Railway, Chiltern Railways, West Midlands Railway, South Eastern, Northern trains, London Overground, Avanti West Coast and Cross Country. No services there on any route. Great Western Railway, extremely limited service from 07:30 to 18:30 today. Rail services only operating between Bristol, Temple Meads and London Paddington, Reading and Oxford, and Reading and Basingstoke. LNER, no service to or from stations north of York, and LNER is advising customers not to travel to and from stations north of York. A limited service will run only on these routes: London's King's Cross and York and Doncaster and Leeds. TransPennine Express, very limited service on some lines. Customers advised to travel only if journeys are essential. The company will continue to provide further updates as soon as possible. Greater Anglia, people told to avoid travelling, with most routes not expected to have trains or bus replacement services. OK, so take all of that on board. What impact will the strike have? Well, while South Western Railways, C2C, Southern, Great Northern, Thameslink or Gatwick Express will not be taking part in the industrial action, they've all warned that services may be busier than usual because more people getting on trains. I mean, it's interesting when you watch people at Waterloo Station. It's like sort of some advert. Because 1 minute they're all staring at the board and then they see a train flashes up here and then the coat's noisy. I bought a new coat yesterday. Look at this. Bought a new coat. I treated myself after the disaster with the pigeon. But I don't mind having a noisy coat. It's quite. I'm hoping it's waterproof. It's very nicely made. Marks and Spencer's. Not one of the only companies that can fit somebody my size. Steve, some introduced a pyramid selling scheme in our running club. As president, I stopped it. Nothing is free in this world. Even when you pass away, you have to pay for it, says Conrad. Anything that seems too good to be true normally means it's a scam. Well, the line used to be no such thing as a free lunch. I disprove that theory. I've had loads of free lunches. But that's what it is. That, you know, if it sounds too good to be true, if somebody says, oh, you must take out £50,000 and give it to me and I'll turn it into £70,000. Do you remember that scam years ago? I think they did it as a television programme. It's a bloke. And he joins a golf club, and he says that people sort of chat to him and all the rest of it. So what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a broker. I've got this scheme whereby I invest your money, and what we do, we play the overseas markets in the early hours of the morning, and so then we bounce your money back. Anyway, he came up with this complicated thing, and he said to me, I'm making a fortune out of it. It's really doing very, very well indeed. And it's a bit like The Sting. If you've ever seen the film The Sting, this was a sting, but it was played very cleverly. And he said, listen, give me £1,000, I'll double your money by tomorrow. So this bloke went, I'm not sure about that. He said, go on, risk it. He said, I'll pay you back out of my own pocket if it doesn't work. So they gave him £1,000. Next morning, he comes back, £2,000. So they wanted to test again, like The Sting. We've already tried it on this. We've tried it on this again. And you reel somebody in. And so they gave him £5,000. And he came back the next day with £10,000. So this kind of convinced them that this was a very good scheme. He was playing the overseas markets. And so they couldn't lose. So they got together £100,000. And that's the last they ever saw of him. He disappeared with £100,000 because it was a scam. Very good scam. Exactly the same as the one in The Sting, where they'd said to him he would phone with it. They used to hold up the races because you could do it in those days. And it was a case of they held up the results and then they released them. And so when he came in, he said, did you place the money on the thing? He said, yeah, I put all the money on the thing on the nose. He said, no, I said place. It's going to come in third. And so he then had to try and beat down the doors of the gambling den, which was all set up. It was all a scam. And they went, no, you've already, and so he had to sit there and watch it come in third, and he lost all his money. Because that was it. He said, I said place it. Pete Best was the drummer. Are you listening, Terry, or not? Was the Beatles drummer before Ringo. I just told you he was featured in the thing, and then he was out. A year later, he was out, and they replaced him by Ringo Starr. Tony Sheridan was a singer. They backed in Germany, and they recorded My Bonnie and H.'s Suite. But I've got them in mint condition. Yeah, but only useful if somebody wants to buy them. Of course, if they were signed, that would be a little bit different, but they never are. Can you believe that Will Smith could win an Oscar next year? I thought he was banned from the ceremony for a decade because he slapped Chris Rock. He's premiered Emancipation. I mean, I think everything in America is very flexible. I tend to find that people over there will do this. He resigned This is Will Smith from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and banned from the awards bash for 10 years. Strangely, he said online after the film's release, "This was the hardest movie I've ever made, blood, sweat and tears, literally." Yeah, but you're banned for 10 years. They should stick to it. You can't just sort of keep changing things, can you, really? Also, Bond film producer Michael G. Wilson says the next actor to play 007 will be in his 30s, ruling out some of the people tipped for the role, because I think it means that Idris Elba is too old for it. And in the years since Daniel Craig's final outing as James Bond in No Time to Die, Tom Hardy and Idris have both been tipped to fill, but at 50, Elba is only 4 years younger than Craig. Hardy's 45. So they're looking for somebody younger. Who could it be? Who cares? Doesn't make any difference to us, because what they're looking for is somebody who can make, say, 3 or 4 films for them over a 5-year period, or 3 films. It doesn't make any difference. But they're looking for somebody younger. So we're obviously sort of taking Bond back. I mean, there was a rumour, was there not, that they were thinking that Bond could be a woman. And I remember thinking, well, that's just ridiculous. It's Jane Bond, isn't it? My name's Jane Bond. I'll have a small martini if that's okay with everybody. You know, it doesn't quite work, does it, really? I like the idea, though, of sort of believing that we're going to go to the cinema for something like that. Rebecca Vardy in all the papers today. Ha, 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 ha. And they're basically saying she's got to stump up 90% of her rivals' fees. That'll make Christmas very dull in their house. No Christmas tree for the Vardy family this year. Mummy's been a bit silly. Also, the Gran mauled to death at a home by a pack of American bulldogs. Who has a pack of American bulldogs in this day and age? I certainly don't know anybody. You can always tell, can't you? They don't have proper leads on their dogs. They're rope to hang on to them, because these are very powerful dogs. And the moon was formed after an impact between Earth and a Mars-sized planet 4.5 billion years ago. How do they know these things? How do they know that? It meant the moon was immediately placed into orbit around the Earth. Do you think we're going to get to that stage where we can go to Mars and places like that, and Saturn and everything else? I mean, we're not. It's not in our lifetime, but I quite fancy the idea. RAC also, I quite fancy the idea of, they say fuel should be 10 pence a litre cheaper at the pumps. Live in hope, don't we? We live in hope of it actually coming down in price. And Dizzy Lizzie, says one of the columnists in the Mirror today, is out of her depth. You wait till 11 o'clock this morning. They're going to have an absolute field day as you listen to Lizzie Truss. Doing her... I don't know how she's going to start. I don't know how it's going to go, but she's got to win conference over. If she doesn't, that looks like curtains. James O'Brien will be giving us the first reaction of that one. I can only hazard a guess, ladies and gentlemen, of what it's going to be like. Morning, everybody. Thursday, October the 6th. I expected it to be about the 20th of October today. I don't know why. I thought it was dragging a little bit, and yet, Rob, that you watch next week will whiz through. Nice to have your company. I trust you are well. Truss did the speech yesterday, which wasn't actually as good as people wanted, but on the other hand, it wasn't as bad as people wanted. And then you got the attention-seeking, we're members of Greenpeace, and we're going to stand up. At least they had to cough up 60 quid for a seat to stand there with their little banner. I'm assuming they must have had it tucked inside their bras, because otherwise security would have said, what's that? It's a banner for Greenpeace. Out. You know, so they got their 5 seconds of fame, which they obviously enjoy. Meghan and Harry want to delay their documentary on Netflix. I bet they do. She's screwing it up for him big time. She is really. She's employed now somebody to go through everything that she's putting on the podcast to make sure that they're not going to get caught out. But poor old Harry, it's not going well, matey. The Russian torture chamber that throws up its secrets, bucketfuls of teeth that they've ripped out of people's mouths. And really quite dreadful. Emma Thompson on the red carpet for Matilda the musical. If you've seen the stage play musical, you'll know how brilliant it is. The film got 5 stars, and Emma's playing Miss Trunchcoat. So I don't know why, because it's always been played by a man. I don't know why Emma Thompson's playing it. It's a theatre thing, but I mean, it should be a man, because that's what made it so brilliant. The front page of The Sun, they've got no idea of what's going on in the world. They didn't bother with the Tory party conference. They put down some bimbo wife of a Man City footballer complaining about the fact in Manchester there are no restaurants, no decent restaurants. And you think to yourself, that's a story? Bimbo wife, because you know what the wags are like, can't find a restaurant in Manchester. Obviously the woman's an idiot. But that's the front page story. Very worrying. What was the other one? Strikes may go on for months, say the rail unions. OK, fine. But it's not making any difference. You've not managed to get them any more money. Nobody's been offered anything at all. And how many times have they been out on strike at the moment? I said this yesterday. Must be about 6 or 7 strikes at least. And yet nothing on the table. So basically, old Michael, has sort of lost the plot on this one because the British public have said, well, go on strike as long as you want. It's not going to make any difference. You're not going to get any more money. There's a pizza lover. He loves Domino's, so he's had the name Domino's tattooed on him, thinking that if he has that, he's going to get free pizza. No, he just gets a lot of sympathy from people going, you really are a prat, aren't you? So he didn't get that. Turkey sales are soaring. You know why? Farmers let slip. Oh, there might be a Christmas shortage of turkeys. And so people are rushing out to buy turkeys. Honestly, those farmers, they do tell lies, don't they? Oh, quickly, go and buy your turkey. There might not be any for Christmas. Well, believe you me, there are millions of turkeys sitting in frozen deep freezers everywhere. You know, the only people who sort of worry about them are the people who buy fresh turkeys coming up every year. But most people can go and buy a frozen turkey. I defy anybody to tell the difference if you're just a normal eater of turkey. And you can buy it all year round turkey. I think some people think it only appears at Christmas. You can freeze. Well, I mean, most turkeys have been in deep freeze for ages. If they go into deep freeze, some of the meat you buy in supermarkets can be between 2 and 3 years old. Oh, yeah. It's only in your fridge at home, your freezer, that it will last for 2 to 3 months. You can tell that by the stars. If it's got 2 stars, that's 2 months. 3 stars is 3 months. And that's what it is. But some people think you leave it in there and you can take it out whenever you want. No, you can't. No, you can't at all. Actually, I was going to have steak yesterday and I didn't. I was going to have fresh fruit salad. I bought a fresh fruit salad and I didn't eat that either. Do you know what I bought? I bought some mashed potato and I put it in a frying pan, only a little frying pan, like a little skillet kind of thing. And it was frozen. Well, it wasn't frozen. It was cooked, but I sort of just did it again. And then I just added grated cheese to it. And it was delicious. And it kind of filled me up. It really, really filled me up. So today I've got my fruit salad with cream. It wasn't stodgy. It was made with cream and milk and butter and everything. They do 3 different types of mashed potato in Marks and Spencer's. And I love all of them. If I'm feeling decadent, then I go for the really posh one. But the rest of the time, it's just nice. Now, tomorrow, as you know, is Make Some Noise Day. And I know that we're going to walk into the building, producer will see it before I'm in, there are going to be balloons up the stairs, there'll be banners, there'll be all sorts of things, because loads of people in this building pull all the stops out and go that little bit extra to try and raise as much money as possible, and it will run into millions. Even though, you know, people are saying we don't have very much money this time of year, Steve. This year in particular, we don't have much money, but I'm going to hopefully persuade you to buy a ticket to my one-man show again. There's only 400 seats at the Leicester Square Theatre. We normally sell out really, really quickly. So I omit telling you when it's for, because most people go online and check it out and they're watching it anyway. I didn't realise you could do this until the other year. And somebody said, you know, are you going to be mentioning your show? And I said, yes. He said, well, they've sold 100 seats already. I said, but I haven't mentioned it. They're on sale from 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm not going to tell you when the box office is open because you might sort of preempt me. But we'll give you the details then. So the details then of when the show is. It's not till next year, so you're buying in advance. But we sell out every year. In fact, it sells out really quickly. I forget how many hours it was last year. We sold. Was it last year we did it? I can't remember. It was last year. We've been there a few years. An hour we sold out. So we'll see how we do tomorrow. But the idea is, and I've got lots of little clips to play for you to let you know where your money's going, because I think it's only right that if you're going to give of your hard-earned cash or your savings or whatever it is, I need to tell you where that money goes to. And sometimes it's not enough, but it's as good as we're going to get. And we've raised millions over the years, millions and millions and millions, and it's really been fantastic. I love the joke shop owner. He sells a money machine. It's a little trick, and it's a little plastic thing. It's made in China, and it's 2 rollers, and you put a plain piece of paper in one side, you turn the handle, and out comes a note, a genuine note the other side. Now, there are various versions of it. This particular one is the cheaper version. So he sends them off, and the bloke complains. He said it doesn't print real money. I thought, you can't really be that stupid, can you? You know, it's like yesterday we found the thickest person in living memory on LBC who believed that the management told me what to say on the programme about Labour and things like that, which of course was so... I mean, you can't believe somebody is that thick and stupid, but they really were that thick and stupid. It was very embarrassing. For them, you can imagine all their friends going, oh, they really are stupid. You know, because people say things like, there we go, here you go, Magic Geek, it's on the table. You turn the little handle, you put the piece of paper in, and out comes the other side a dollar bill. Okay? And you just turn it. There you go. You can watch it coming out the other side. So this bloke ordered 4 of them, thinking, the note's real. The note's real. That is a real, genuine, no, it's real tender. Oh, oh, absolutely. The note is completely genuine. You can put, you know, anything. It'll produce anything. But magicgeek.com produce these things. They buy them in China. They sell for about, I don't know, £8 or something, if that. And you look fascinated by this. Yeah, all right, I'll bring one in and show you. I've got a really nice one. I've got one which is easier, which is a little metal tray, and you've got a roller, and you just literally put a piece of plain paper on, roll the roller across, and it prints real money. It'll print 50s if you want 50s. Yeah, you want 50. I thought you might want 50. But anyway, this bloke wanted his money back. He says it doesn't print real money. And I thought, are you really that thick? And I thought, yeah, you must be that thick. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? What else have we got? Primark. Luckily, are bringing back women's fitting rooms. They're doing extended curtains after these women complained that men walked into the fitting rooms. I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. Seriously, so they've now said, yep, we acknowledge the fact that we don't want to encourage this kind of... Because people can just walk in there and sit there watching women change. No. That's the perverts. So they've lengthened the curtains. They've made it so you just can't wander in there, which is very good. I'm very pleased about that. Colleen Rooney is outraged at old Vardy's taunt about giving the money to charity. Vardy's another one of these particularly dim people, I'm afraid. And the net closes in on the BBC presenter who got a stripper pregnant. Every time this particular presenter, who's supposed to be high profile, we are told, and has got a catchphrase, every time he went to this particular town to do things, he would arrange to meet up with her. She would wait in the penthouse suite, and then he would go there afterwards. And he apparently, when she wanted an autograph, he wrote his catchphrase on her breasts. Anyway, she got pregnant, and he then made her sign an NDA, a non-disclosive agreement, and it meant that she couldn't say anything. However, her daughter can say something. Her daughter's got to wait till she's 16. I don't know how old she is at the moment, but anyway, they went to get a paternity test. This particular television presenter, being devious, took a member of the family with him to it. And this woman went, I don't think this is right. She wanted a paternity test to prove that he was the father. And he took a member of the family thinking if you can get him to do the paternity test, then they can pretend that he didn't have anything to do with it. I mean, really, he was that devious. So this is all in the papers. So he doesn't pay any money to the daughter for maintenance. In fact, he didn't want anything to do with the daughter because he thought it was going to harm his career. And so the newspapers, I mean, it is actually on the internet, but say it, because we've had this in the past where people think that if it's on the internet, you can repeat something. I promise you, they'll come down on you like a ton of bricks and they'll take you to court. OK, you just can't repeat something. Somebody did this a few years ago. I can't remember what it was. There were a number of people who printed, I think there had been an agreement between newspapers and a certain celebrity about what they were doing in their private life, and people started putting it up online, and they got taken to court and fined very, very heavily because you cannot repeat something that's online. If it's defamation online and you repeat it, you're in big trouble. You're in big trouble. So I always warn people, just in case, you don't want to make yourself look very stupid, do you? What else we got? 34 hours, apparently. That turns an acquaintance into a good friend. It doesn't work on this programme. We don't do things like that. We don't sort of hang around with people and then go, oh, I've known you for 34 hours. Now we're good buddies. No, it's nothing like that at all. I don't want any more buddies. Thank you very much indeed. Not quite enough. No danger of, oh, let's go on holiday together. No, thank you. No, thank you. Blackpool, yeah, let's go to Blackpool. Tesco have frozen 1,000 prices. Unfortunately, it's neither gas nor electric, so a fat lot of use that is for Christmas. And Suella The other day, James O'Brien had a field day with this one. This is the woman who said that she was looking forward to seeing the front page of the Daily Telegraph, the flight to Rwanda taking off. And I'm thinking, so these people arrive in, they get carted off. OK, that was her dream. She comes from an immigrant family. She is the daughter of an immigrant, and this is what she wanted. And James O'Brien said, is she ill? Is there something the matter with her? Why would that be your dream, to watch these people being carted off to Rwanda, who you don't even know? You're either, here we go again, you're either as thick as a bloody brick, or you're a bit stupid. I have a combination, I think, of two of them. Honestly, in between her and Priti Patel. Priti Patel's dream was to see these people on a flight to Rwanda. She luckily disappeared before people started saying, I'm sorry, what have you achieved? Nothing. Nothing at all. Morning, nice to have you company. I know you like historical places, says Linda. I love to hear you talking about them on the show. You must go and visit, whenever you get the chance, the Peace Hall in Halifax. It's a huge building, built around the 1700s, where they sold Yorkshire cloth, which was then made in the mills around the Yorkshire area. I know you'd love it. But thank you very much indeed. And there's another place. My favourite, I mean, I'm looking at it, the Peace Hall now. It is huge. It is absolutely huge. And it looks so it could be in Italy, doesn't it? I like that place. I've now forgotten the name of it. I have a dreadful memory occasionally. Sometimes it all just comes flooding back, and other times you get a complete blank of sort of houses, which I think you should visit. Peter the Toastmaster says, are you planning to visit the wedding fair at One Leisure in Newport, Isle of Wight this coming Sunday? I hadn't thought about it, Peter. I hadn't thought about it, but thank you anyway. And Shane says, damn, I'm 1,000,000 miles away from England. I'll wait till your item next year. Oh, you're gonna want it. Everybody's going to want it, but I've only got limited supplies, but I'll tell you, it's going to be a little bit later on. Lovely Anne says, I was having a sort through some old newspapers that my late mum collected on the royal family. I've also collected a few over recent weeks and put mine with them. I thought you might like to see some of the ads, especially the one for the RAF. I heard you say the other day you liked a picture of your listeners, so here I am with my partner Steve. In the picture, we're having a lovely cream tea for Steve's birthday. So there you go. Look at that. Look at that. My God, you've got champagne. You've got champagne. How lovely. Anne is sleepless in pool. You both look very good. I like that colour hair. I think it suits you, actually. I think that's a really good colour. For both of you, actually. For both of you. So Steve and Anne, morning to you two. Producer just said, he said, I didn't think she'd look like that. They're very good looking, my listeners. I know, because the amount of shows that we've done, and you look at people and you think, it's like Cliff Richard. He actually described everybody at his show at the Royal Albert Hall. He said, you're all young, he said. Anybody under the age of 75 is now considered young. And I watched it again the other day. And his voice is just spot on. Just so good, so clever, so wonderful. The teen chess master, in the papers today, cheated in over 100 games. This is something to do with things you pop inside your bottom, and it vibrates and it tells you different. I mean, I can't believe it. Beads, aren't they? I think they call them anal beads. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought when you sat on Brighton Beach, and it was all stones, that one day they'd be used as sort of letting you cheat at various games. The UK have sent in warships to protect the North Sea gas, and the rail unions say strikes may go on for months, which I think I mentioned earlier on, actually. But it's not made any difference. They go the strikes, they go, oh, it's a strike this weekend or it's a strike today, and we go, OK, fine. It doesn't seem any closer to being settled. In fact, sometimes the rail companies go, let's have a talk, and then Mick Lynch goes, no, I don't think so. We're going to bring you to your knees. But so far it hasn't achieved anything at all. People just sort of make do. If they all of a sudden decided we're going to close all the railways down, we'd find alternative methods of getting into work. That's what would happen. We're not going to sit back there and be mamby-pambies for some deluded old man's idea of getting, more money out of the rails. And all they kept doing is saying, oh, and some of these people get this much money. But that's how I expect big business to work. If you've got a successful company, you make the money. Surely Mick Lynch, who makes a small fortune, ladies and gentlemen, wouldn't be amiss to doing things like that. There's more strikes this weekend. Won't make any difference. I've got a car. You know, like millions of us have got cars in this country. Millions of people use the buses. Millions of people, you know, use bicycles. Not everybody uses bicycles. But there's now all these electric bikes. You don't even need to pedal the bloody things. You just sit on it and they whiz up and down. The amount of people I've seen, though, driving in the early hours of the morning. No lights. No lights on at all. Where's the police? Too busy getting McDonald's in Leicester Square. Although I did see 4 police officers questioning somebody outside the noisy nightclub next door. And it does get noisy at times, but you know, all I keep saying to my drivers, you know, not just this morning but any other day, is where do they get the money from? These people, they can afford to go out drinking in nightclubs. They certainly can't afford decent clothes. I've never seen such a badly dressed lot of bimbos and himbos. God, I mean, the women dress far better than the men. The men just sort of put a pair of dirty old jeans. I think it's Freshers Week though at the moment. That was the last thing they looked fresh. Can you imagine? Also, there's a new edict banning councils from using terms like mum and dad. I mean, there's a whole list of these things which they're not apparently allowed to use. Well, it gives them no conversational time. I'm sick to death of mamby-pamby councils telling us what we can and what we can't say. I haven't got the list. I can't remember which newspaper it came out of. I shall find it in a minute, because I think it was one of the last papers that I looked at. So I think it might be the Express. You got it? Oh, well done. So here is the list of words, that's it, which are now banned. OK? This is what they've... I mean, basically, I'm sticking 2 fingers up so they can say what the hell they like. Homosexual. Queer. Caucasian. Mum and dad. BAME. I don't know what BAME is. I can't remember. Is it... Black, Asian, minority, ethnic? Well, it's the first time I've heard that. Minority is a word you can't use. Economic migrant. The disabled. Handicapped. Second generation. Able-bodied, wheelchair-bound, physically challenged, the needy, deprived neighbourhoods, the homeless or low-skilled worker. All of those words are banned. Well, I think not. I think not. You can do what you like if you work for these stupid councils. The rest of us are going to just carry on using words which we're familiar with. I mean, the papers go, it's a bonkers ruling. It's put out by idiots. People who are sort of, you know, it came in an email from the chief executive of the local government association to 339 English and 22 Welsh councils. It said the phrase, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, should be avoided in favour of good afternoon, everyone. Well, you can go sod off, Mark Lloyd. Not interested in what you've got to say, pal. Are these people really dim? They seriously think that we're not going to say physically challenged or disabled? But also the idea of good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So good afternoon, everyone. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be saying that, actually. You can sit there in your lonely little cell and come up with whatever you like, Mark, but we're not following your advice. OK, mate? There you go, solves that problem. Why should we be dictated to by these dictatorial little prigs? Seriously, I mean, that's all they are. They're coming up with what, you can't say this, you can't say that. Well, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, whether you like it or not. What was the other one? Blimey, a bit difficult, really, actually. Oh, the older people. That's people over the age of 55. Apparently, that's now classed as old. How depressing is that? They're the biggest users of the NHS, and they moan the least. I've got another hospital appointment on Friday. I'm back in again Friday, so I shall do the Make Some Noise tomorrow. And I don't know why I've been called for it. Because I certainly didn't have anything planned. In fact, that's why I was quite surprised. And I got it the other day, and I've got to go to the hospital. I've got, you have a gastroenterology appointment at the hospital at 10:20. And I'm thinking, why would I have that? I've already had the colonoscopy and the endoscopy and everything else. And so I've now got this. I wasn't even aware of it, so I don't know what I'm having it for, unless they're sort of bringing me up to date with it and saying perhaps we need to. I really don't know what it's about. I know what gastroenterology is. It's to do with your bowel and everything else and things like that. But I've already been in for the, and they haven't said any more. And I don't remember somebody saying, oh, by the way, we're going to have a gastroenterology appointment for you after I've had this. When did I go in for the colonoscopy? That was 2 or 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago? More. 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. 3 or 4 months? It definitely wasn't 3 or 4 months. Definitely not. But anyway, I don't remember having this thing, unless this is a follow-up, and unless they put me on a machine. I don't know what's the point of it. I'll let you know. because I'm as curious as the next person. It's when I got it yesterday. And also there was a parcel. I'm waiting on 2 parcels. One which I bought for the producer. It's his early Christmas present. And they've said it's on the way. I don't know how much longer it's got. And then there was another one I've ordered from somebody else, and that hadn't arrived. So I wrote to them, and then blow me down. Literally, I'd sent it off to this particular company, and then I get a thing from the post office saying your parcel from this particular company is being delivered today, Thursday. So I love a day where I've got various things. I've sent my brother. Remember I said I sent him something a short while ago. I found it. It's the start of July I went. Did I really? 3 months, good God. My brother likes corgi toys and things like that. And this is the Coca-Cola Christmas lorry, which is 40 quid, but it's got lights in it. Little lights. And he said, I got it. And he said, I thought it was fantastic. I thought, oh, thank God for that. Because he likes things like that. You know, he might sort of leave it in the box and then sell it later on. I don't have any problem with things like that. It's only because I saw it and I thought he'd like things like that. That would be something that would appeal to him, so he could have it out for Christmas. Because there's all sorts of other little bits and pieces. I keep saying, you can get big ones. Show me the big one. Oh, they've got a big one as well. How much is the big one? £120. I'm not sure I could run to... Oh, that's nice. Has that got lights in it as well? Wow. And that's from Corgi, is it? How nice. The one I bought it... Oh, that is nice, isn't it? That is very nice. That might have to be his Christmas present. No, he doesn't want... He'll want money. Everybody wants money now. Have you noticed? Nobody wants, but that is particularly good. It's got Father Christmas at the back because he winks, doesn't he, when they used to do the holidays are coming, holidays are coming. Everybody commenting on my singing, saying it's getting better and better, which is very flattering. Thank you very much indeed. But I like that one. Now, has it got lights in it? Definitely. It looks as though it's got lights, but are they really lights in it? Because if it lights up, then I might have to buy it. I might have to buy it. Wait a minute. It's a Scania truck, blah, 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 decorated. Does it say... Well, you keep moving it. I'm trying to read the blooming thing. Go back. That's it. Stop. And appears in the artwork painted by the artist. It doesn't say. But there is a whole Coca-Cola range, they said, on Corgi, which you go down a little bit, you can click onto it. It says... side light bars, side pipes, yes, different things. Yeah, there's one, that's £119, so mud flaps, single spotlights, side light bars. No, it hasn't got them. But there was another thing. Go back, slowly. Go up again. View the whole Coca-Cola range on Corgi. Well, should we do it after the news? Should we play along together, ladies and gentlemen? Might as well. We've got Tory party conference. Is anybody going to the Lib Dem conference? Is that coming up shortly? My poor producer, my ex-producer Corey, he's been to all of these things now. I think he's rapidly sort of degenerating into something completely. He's just become indoctrinated by all these different venues that they have to go to. Which is, I don't even know where the one is. I don't know where Lib Dems are playing. It'll be something like probably the Scout Hut at Ponders End or something like that. Should be quite good, shouldn't it?
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
You know, the more you look at Rod Stewart's railway, the more you think, I don't think I'll bother. We were trying to find out whether it lights up. We think it lights up. It's absolutely stunningly beautiful. You would not believe that it was a model. He said, don't call it a train set. It's a model railway. And you look at it and you think, my God, that is absolutely amazing. I'm pretty certain I've seen it lit up. If you're going to go to this extent of putting in all this track and everything else, and the scenery and the cliffs, and just everything, it's just absolutely amazing. It really is. I've just said to the producer, I said, my ideal dream would be to win the lottery, buy a big old Victorian house, like sort of an old vicarage. They're always the bit. What the vicar does in them, I've got no idea. But anyway, and have the loft converted so that you could put a big train set in there which lights up at night. That would be lovely. Together with a fun fair in one part of it. Because I know you can get all the fun fair things because I've seen them on sale. And you buy those and then you can put them all in, you connect them up. And is that it? Or is that somebody else's? That's another one. Beautiful, isn't it? When they light up, they just look absolutely amazing. It's obviously a childhood thing. Because we did have a train set when we lived up in Yorkshire, me and my brother. But it certainly never lit up. It was a train set. It just went round and round. Bit dull, really, actually, but I was hoping, Steve, regarding the banned words, did they say which words we should use instead? No, they offered no alternative at all. As I say, they can stick it in their pipe and smoke it. Steve, here we go. Kathy says, Steve, your gastroenterology appointment will be for your follow-up appointment. That's how it's done, just to put your mind at rest. You see, listen, this is the advantage of LBC. There's going to be somebody who knows exactly what is going to be going on. We can ask anything on this programme and somebody will have the answer. But anyway, so if you had anything that needed to be sorted at speed, you'd have heard before now. Even by a phone call, they would get to you if needs be. It's your follow-up and you're getting an appointment this late because we're inundated with thousands of patients, says Kathy, who obviously works within the NHS. Yes, I mean, they did tell me I was clear when they did the appointment. They tell you there and then, and I told my diabetic doctor that because he said, what did they say? And I said, they said it was clear. It was fine. So the follow-up is just to say, everything all right, everything going okay, you're fine. And because I've seen the photos, as I say, it looks like the inside of Vesuvius. It does. It looks like little railway lines going in different directions. The interior of your body is quite remarkable. They were doing a thing the other day. Oh, look, more from Anne. She said, you said your producer didn't expect me to look like that. What was he expecting? Oh, looking a bit more tired, he says, sleepless. And she said, good luck with Make Some Noise tomorrow. We'll be tuned in. Thank you. It's a lovely magazine, Picture Post, 60 pages for sixpence, 2.5 pence. That's 6D. 6D. Did I ever save newspapers? No. No, no, nothing at all. Although I do have a collection of Country Life at the moment, but I just let them build up, then I give them to the doctor's surgery. So they've got but mainly I think the girls in the doctor's surgery take them home, which doesn't bother me in the slightest. But I try and give them away to different people because it's a nice opportunity to look at houses you can't afford and all these different articles. I love them completely. Lynn's back from holiday. I think she's done about 3 holidays this year so far. And so she's back. So that's good news. So we're having a cup of tea on the patio at 12 o'clock today. So that'll be quite nice. I keep thinking it's Friday. It's not Friday, is it? Definitely not. The Mirror. They've got chaos, confusion, calamity. This was the end of the Tories. Well, it wasn't, actually. That was the thing. It was, that's what people were expecting. The Mirror's demanding new laws on dangerous dogs after they show a 26% rise in attacks since the pandemic began. And Top Boy's name is Noah. I don't know anybody called Noah at all. Apart from, there was an old bloke who lived at the end of our street and he had an ark. And I remember saying to him one time, I said, such an unusual name, isn't it, Noah? And he said, yes, he said, I've got a wife called Olivia. And surprisingly, that is the top girl's name, Olivia. I've got the list. Number 10 for boys, Henry. We know a Henry. Archie. We know an Archie, don't we? That's what Harry and Meghan's kiddie's called. Oscar. I don't know any Oscars. Apart from the one in Heartbeat. Who's died? Who died? I watched Heartbeat yesterday, and they lost, I think, one of the police officers, and I think Oscar looked as though he was about ready to pop his clogs. He had a heart attack chasing somebody, and then one of the other coppers was off a bridge, suspended on a rope, which he was clinging onto, and they said, give me a hand, and then he fell, and it must have been a few hundred feet. It was a cliffhanger, really. We don't know whether he's alive or dead. Well, I didn't at the end of it. Very frightening. Leo, number 6. Mohammed, number 5. Arthur, number 4. New York City. That's pretty, but it's true. Remember that one, Arthur? Christopher Cross sang the theme tune to the film Arthur. George, number 3. Very popular. All right, George, hello, mate. Oliver, number 2. Noah, number 1. In the girlies lineup, number 10, Willow. Willow. Who in God's name calls it? Oh, please don't write in and tell me you've called your daughter Willow. Will Smith's daughter. Yeah, well, we don't know Will Smith, do we? Number 9 is Mia. Mia. Number 8, yes, Mama, Mia. Florence. Hello, Florence, said Dougal. Hello, Dougal and Florence. Number 7, Lily. 6 is Freya. 5 is Ivy. My auntie was called Ivy. Ava, number 4. Isla, number 3. Amelia, number 2. And Olivia, number 1. They're much more adventurous than the blokes' names, aren't they? Much, much better. Much better. Do you know how many dog-related crimes so far in 2022? 10,000. 10,000 dog crimes. It's people, you know, the terminally stupid who keep dogs that they literally... They don't bother training them or anything like that. They're just badly behaved dogs. Very badly behaved dogs. Starmer spells out the shocking monthly mini-budget hike, £500 mortgage rises. Yeah, we've heard this. I've got friends who are in it at the moment. So commiserations there. Apparently Jules Holland has a fantastic model railway. Does he? It's obviously a thing to have, isn't it? I don't want to miss out. And I've had a look at his. It's very nice. It's not as good as Rod Stewart's. His train truly is bound for glory. It's nice, it's big, but it's not as good. He said, I had a modest train set in the corner of a small room in a small house as a young boy. I've always loved it. But, it's nice, don't get me wrong, but it's not as good as Rod's. Rod's is like the best. But, he's got cars and everything. I think this is quite normal. For men of a certain age to have a train set. What's the matter with that? You know, it's not childish or anything. In fact, if anything, it's become more adult. It's like dolls' houses. Have you ever seen the dolls' house collectors? People will literally buy these houses or make them. You can get some stunning dolls' houses. There's a very good one at Windsor Castle. And it lifts up and you can see all the rooms. And all the furniture is original. Original Chippendales. You know, people like Constable and different people like that did pictures and all the rest of it. The carpets were specially woven. But you can go to these companies and they sell really good quality furniture to put in there. And it's not for playing with. It's for sort of looking at and rearranging the furniture, and some of them have got little electric lights inside there and stuff like that. I've got this thing about lighting. I don't know why, but that's all right, actually. People were livid that their hit Moving On was used without permission by Liz Truss at the Tory conference. I don't know why, actually. They didn't have a ruling on, you know, you can't use it for this or you can't use it for that. They get paid royalties for using it. I wouldn't have thought it made any difference. I mean, I just thought that it was, you know, moving on up. That seemed fairly appropriate. There you go, Queen Mary's Doll's House. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's got all this original stuff, but it lifts up the whole thing and the front opens and everything. And it's quite nice. And also there's little books in there which have been written. I mean, some by Thomas Hardy, Rudyard Kipling, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Vita Sackville West also has some content, and they make little tiny books, little miniature things. I mean, you know, it was a sort of a dream for people to be in the Doll's House. Originally exhibited, I think, at the Empire exhibition. 1.6 million people came to view it. Now at Windsor Castle as a tourist attraction. It's lovely, beautiful. Cruz Beckham is working with Rita Ora's award-winning songwriter as he prepares to launch his new pop career. Apparently, and I'll read this out and then we'll pick up on the bit that's wrong. The 17-year-old who released a festive single in 2016 is working with a Swedish ace, Coda, on new material. It comes as the teen has learnt to play the guitar, piano, drums and even the mandolin. Marvellously talented family, aren't they, really? He says his focus is just on making the music I love. And that's what will kill his career straight away. No point doing the music you love, dear. You've got to do the music that's going to sell. That's the whole idea of being a popsicle star. You know, and just because you've got Rita Ora's award-winning songwriter, it don't mean it's going to work for you. Guy Chambers wrote mainly for Robbie Williams and became extremely successful. And that's why. But, you know, he had to do it. It doesn't mean that if he wrote for you, you'd be successful. The trouble is, at 17, you see, you think that you can record the music that you love and that will be a hit. It won't. Because unless you can convince the public to buy the music that you like, It's not going to work at all. So it doesn't matter who you've got with you. You can cough up £1 million. I'm assuming Mumsy and Dadsy are paying for this because you're not getting it for free and you don't work, do you, really? In fact, we don't even know what they do. We have no idea. I see they've started trolling the little one in the family. What's her name? Harper. Because they were looking at some of the outfits she was wearing the other day when she went with Mumsy to Paris Fashion Week, and they went, why have you dressed a 12-year-old in old ladies' clothes? And so, because I have to be honest, you look at I've never seen her wearing anything that suits a 12-year-old. And so some of these outfits, listen, Victoria Beckham can't flog stuff in her shop. So she's obviously using Harper as a thing. But then she said, Harper, kiss, 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 sends mummy lots of love and everything. I think, why are you sharing this with people? Shouldn't this be private? I don't tell you, what people have written in my Christmas cards, for goodness sake. Lottie says, Lib Dems usually have their conference first, but they cancelled it this year due to national mourning for the late Queen. Yeah, it's been cancelled completely. I thought they actually could have done it, later. I see no reason why not. There's loads of empty phone boxes round here. Could have been fantastic, but we will cope. Claire says, I have Crohn's and I get colonoscopies every year. Aren't I lucky? If it was sinister, they'd tell you straight away. So you're all good. Love ya, says Claire. I know a whole family who have Crohn's. A whole family who have Crohn's. And I didn't know that they got colonoscopies. But as I said to people, because people were saying to me, having a colonoscopy, I don't think they'd had it. I seriously didn't have any problem with that or the endoscopy. I've said it a million times before, mainly to put people's fears to one side so that people were saying, it's going to be awful, Steve, you won't like it. I didn't even know the cameras were in. I could see what was going on, but it didn't make any... You just lie on your side. I didn't even know that the camera had gone down my throat. I seriously didn't know. In fact, when I think back on it, I'm thinking, when did they put the camera in? Well, what they do is they spray your throat, just at the back of your throat, and I think that numbs it. The other thing I was worried about was would I have a gag reflex, because I'm generally not very good with things like that. But what they do is, and this was the clever trick that made it work, they've got a little tube with a bit of sponge which they push up your nose, and that pumps air in. So you're still breathing. You don't have to sort of hold your breath or anything else. And then they put a plastic thing just over your mouth, and I think that had the camera in, and I didn't feel a thing. Literally, absolutely amazing. Morning, everybody. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast Show on LBC, Monday through Friday, closed Saturday, Sunday, because I'm not here, but I'm back on the Monday again, so it's quite nice as we head towards the festive season, or Halloween. There's loads of freaky things in the shops, aren't there? Costco have got all sorts of strange things, like that. And you think to yourself, another James O'Brien show. And they've got things that move and all the rest. I used to have a money box years and years ago, and it was battery operated. It was just like a square black box, not very big, plastic. And you put a coin in the top, and the lid lifted up slowly, and a hand came out, grabbed the coin, and pulled it back inside the box. Seriously, it was fat. I remember, how does it grip it? How does it grip it? It was very good. You just put one coin in this little tray thing at the top, and the hand came out and grabbed it and pulled it back inside. I like things like that. I think they're very, very interesting. Very interesting. 007 Heaven, the best sort of Bond movies, the worst Bond. Well, they don't really do sort of the worst ones. They reckon that the quintessential spy film is From Russia with Love. It's got one of the most brutal fight scenes, apparently. Number 2, Casino Royale. 3, Skyfall, which was I think that was the 50th anniversary film. Goldfinger. Number 5, On Her Majesty's Secret Service. We Have All the Time in the World. That was George Lazenby. No Time to Die. License to Kill. GoldenEye, The Spy Who Loved Me, Quantum of Solace, which went for like years, went on and on and on. A View to a Kill, that's more looking his age, yet Christopher Walken's villain Zorin and Duran Duran's theme song are excellent. Grace Jones steals the show, mad as a fruitcake, absolutely mad as a fruitcake. Thunderball, number 12. Dr. No, in fact there was some brilliant underwater action in that one. Dr. No was good. That was the one with Ursula Andress coming out of the sea. Underneath the banyan tree, my hand... Yeah, that one. Yeah. You Only Live Twice, written by Roald Dahl, at number 14. 15, The Living Daylights, For Your Eyes Only, at 16. Live and Let Die, at 17. Spectre, number 18. The World Is Not Enough. Tomorrow Never Dies, had Jonathan Pryce in that one. Moonraker, I thought that was really good, actually, out in space. I thought that was really good, actually. I liked it an awful lot, actually. The Man with the Golden Gun, that was the Thailand outing with Christopher Lee's Scaramanga. And it had the little man. The plane, boss, the plane. Knick-Knack. Was he called? Who was the actor? Because he died years ago now. And I used to like him. I thought he was good. But I can't remember what the actor's name was. I just remember when he died, they were all saying, he played Knick-Knack. There he is. Hervé Jean-Pierre Vilches. He was a French-American actor, best known as Knick-Knack. And he did Fantasy Island. That was the plane, boss, the plane. He took his own life. Really? Oh, poo. That's a shame. Tomorrow Never Dies, number 20. 21, Moonraker. As I say, we like that one in space. Man with the Golden Gun. Octopussy. That was sort of Indiana Jones-inspired romp. Diamonds Are Forever, 24. And 25, Die Another Day. Apparently Halle Berry looks outdated and horribly out of touch. I thought they were all good. I liked all of them. I didn't have a problem with any of the Bond films. I didn't like the more modern ones because they just went on too long. My life's a bit too short. I've got potato to heat up and stuff like that. Too serious sometimes. I know, it's probably wonderful for them. Ray says, I had my cataract done in my left eye in July. Yesterday, had the right eye done. Completely changed my life. No more glasses and everything crystal clear. The NHS is a wonderful service. I had mine done years ago now. I thought they were brilliant. Did you see that woman on the television the other day? Her husband died. So she claimed on his insurance policy. And the insurance company, normally they pay these things within 48 hours. I think they're fairly quick if it's something like that. 7 months. 7 months, because it turned out he'd not been totally honest about his illnesses. Because when they say, list all of your illnesses, he didn't list a couple of things that had happened to him earlier on in life because he thought that they didn't need to be on there. But they said, no, they should have been on there. That's why they were dragging their heels on it. The reason they should have been on there is they said it affects the insurance premiums. What he was paying was not enough. Had that come back again, it would have made it invalid. So they were dragging their heels. And I can't remember what the outcome of the thing was. I don't think they actually paid. Or if they did, they sort of did a reduced amount. Because you have to put down you've really got to go back, but they've got to ask you the questions. You know, do you remember having anything? You've got to go back to, I would have to go back to when I had a mouth ulcer which had to be cut out in hospital under general anaesthetic. So you'd have to remember things like that. Apart from that, I was fairly healthy as a child. It's just as an adult I'm deteriorating. But, but they were all like that. As you get a little bit older, things start dropping off. And you just have to sort of put up with it, and go back to those where they drop off. Things that used to work sort of cease working. A bit like the Lib Dems, isn't it, I suppose? So Meghan and Harry want to delay the documentary. I think she wears the trousers in that relationship. I think he's a bit of a sap because she holds his hand. He doesn't hold her hand. He's a bit like a child. He doesn't have anybody to talk to apart from her. He's got no friends over in America. He goes and plays polo, but these aren't friends of his. They're just acquaintances that he plays polo with, and I think he's getting lonely. He should have stuck with the family. One thing you don't do is diss your family, and I think he's made a big, big mistake. But there you go. Listen, that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Queen Victoria. Apparently she had a drink problem. Well, that's what they say. You could say anything you like about Queen Victoria. I mean, she's dead. She can't sue because you can't libel the dead. It was always quite a good thing. So that's why you get people saying anything you like about somebody who's died, because they're never going to... You could say, actually, Diana used to listen to me all the time. She used to write in. And people would say, no, she didn't. And you go, well, she did. She did used to write in under another name, but didn't used to write in under her name Diana, Princess of Wales. And people say, you can't say that. And you go, you can say anything you like when they're dead. You cannot libel the dead. It's not physically possible. There was a dog breeder. I don't like dog breeders in this country. This one had 96 dogs in a house. 96. They were so grateful to be rescued. I see it on a program in America where I think they're in Houston, Texas. And they go out and people have their animals. They go, I'm going to go to court, you know, because I want to save my animal. And they say, you've neglected it. Look, this horse is skin and bones. Really terrible. But this dog owner had 96 dogs. They were so desperate to see people. They had no water, nothing at all. And they've all been rescued. But these people are filth. Absolute filth. TV's Only Fools and Horses Boise left his wife £469,000, and I think to a couple of charities, including a hedgehog charity. There used to be one which one of our presenters years ago used to talk about all the time, which was Tiggy Winkles. Yeah, Tiggy Winkles. It just always made me laugh. Yeah, Beatrix Potter character. And they used to look after hedgehogs, you know, hedgehogs that used to come in, albino hedgehogs, all their spikes had fallen out and everything else. And it was Tiggy Winkles, the charity for little hedgehogs. It's a wildlife hospital. They're so sweet, but you need gloves on, otherwise they stick their spikes into you. Don't want anything like that. Mind you, the worst ones are porcupines. Oh, dear me, that's even the worst thing. And they had something a short while ago. What was it? Was it I don't know, I can't remember, but I think it was an animal that stuck its head into something and it came out with all these spikes all over it, trying to get them out again. It could have been a fox or a badger or something. Whatever it was not particularly pleasant, not particularly good. And a young boy has died in a gas blast. You know why? The neighbour, a few doors down, was stealing the gas pipes. He was so stupid he didn't realise. Anyway, this boy died in the blast which ensued because the neighbour was cutting the pipes to sell the copper. Got sent to prison for 6 years, but this boy died as a result. And copper valuable, yeah. Yes. People steal copper. People break into factories to steal copper piping. Wires, people nick all sorts of things, but copper as well. You find all sorts of these salvage people will buy this kind of stuff. You know, there was somebody who took all these plates off in a cemetery commemorating the war dead, and they were all individual plates. Somebody took them all off, took them to a local dealer and got paid money for them. They used to steal manhole covers as well, you know, because they're worth money. They're metal. You know, you can melt this sort of stuff down. It's ghastly. But I'm glad that raised cataracts have been sorted. It does change your life. It really does. It's I thought it was brilliant operation, and very good they were too. Also, Ben versus Eubank. Now, wait a minute. There's something that I remember reading something. Isn't Chris Eubank's son, Chris Eubanks Jr., due to fight somebody? Could have been Ben. Anyway, Nigel Benn's son, they've had to cancel the fight because Nigel Benn's son has tested positive for drugs. I seem to remember. I've got this in the back of my mind. I hope it's right. If not, I shall have to apologise most profusely. Rachel Riley. Story about her, but we can't mention the rude words that came up on the television. And a pig had to audition to be on The Larkins. This was in 1990s, The Darling Buds of May. They wanted to check that the pig looked right for the role. which is interesting. And Molly May Hague has been close to tears. Why was she close to tears? Apparently she had a water leak at her home. Oh, Diddums. Try and get over yourself, love. I'm sure you'll be better in the cold light of day. And a Royal Navy engineer said he couldn't have sexually kissed a male colleague because he was demisexual. I've never even heard of demisexual. I don't even know what that is. Perhaps we'll investigate further. Demisexual, honestly, can you believe it? Probably in this day and age, anything is possible, isn't it? Let's take the news.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I was just chatting away, actually, to a friend of mine about tomorrow. which is Make Some Noise Day, as you know, on LBC. And all the stations in the group will be doing their bit. The place will be... I'm convinced that they're going to be blowing up hundreds of balloons. There's always balloon arches you go through, and different people will be offering kisses in the reception area and things like that. And it always goes very, very well. And so I'm hoping that this year goes even better, even though there are more... and there is more pressure on people to sort of look after their money. But when you hear some of the charities, some of the little charities that we're going to be helping, I'm hoping that we're going to tug at your heartstrings and you're going to be as generous as you have been in previous years. So that's all to look forward to. But I bet you anything, I'll walk in tomorrow, the whole place will be lit up with balloons and everything. I always think it's quite exciting. The producer said to me, "You're going to dress up?" I said, "I have dressed up. This is what I'm wearing. This is my dressing up outfit." Some people come in dressed as all sorts of bizarre things, I promise you. Jay says, "I haven't seen Rod Stewart's model railway." Oh, you must. Oh, you really must. And but try and get a look at Pete Waterman's. I saw it on telly a couple of months ago. Absolutely stunning. How many people have got these things? How many people have got railways? It's unbelievable. So Pete Waterman's new layout. It was this was the one that they did at Chester Cathedral. I remember this one. Definitely, because it's, but, you know, Rod Stewart's is at his house. And it was quite a big one, but it was all lots of, I mean, yeah, this one looks a bit more technical, doesn't it? Whereas the other one, I think, was aesthetically pleasing. That's what my description of it is. And this was in 2022, his stunning new 00 gauge railway. See, some people can just sit there for ages and just look at them. And I'm that sort of person. I think I'm having a regression, but these are proper trains. What do you mean proper? Oh, model. Oh, yeah, well, they are in Pete Waterman's. Sorry, not in Pete, in Rod Stewart's as well. That's the only thing that they do with the trains. They make them models of. I used to have a train set, and it's smoked. You put in little drops of this liquid, and it would sort of heat up gently, and then it would puff smoke out there. It was brilliant. Some of them are so clever, so clever. They were doing there was a film on the television the other day, and it was about one of the wars. And I can't remember, it might have been one of the wars. There's always a war going on somewhere. And this one, when they had two ships that were firing at each other, you could tell that they were little models in a bath, because it just didn't look right. We found out what demisexuality is. See, this was a new one on me. I've never heard of this one. It's a sexual orientation in which an individual does not experience primary sexual attraction, the type of attraction that's based on immediately observable characteristics such as appearance or smell, and it's experienced immediately after the first encounter. They only experience secondary sexual attraction, the type of attraction that happens after knowing somebody for a while. Do you get that? I didn't get it at all. So basically you're attracted to their personality once you get to know them. Oh, right. Oh, that's where I'm going wrong. I've got no personality. That's it. So it's nothing to do with looks. So that defines demisexual. It's not looks. Fantastic. I'm all for that one. So it's based on your personality. People like your personality as opposed to your looks. But the trouble is, who wants to go with somebody who's not good looking? You know, demisexuals. But I mean, how would you know somebody was demisexual? Do they tell you they're demisexual? Unbelievable, honestly. The things we learn on this programme, I'm feeling quite depressed by the whole thing. But at least it's based on personality, but obviously that's where I'm going wrong, I'm afraid. Star Trek legend William Shatner is devastated. He never made peace with Leonard Nimoy. Hated each other. In fact, I don't think actually William Shatner got on with many people in the programme. It was one of those things. He's 91. He tried to get in touch with Nimoy, Mr. Spock, who cut off contact in the final years before his death. The Emma winner, promoting his memoir, Boldly Go, Reflections on a Life of Awe and Wonder, said, "I don't know what happened. He just wouldn't answer my call. I wrote him a heartfelt letter saying how much I loved him and I wished him well because he was dying. I wanted to see him and I'm hurt and I'm devastated." Julie Nimoy, daughter of Leonard, who is associated with the catchphrase, "It's life, Jim, but not as we know it," said her dad loved his former screen buddy, but he couldn't face seeing him as his health steadily worsened. I was told they didn't get on at all well. There was a clash of personalities. Amazing how there's so many other programmes like that. There are famous, hate things that going on. Yes, I believe in Hawaii Five-0. Not everybody got on with the lead actor in that one either. But then there was all sorts of things. And who was the other actor that everybody hated, who was huge in Hollywood? And he appeared with Judy Garland, Mickey Rooney. He was another one who could be difficult at times. And I don't know whether or not these people became difficult because they were big, big stars, or because it was a clash of egos, or it was a jealousy. I don't know what it is. It's like sort of people always say to me, are you jealous of other radio presenters? I thought, well, not really. No, why would I be jealous of anybody else? Everybody does their own thing. Everybody does something that's completely different. The more unique you are. And I get stuff from people in the radio business saying, I've listened to you for years and stuff like that. But, of course, because you don't see anybody, it's not like going to a Cliff Richard concert where he sees all his fans spread out before him because they will fill the Royal Albert Hall or any of the venues that he does. I don't see people. You just have to assume, apart from the Leicester Square Theatre where we see people. And I always put the lights up. Because I like to have a look at people. I don't know why. Perhaps it just makes me feel a bit better. But details tomorrow of the date for the show, and the tickets going on sale as well tomorrow. But I can't tell you when. But I know what's going to happen. We will have sold tickets before we even start the programme tomorrow. It's just one of those things. People always do it. And I always think it's very, very, very sweet, actually. Harry Styles, he's got to be the biggest thing that's happened in recent years. And he's plotting a huge follow-up to put him among the legends. He's doing particularly well, actually. Which, actually, he's working America. He's working it like a good one. Because if you don't work America, you don't really get to be that huge international star. And so he plays huge stadiums. One Direction used to do exactly the same thing, but he's doing it by himself. Apparently, chimps and gorillas are often best pals. American primatologist Cricket San says these apes form long-term relationships. I've always thought they were just they're like us, aren't they? They form these relationships and they sit there and they groom each other and they do all their bits and pieces. There's a haunted pub famous for sightings of a severed hand, has been named one of the greatest boozers in the country. It's a 14th century haunch of venison in Salisbury, listed in the new book, Great Pubs of England, out this month. A haunted pub, honestly, because it's got a severed hand. Yeah, Jackanory. Doesn't have a severed hands at all. A football ref suffered injuries when he was allegedly attacked after sending off a player. Anyway, a 24-year-old man been arrested. What is going on with people assaulting people? I'm sorry, we're sending you off. You're rubbish. Oh, I'm not having that, mate. You're not pushing me off. Ghastly, honestly, isn't it, really? Morning, Steve. Yesterday I was totally convinced it was Friday, and had to be honest, this morning it still feels the same. Says Jen from Sydenham. Worse still, this morning I discovered a place called Lofoten in Norway. Apparently the sun never sets there, and from what I've seen it looks beautiful. So now I'm in the holiday mood and will continue with my discombobulated Friday feeling until the real Friday arrives. I've had a look at Lofoten Islands, and it's quite beautiful. Quite beautiful, but blooming freezing. I tell you, you're going to be very, very cold there. You get the Aurora Borealis. It's just beautiful, but there's nothing to do. Okay, you just go there and you look at the nice things, and they have lights on their lakes and ponds and stuff like that, and the people eat whatever they eat. I don't know what they would eat, actually, but you won't find a McDonald's or a Chinese takeaway. It's just a beautiful place on Earth, because it is beautiful, and I think that's lovely. Whether they've got a KFC. No, they haven't got a KFC. He was joking. I nearly booked a flight. My eyes lit up then. Oh, how lovely. So you can go there. It's in Norway, and it just looks like it's a different pace of life. It's a different way. So, the sun never sets there. Well, it must set at some point. I know that most of these places, 6 months of the year, they tend to be what they call semi-dark. We were in Norway, inside the Arctic Circle, and it was semi-dark. Because I have got pictures of it on the internet with sort of lights on, but it just looks beautiful, doesn't it? Some lovely place. I wonder what they eat there. Fish, I should imagine. Fish. So you have a nice weekend too, Jen, but it's only Thursday. Steve, the great thing about Make Some Noise, other than all the wonderful charities it helps, of course, is Next Stop Christmas. No. Next Stop Bonfire Night. Halloween Bonfire Night. Andy says, listening from Vietnam, which is good news. And from Mike in Boreham Wood, he said, I was loving, as usual, your programme with a lovely cup of tea until you used the word diddums. I found it so funny that my sip of tea came spluttering out all over the duvet. Do I send the dry cleaning bill to you personally or LBC? Well, you can try any of them. Do your worst, as they say. Do your worst, yeah. Send it to James O'Brien. He's very good with things like that. You won't understand it, but just tell him Steve said you'd pay. Mike in Finchley says, could I have a shout-out to our good mutual friends Charles and Madeline Golding? I just want to put a smile on their faces. I was supposed to call them last week, but I didn't. So I'm picking up the pieces. Charles and Maddie, he should have phoned you last week, but he didn't, which, what can I tell you? But you're quite right, it is quite bad. But it's like people who say at Christmas time, oh, Steve, can you wish a Merry Christmas to, or seasons, compliments of the season, to my good friends? And you think, why didn't you send a card? Why didn't you send a card or a text? People should do it, but Charles and Maddie... But I haven't seen a recent picture of them, actually. I need a recent picture. I like that. And because we just do. I was reading something the other day about an ex-member of staff of LBC from a long time ago who has developed Parkinson's. And I mentioned it to Andy Ivey this morning. He said, yes. I said, it's so sad when it's somebody you know. And I didn't see the documentary on Parkinson's the other day, which was Jeremy Paxman. But apparently Ian Dale was sort of sobbing through it. But there, he sobs through everything. He's worse than I am. I thought I was bad enough. He's terrible. He really is. I mean, honestly, we both cried on the podcast. I mean, it's really if you didn't get the podcast, you'll find it. It's online. It's worth getting. It's called Ian Dale's All Talk. Okay. And you do get us being a little bit weepy. I can't remember what it was about. It was just one of those things that all of a sudden happens and you just get a bit overwrought with everything. It's very odd, isn't it? Morning, nice to have your company. 18 minutes past 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you till 7, and then tomorrow Make Some Noise Day, which I love. Apparently Ed Balls was gutted to find out he was too old to be the next James Bond. Too old to be anything, actually, Ed. Even a presenter. Way too old for that. Charlotte Hawkins told the viewers, I'm reading in the paper today about a producer saying there is an age limit. And Ed, you look really disappointed. Former politician Ed, who is standing in for Richard Madeley, said, where's Richard? We get Richard Madeley back in immediately. He's a proper presenter. Says, no way my CV was in. The trouble is, these sort of failed politicians, they do a bit of politicianing things, and then they sort of go on to television, and then they think that they're an interesting presenter. They're not really. They're not really. It's like Michael Portillo has spent his life getting on and off trains in campy jackets. I've never seen anybody who looks like a paint palette. But I'm loving that programme on the television where these artists come in and start painting things. And one of them was Jenny. Jenny, comedian, Jenny. I can't remember what her name is now. Jenny Eclair. Yeah, Jenny Eclair. And she went and she looking at it and she couldn't get the background right. So she gets a paint thing and starts painting the background behind the celebrity. And they go, what are you doing? She said, I can't cope with that colour. And I remember the time she came into LBC and smashed the door. She was having a bit of a meltdown and broke the door. She broke a door. Seriously, I've never heard anything like it before. Yeah. Naked? No, she just broke a door when she came in. No, yeah, the big naked... Oh. So, Naked Ambitions. No, she was sort of painting this person. It was very good. I didn't think they were naked. They've got clothes on. But some of them are really, these artists, they're very good. Very, very good. They had Annika Rice there. She was painting as well. She can be a bit of a pain. But the portrait painting on Sky Arts, it's very interesting. Some of these people are really good. But we knew that Annika painted because I've seen pictures that she's done before. The other one apparently is very good is Timmy Mallet. But the best one is the weather forecaster. That's Thomas Schaffenacker. I mean, unbelievable. Unbelievably brilliant. I mean, you look at his stuff and you think, that's actually a photograph, isn't it? And you go, no. I mean, look at it. Of course, I mean, Look at me on the radio going, look at it. And you're thinking, well, we can't see it, Steve. You can find him online. He's so good. He really is. I mean, he's very, very clever. Jules says, really cold spring day down here in Auckland, and it's now snowing down south. Well, apparently this year we're going to get snow on Christmas Day. So they've said. I don't mind, actually. And just listening as usual, you're my sunshine every day. I heard you mention KFC. My 86-year-old mum just passed. Loved a trip there. Weird or what, says Sandra from Broxbourne. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, KFC? I see the pictures of it on the poster, and I've never had KFC that ever looks like that. It's never looked like that at all. They must have kept it in there for ages and ages or not dipped it enough, because it's always bits falling off it and everything else. It never looks the same. They spend ages, I should imagine, working on the pictures. We did a thing ages ago. I was working in this nightclub in Richmond called Cheeky Pete's, and they came in to use it for a crisp advert, and they had boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of crisps. It was a Smith's crisp advert, and they were opening all the packets to find a whole crisp in there so they could take it out with a light behind it. But of course, trying to find a complete crisp in a packet is pretty remote. And when you look at when they photograph certain bits of food, they spray it with glue. They do all sorts of things with it. They add glitter and everything else to make it look as appealing as possible. Totally inedible. And when they put the thing in there, it's all done so beautifully and very carefully done. So it's got little things on there, and it makes it look as though it's never like that. I defy anybody to go into any of the burger places and go, why does it not look like that? I want that one up there, not this manky old thing you've given me down here. And they go, oh, the cheese is just dribbling out the side, so let's just heat that up a little. They do everything. They inject it with colour and everything else to make it look interesting. It's so fake. And they put it in there and you think, oh, that looks beautiful. You take the lid off and it's a bit of plasticine. Yeah, I want one. Steve, I used to make deliveries, says Lee, to Pinewood Studios, and once saw Daniel Craig there in his tuxedo. I also saw Richard Attenborough. I used to see Richard Attenborough all the time, and he lived in Richmond. Steve, have you seen that Matt Baker has a new series about his farm in the Durham Dales? First one last night, says Monica. I have, actually. I was always amazed that they give people a free series basically plugging their business. Have you seen Drew, who's got a reclaim business, and he goes around the country in a van with his friend, and they buy antiques, and then he takes them back and sells them. You're basically a free advert for his company. Matt Baker, free advert for his parents' farm. You know, and you think to yourself, I mean, it's very interesting, but to be honest with you, it's just a free advert. I still find them entertaining, though. I do like watching these things. Mike says, I've got chaps next door coming in for pre-Christmas drinks and nibbles tonight. Do Costco sell pre-prepared nibbles? Oh, you can get them in Marks and Spencer's. Go in there and they'll do a tray of sandwiches for you, a tray of wrap. Costco do prepared trays of sandwiches, trays of wraps, vegetarian wraps, and cakes, biscuits, chocolate. And yeah, I mean, seriously, loads of things for parties. Loads of things for parties. So that's the place. How many sleeps till Christmas, says Mike? Oh, come on. You know it's 80. 80 sleeps until Christmas. Getting closer, isn't it? Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. I'm in my own world. There's a reason for it. Nobody else wants to be in it with me. So, the Antique Rogue Show. The British Museum is home to rare artefacts along with a few surprising treasures. For example, the Rosetta Stone, which dates back, it goes back a long, long way, but in 1799, these French soldiers stumbled upon this slab of rock in Rosetta, hence it being called the Rosetta Stone, in Egypt. When the British defeated them shortly afterwards, the stone ended up at the British Museum. They want it back. During World War I, it was kept 50 feet underground at the Postal Tube Railway in Holborn. We use the underground a lot, especially at Kingsway, for keeping treasures in and stuff like that. Among the museum's money collection, there is a Doctor Who branded £10 note. It was made for a Christmas special where the cash point spills out notes promising to pay the bearer 10 satsumas. And it's got the TARDIS and David Tennant on it. We used to get loads of notes, fake notes, but they look very real, with pictures of celebrities on them. You could buy all sorts of them. They were available online. The Mermaid, possibly the museum's weirdest exhibit. the mermaid, the figure of a fake mermaid. It's made from the upper part of a monkey's body and a fishtail. Made in Japan, it came to the museum as a gruesome gift via Prince Arthur, Queen Victoria's grandson. It was most likely designed as a curiosity, probably for a fun fair or something like that. It does sound horrible, doesn't it? Also, they've got the Sutton Hoo helmet. Now, this is worth the price of admission, as far as I'm concerned, because in 1939, archaeologist Basil Brown excavated mysterious mounds on Edith Pretty's land in Suffolk. He discovered, when they started digging, the Anglo-Saxon ship burial. This is what they found under it. It is quite amazing. The Sutton Hoo helmet is something that you've never seen the like of. I don't know if you ever saw the pictures of the Anglo-Saxon ship. They photographed it. They literally excavated the site and they discovered this ship. It was used as a burial, and it was all there. It was all there. And this goes back to 625 AD. I mean, the stuff that goes on. Linked to East Anglia's ruler, King Raedwald, the 500 pieces were put together wrongly until an extra bit was found in the 1970s. The Netflix film The Dig was based on it, but the Sutton Hoo helmet is worth going to go and see, because it's quite beautiful. They've also got Ghibelline Man. He was nicknamed Ginger. There is a mummy, actually, in the British Museum. Whether it's not this one, I don't know. But they said that his hair grew. He was ginger, and it's still got ginger hair. Whether it's the same one, I don't know. But this one was buried in Ghibelline in Egypt in 3500 BC, naturally mummified. He's been in the museum since 1900. And it wasn't until they ran a CT scan that they discovered he was probably murdered. They discovered that he'd been stabbed in the back with a blade. Because they get things like that and then they leave it. But it happens when people die. Apparently hair and fingernails still grow. But this mummy has got hair that appears to be growing. It was all. I remember being taken to the British Museum. My dad said, we'll go and have a look at the mummy with the ginger hair. So that's what we did. Easter Island statue. You remember the Easter Island statues. This one is 8 foot, known as Hoa Hakanane. It's one of the most famous Moai monolithic human figures from Easter Island, dates from 1200 AD, said to commemorate the island's ancestors, brought back in 1869 and given to Queen Victoria. And she went, what am I supposed to do with that? So she promptly gave it to the museum. Ironically, its local name means stolen friend. Because I don't know if you've ever been to Easter Island, but they've got all these huge statues. Certainly something. But they've also got a lot of creepy cats, cat mummies. Because the Egyptians used to mummify everything. Everything. Cats, dogs, you name it. But they were normally associated with a devotion to the feline goddess called Baste. Amazingly, they were so common. In 1890, there was a shipment of 180,000 of them sent to Britain to be used as fertiliser. They had so many. You found them all over the place. The Elgin marbles you know about. And demands to bring them back have so far been refused. I don't know why. And here's another one, the Vindolanda tablets, which actually were found in 1973 at a ruined Roman fort near Hadrian's Wall. They are the earliest surviving handwritten documents ever found in Britain. 1,300 letters. They feature insights into daily life, from a soldier begging to be sent more socks to a birthday party invitation. All of these you will find in the British Museum. In fact, it's one of those museums. As a kid, I used to dread going there. But then as an adult, I joined the museum some years ago and went to all the exhibitions. It was well worth going to. It's free to go in, yes. Free to go in. If you want to join, you can join the British Museum and you get to go free for all their major exhibitions. We went to a very big one on Hadrian. And I have a sneaking feeling Hadrian was gay. I don't know why. We went to see this thing and they had all sorts of stuff from him and things like that. It's a fascinating museum. There's so much to see, but the Rosetta Stone is one, I would think, if not the top attraction there. Very interesting. 6:30. No, it's not. It's 5:30. Sorry, I just moved the time on a bit. A lot of people all of a sudden drop the toothpaste. Bit frightening, isn't it?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support. Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Morning. Steve, I'm an artist for my sins, which sounds nice, Kathy, and love art programmes. Check out Home is Where the Art Is at 3:45 today and every day on BBC Two. 3 artists are chosen to see who will get a commission by members of the public. I think I've seen it, actually. It's with Nick Knowles, so I shall watch that. I mean, some of the people are really good. I mean, I'm quite envious of people who are sort of good at I can't paint anything. I couldn't even paint a tree. I'm hopeless. One from Phil, who says, I heard that Steptoe and Son hated each other, mainly because Wilfred Bramble was always drunk and was never on time. No, he was always on time. He was the absolute perfectionist. And they didn't hate each other. There was no hatred going on. They just maybe didn't get on as well as everybody. But then, why would you be expected to? No, he was very, very dapper and very, very professional. Very professional. And the reason he was dapper, he would walk out, people wouldn't recognise him. He always wore a suit with a hat and everything else. And Harry H. Corbett, they were both actors. They were paid to do a job. It was as simple as that in those days. But no, they didn't not like each other. It's just it was like Morecambe and Wise. They didn't socialise away from work because you worked together. They worked on stage together. They worked on the films together. They worked on the shows. They worked with Eddie Braben, who was their scriptwriter for so many years. So you don't just want to go, let's go out for dinner tonight. Oh God, no. In fact, when they died, they were both doing completely different things. When Eric Morecambe died and collapsed on stage, and they had to come out through the curtains and go, is there a doctor in the house? It was like that. But no. I mean, everybody enjoys a drink. There are loads of people who drink in the business. It's just one of those things. Wishing you a jolly good morning, Steve, says Ash. Surely the trade descriptions rules apply to those glorious food pictures you see in the fast food restaurants. It never, ever looks the same. He says, I refuse to use these places. When I say refuse, I think about it for a split second, then go and get the bucket of chicken. Yeah. But if you look at all the pictures of KFC, I've never seen any of my KFC look like that at all. Because I've started doing this, can I just have drumsticks? If I'm ordering a box of 6, I go for the drumsticks, because they're just easier to eat than all the other bits and pieces. But it just never looks the same. I don't know why. It's just one of those things. Steve, I enjoyed the pre-prepared Peking duck from Costco. They come loose, you heat it up and can make your own wraps. It's also a good excuse for the jacket potato with beans and chips and cheese. Sorry, says Sean. Yes, I agree. I like the jacket potatoes as well. What did I have the other day? I had something in there. I didn't know. I buy the mashed potato in M&S. I didn't buy the mashed potato there. I do like their baked potatoes. £2.50. Oh, I had one of their Cumberland sausage rolls. It's a Cumberland sausage in a roll with onions, and it's £2. Yeah, long roll, like a mini baguette. And you can have, that says free drinks as well. But I never go for the drinks because it's all fizzy. I mean, what I should do, I should have taken the cup and just had ice. Because they've got a machine. You put the cup underneath, push the thing, and it delivers ice. And I like my ice. But no, they do a Cumberland sausage. You can have a hot dog, but they do the Cumberland sausage hot dog as well, which is quite... For £2, can't complain. And they do loads, and they do ice creams and a mango drink. They do lots of things like that. So very nice. And the Peking duck I like as well. Mike says, I've been trying to text you a recent picture without success. What's your email address? steve@lbc.co.uk. How can you forget? How can you forget? There is only one person called Steve on the radio at this time of the morning at LBC. steve@lbc.co.uk. Very easy to do. Have you seen the documentary, The Secrets of the Underground? Secrets of the Underground. Interesting facts about how they used some parts of the underground to store artwork during the war. The stations are still there. Yes, Desmond. Yes, they used to take things down there. People used to go... In fact, you could go and do a tour in the Kingsway Tunnel. I think they still do tours there, and that used to go underneath Kingsway, and it would pop up the other side into Holborn. The Kingsway Tunnel was very famous, very, very famous. It would come in off Waterloo Bridge, and then you'd go under the tunnel, and very famous. In fact, they used to store a lot of trains down there and all sorts of bits and pieces. Kingsway Tunnel. There it is. Still got the lines. It's on the Northern Portal in Southampton Row. And they used to keep all sorts of things down there. All sorts of things. Wonderful. I loved it. If you go down there now and it's very dark. But they used to have all sorts of... it's derelict, yes. I mean, they do go down there. And they were going to use it, I believe, for cycles and stuff like that. But if you go the other side of Kingsway, you can see it. You can see the old tracks going down into it. And you look at it and you go, that's a bit interesting. I like stuff like that. But Secrets of the Underground, I used to like the Fluffers. The Fluffers on the Underground. They were the ladies who used to go down there to clear all the rubbish off the lines. When they turned off the lines, when the last train ran through, they turned off the lines and the women would go in there and pick up all the rubbish. Mice all over the place. Sometimes, not as often now, but you could stand on the platform and watch mice running about on the lines. You can still see it, but just not as often as it used to be. Alan says, when I worked for a fast food chain, we saw how they filmed the burgers. They used to pin the lettuce pieces in the bun and add smoked ice to get the effect of heat. You could never actually bite into it. Oh, no, totally inedible. All of the adverts showing food inedible because they sprayed it with glue or glycerin to make it shine and make it look lovely. And of course, it's called advertising. That's what happens. I mean, that's what you've seen the pictures of me on the internet. You don't think I really look like that, do you? That was after I'd been fiddled about with, you know, hours of preening and getting the jacket right. And then if you turned me round in the official LBC photograph, you would see I've got half a ton of clothes pegs at the back holding the jacket in to make it look as though it fitted me. It didn't fit me at all. We had makeup on. You know, my hair was done. Well, I say my hair was done. It arrived in a jiffy bag and somebody stuck it on my head. And that was it. And, Steve, the hair and nails don't grow after death. It's a myth. It's the myth. It's just the skin shrinking, making the hair look longer than it was at death. Lovely. I bet you're an undertaker. You can always tell, can't you? Producer's always wrong. Steve, loading the van at the market, nearly dropped my coffee when you said it was 6:30. I thought I was late, says Simon the fishmonger. I'll teach you. I do that occasionally, but it's not done intentionally, I promise you. Monica says a friend helped to lift the Hashem boat. It's now in a museum in Hull. The Lindisfarne Gospels were in the British Museum. Oh, there's so much stuff in the British Museum. It's a great museum to go to. Great museum, full of tourists. So it's quite nice, actually. Good news, says South Downs Nick, after several challenges to the local council, they've now agreed to fix an additional 9 deep holes in our local pavements. Just trying to help elderly folk and those who have problems with mobility. I shall keep going. Yeah, you should do, actually. They get more claims against pavements and broken and stuff like that than anything else. Not just your council, everybody else's. And Morecambe and Wise did used to socialise sometimes. Yes, it was very rare, Colin, very rare. Very rare, because they had their own separate lives. You don't want to be with somebody on the television and making their movies that they made, and it'd just be too much. I mean, I have to put the producer on gardening leave every so often. It drives me mad. I don't want to walk in here and see his happy, beaming little face. You know, hello, Steve, how was your weekend? Yeah, and then he goes, shall we go and do lunch? I go, no, I don't think so. Stalker. They used to go to the Fair Mile on the A3 near Guildford. I should imagine they probably went to a few places. Because over the years, because they worked the theatres, you know, I'd love to have seen, you know, what their act looked like. I think that's quite a good idea. The pizza lover, who I mentioned earlier on, who's got Domino's name tattooed on him, hoping that Domino's would go, oh, thank you for the publicity. Here's some free pizza. But Domino's have said nothing at all. So that was a waste of time. And Jerry says, enjoy your programme every night here in upstate New York. Upstate New York? Where's upstate New York? Is that something nice? Is that... Yes, I know what up means, thank you. Not a complete and utter idiot. I mean, I try not to be. Sometimes it doesn't come over like that, I agree. What else we got? Oh, Colleen. Oh, that's it. That's upstate. Oh, blimey. Very rural, isn't it? Oh, that's very nice. Oh, blimey, that's very nice. Oh, it looks like the Cotswolds. It's very lovely. 15 great upstate New York towns. Wow. The best small towns in upstate New York, places to visit on a road trip. Oh, it's like stepping back in time, isn't it? Very historical. Some lovely houses. But, I mean, there's nobody around you. You've got nobody to, you know, to talk to. Hello? Hello? Nobody. Nothing. That's why they're listening. So Colleen enraged at poor old Vardy. I mean, you know, you can see how she's going to age, Vardy. You really can. I mean, she's got one of those old faces already. There's not really a lot you can do with her. But she was the one who said that Colleen should donate some of the money to charity. I don't know why Rebecca Vardy's come up with this, mainly because she was a bit dim in court. You know, I'll tell you what, Rebecca, why don't you make a substantial donation to charity? But she's got to pay. They reckon 1,667,000. I bet you and the old husband have had some chats, haven't they? Because everybody told you. You're very stupid. Don't put this through court. This is going to cost you a lot of money. Anything you do in the High Court, serious money. And that's why you've got to pay for it. That'll teach you in future, won't it? And then she was printing something the other day, making more accusations against Colleen. You're treading on very thin ice. Very thin ice. Gary Neville's left-wing credentials have taken a hit. He's signed up to appear on a sports network run by the Qatari state. Oh dear, Gary. Oh dear. This is the homophobic Qatari state. He says he will raise awareness of human rights laws in his role with this company. Yeah. Still taking the money, though, Gaz, aren't you? You go for it, pal. You obviously need it. Because in Qatar, homosexuality is considered abnormal, punishable by 3 years in jail. They also have a male guardianship system in which women are dependent on men for permission to marry, travel, pursue higher education and access reproductive health care. Good, Gary. You've really set the movement back about 500 years. You and old Beckham. Disgusting. But, you know, if you want the money, mate, you take it. Don't sort of worry about the rest of us. We don't care. Do you know the Church of England have got a bit of a shock at the moment? They've got abuse cases of children and vulnerable adults by living Church of England clergy. So far, 400. I mean, this sounds even bigger than the Catholic Church and the abuse that a lot of children suffered. The past cases review have revealed 383 cases of alleged abuse, 168 of which related to children from the 1940s to the present day. The Archbishop of Canterbury in York said in a joint statement, "There are no possible excuses. We apologise for our failures." Well, I remember the Pope had to apologise and got rid of loads of priests in the Catholic Church who were systematically abusing children. And the Catholic Church's answer to it was to move the priest to somewhere else. So they carried on abusing. It was carte blanche until the Pope started going, "You're out, you're out." I think in 1 year, he got rid of about 283 priests who were paedophiles. They'd been abusing children. Mind you, there is another story in a moment about the Twitter police, because there's limits to what you can put on Twitter, as this particular lady found out. And I'll tell you about her in a moment, because it's 5:45. Morning, nice to have your company. I keep looking back. I haven't done it yet. I don't know why I've not done it. I was just trying to explain to Dan the Pret coffee subscription. At the moment, it's £12.50 for up to 150 drinks in the month. That's everything from coffee, hot chocolate, smoothies, everything. There's got to be a 30-minute gap between each drink you have. But, I mean, what the heck? We were saying a short while ago, I don't know how they're doing it for that price, but they're doing it nevertheless. So, Call the Twitter Police is a big story in one of the papers today, and this is a priest's wife who was arrested in front of her children and put in a police cell over alleged malicious posts on Twitter, which is... It's an interesting one, this. It's understood the arrest relates to an online row between Caroline Farrow, who believes someone's gender is biological and unchangeable, and a trans rights campaigner. So a series of anonymous posts on controversial online forum Kiwi Farms is also being probed. I've never even heard of these things. I've never heard of this stuff. But anyway, Mrs. Farrow was searched and bundled into a police car. In images on the arrest, a burly officer is seen forcing open the mother of five's front door. The police took her laptop. She said she was driven to the police station where she was searched for drugs and held in a cell for hours before returning home after midnight. Freedom of speech campaigners questioned why officers were getting involved in online rows rather than tackling more serious offences. Well, see, the trouble is some people might see this as a serious offence. This is after the Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, told police to stop investigating Twitter spats and focus on crime. Mrs. Farrow is married to a Catholic priest and was cooking dinner on Monday when there was a knock on the door and police came in and seized her laptop and other devices. She told the Mail that her arrest was very wrong and had destabilised the family. She said the allegations are malicious communications and harassment. I'm not particularly sure what I'm accused of doing, even after the police interview. So Toby Young of the Free Speech Union said it beggars belief that police would send officers round in your house and clap you in irons if you're alleged to have offended somebody on Twitter. The number of burglaries being solved in Surrey at the moment is 3.5%. They need to stop it. However, this furious reaction on social media prompted Detective Chief Inspector David Bentley to explain the action of the Surrey force. He said, when we received an allegation of a crime, in this instance, one where a grossly offensive message is said to have been communicated, it's our job to assess it alongside any available evidence to identify if an offence had been committed. If it has, we gather further evidence and carry out an investigation to prove or disprove the allegation. That's exactly the process that's being followed in this case. So, you know, but then if you write something that somebody would find offensive, that's surely enough. You can't just offend people and go, well, I'm sorry, I don't believe in this thing. You know, I believe that, you know, somebody's gender is biological and unchangeable. Well, there are other people who disagree with that. But, you know, is it a crime to actually have an opinion? That's what they'll have to decide. Steve, Kingsway's been recently refurbished by Crossrail, the Elizabeth line, as part of their contract for using it to ventilate a tunnel beneath it. Transport museums sometimes do weekend tours. Yes, I know. And Greg says, I'm in New Jersey in USA. Listen every time you're on the radio. How wise. How wise. I like that place down in... Have you seen that place in Queensway? It's in a square and it's a house in a square, but it's fake. It's basically covering up the ventilation pipes right behind it. And it's Kingsway. Is it Queensway? Yes, Leinster Gardens, I believe. And it's on the west side. They're all tall mid-Victorian houses, but Leinster Gardens is full of one. If you go behind it, you can see it's just being propped up because it's not a real house. It's the fake houses built in the 1860s. See, I think that's quite... Don't you think that's funny and weird and everything else? You can go down there and have a look. And, yeah, there's the tube line running underneath. You've got to get air down there somehow. And that's what they do. So the fake houses are at Leinster Gardens. And if you look at it, it looks to all intents and purposes like a house. I don't even know what number it is. But it's known as the fake house of Leinster Gardens W2. Check it out on YouTube or something like that. 23 and 24 Leinster Gardens. And you will discover that it... Imagine if you live next door to it. You go, actually, next door haven't got a garden. They've got the underground. They are the fake houses. And that's behind them. And it's basically getting as much air down there as possible. Seems funny to think that at one point the tube, when it first started running, had open windows. I mean, people used to get bits... Oh, ghastly. Absolutely. You could smoke. Producer was very happy in those days. Very happy. Rolf Harris. We did this story yesterday, actually. For some reason, it's only just appeared today. And he's gravely ill with cancer. And unrealistic images on social media of women's bodies shortly after they've had a baby could be contributing to postnatal blues. Celebrities such as Chloe Madeley have been praised for sharing their body image insecurities after giving birth. But researchers say that many photos do not reflect the reality for most new mothers. Because they've got Chloe Madeley in August, 3 weeks later, completely flat stomach. And people are going, I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, it's the way it goes, isn't it? Shoot failed generals. Oh, here we go. Cliff's first pool and pool house that he had built after the hit Move It. Come on, pretty baby, let's move it and groove it. He said, the customer I've worked for over 20 years hasn't changed the home in any way. The old ones are the best. Do you know, they did the same with Diana Dawes' house. The people who bought it didn't change anything about it. For donkey's years, they left everything in the house, even their swimming costumes in the pool room. Nothing was changed in Diana Dawes' house. It was considered very, very glamorous. And it was in Sunningdale, 3 acres. The house was called Orchard Manor, I think. It was. It had all sorts of... They used to have all sorts of naughtiness that used to go on there. Lots of naughtiness. I believe there was a one-way mirror in the bedroom and things like that. Two-way mirror, yes. One-way mirror just would have mean it was a mirror. I just realised. Happy birthday today to Ricky Hatton, the Manchester-born boxer nicknamed the Hitman. And because then he's 44 now. I thought he was much older, but I think he was thinking of going back to boxing, so I think he needed the money. As indeed they all do. Also the birthday today, but she died only a couple of years ago, of Millie Small. She sold 7 million copies of her big hit in 1964 called My Boy Lollipop, dun-dun-dun. Her second follow-up didn't do as well. It was called I Love Sweet William, which wasn't quite as good. But My Boy Lollipop was played at the 2012 Olympics. Her producer, Chris, said she opened the door for Jamaican music to the world. They brought her over here. And it was fantastic. Bruce Grobbelaar celebrates a birthday today, the South African-born goalkeeper. Played for Zimbabwe and Liverpool, fought in the Rhodesian Bush War in the 1970s. He's 65 today. So many happy returns of the day. And in 2010, the FBI seized a set of John Lennon's fingerprints from a New York memorabilia dealer. Why you'd ever want it, I can't imagine, or where it came from. I've got no idea. And in 1978, Prince Charles, sportsman, pilot and naval officer, has again followed in his father's footsteps. 3 of the Prince's watercolours will go on show at an exhibition at the Royal Glasgow Institute for Fine Arts, where Prince Philip showed 4 of his own paintings 2 years ago. So I didn't know that Prince Charles painted. It was something that... Well, I wasn't sure, actually, that Prince Philip painted either. But I suppose he could have done. There must be sort of pictures of it. Oh, they're not bad, actually, are they, really? Prince Charles's watercolours of landscape. I mean, now he hasn't got the... Oh, they're not bad at all, are they? But I'm not a trained eye. To be honest with you, I always, sort of look at these sort of pictures and I go, to me, it looks fine. Somebody else will go, well, of course, it doesn't look anything like it. Yeah, they're quite pretty. We think they're very good. And Steve only came in halfway through, and you were talking about Cumberland sausage hot dog for £2. That's got to be the cheapest in the world. Yes, it's at Costco. And it comes with an empty cup, so you can get as many fizzy drinks as you want. Although, to be honest with you, the cups are quite big, so one fizzy drink would be enough to go with the Cumberland sausage. All for £2, I know. Oh, well, the baked potatoes are £2.50. Very good value. Very good value. Most of the stuff is about £2 or £3, which is quite nice. The teen chess master cheated in more than 100 games. This is the American chess grandmaster Hans McNeman, who has cheated more than 100 times, the reporters claimed. So they say, it's fairly obvious. But why would you think that he wouldn't? I mean, people still try to break the bank at Monte Carlo by cheating at cards. They tried to cheat at roulette. There was somebody who was very successful at cheating at roulette because the person who was the dealer was fiddling the wheel. It was, it used to be quite normal in the early days, obviously not now, I mean, things are sort of completely different, to actually fiddle the wheel. They'd sort of push a little something under the table and the ball would jump out of one thing into the other. So that's how they stopped people winning. It was, and people were card counting. That's what they call it in the casinos. So they have people who watch them on all the hidden cameras, mainly magicians. And the magicians can go, table 7, they're card counting. You can watch somebody doing it. What they're doing is card counting is where you know where the position of the cards is in the decks. You know what to bet because you've watched them bringing out the deck of cards. So that's why they change the deck. They get through thousands of decks of cards, probably a day. And it's quite clever, but magicians can spot somebody card counting so that they know where the position of the card is, so they know whether to do a high bet or a low bet. If you know that the next 2 or 3 cards coming out, they're not going to be much use to you, go low, and then you bet high when you think there's something decent coming out. But magicians sit there and watch the cameras. That's how they employ them. It's good stuff, isn't it, really? But the idea of cheating in chess, the most boring game in the entire universe. I'd rather play swing ball and assemble a doll's house than sort of watch anybody playing chess. And I have played chess. I can't play it. I've had various chess sets over the years, but I never learnt to play chess. I couldn't really be bothered. Seriously, we used to have car chess, and it just meant that the pieces were magnetic. And I know, to be honest with you, I still didn't play the blooming thing. It still seemed terribly, terribly boring. But there you go. And what is the first flush of lust? How'd you keep that one going? You won't believe it. I'll tell you after the news, actually. And also, ladies, you could be throwing away a third of your makeup without even realising it. Details in a moment.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 6. It's nice to have your company. I trust you well. This is LBC. I'm Steve Allen, and we're with you till 7, Monday through Friday for early breakfast. We do start at 4. I know it might seem slightly early, but I promise you, thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people have decided to make it their best start for the day. Now, you know, tomorrow is Make Some Noise Day. You're going to be hearing it on all of Global stations, and it's an opportunity for us to help raise an awful lot of money for lots and lots of little charities. Not just one charity, lots of little charities. That was the whole idea of creating Make Some Noise, so that lots of charities will benefit, and they get different amounts of money depending on how we can distribute it, how much money comes in. And so we've had various little competitions running on my programme. The latest one is the tech competition, which finishes tomorrow, and it finishes tomorrow at midday. But you've got to make sure, if you've entered the competition, can I advise you to please keep your telephone on, because then somebody can call you. Because there could be nothing worse than if somebody tries to call you and you don't answer the telephone. OK, so there is a tech bundle. Now, I've only just learnt to say this because Will Guyot's been coaching me on a tech bundle. He thinks this is the best tech bundle ever. And I couldn't disagree, because it's one prize, one winner, and you get a chance to win all of this: a brand new Apple iPhone 14, just released, an Apple iPad Air, an Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. All of that is one prize. All of that will be delivered to your house, which you can either keep all for yourself, or failing that, you can give some very nice Christmas presents out this year, or you can sell it all. It's entirely up to you. Once you won it, you can do what you want with it. For your chance to win every single one of those brilliant prizes, text TECH, TECH, and just send it to 84850. There's a voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supporting Global's Make Some Noise. TECH, TECH, and send it to 84850. You've got until midday tomorrow, which is Friday the 7th of October, Make Some Noise Day. Keep the phone handy, because you could be getting that magical phone call. There's no secret words you need to use or anything like that. Just need to pick it up and go, hello. And then you hopefully hear that voice at the other end saying, yes! You've won. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over to see the list of participating Global stations, and full terms and conditions go to makesomenoise.com. And the word is TECH, TECH. You text that word and send it to 84850. TECH to 84850. And tomorrow at 6 a.m, I will give you the information about how you can get tickets to the live show, which will be occurring next year. We always sell them actually at this time for a show the next year. But as I say to everybody, you need to get in quickly, because they always sell out. He says they always sell out. I mean, I'm trying to be sort of very big about the whole thing. I'm very presumptuous, aren't I? But they do normally sell out, and they do normally sell out very, very quickly. So if you fancy coming along and seeing me in the flesh, I mean, there will be many people. You'll be in very good company, because everybody there will be an LBC listener, and everybody there will be people who've probably seen me on numerous occasions before, so they know what to expect. We don't swear in the show unless it's absolutely no. In fact, I don't think we've ever sworn. Actually, I don't. I could if I wanted. The producer keeps saying you can swear on the podcast. I said, no, I couldn't. My mother would be furious. She said, well, she's not here anymore. I said, well, no, she'd hear about it. So I'm definitely not swearing. Definitely not swearing. We do it all in the best possible taste. Steve, me and the wife Shirley, says Stuart, were in London for the marathon. My son Samuel was taking part. He finished on 4 hours, 8 minutes. We had a walk around afterwards and ended up in Covent Garden, where we bought hot donuts. I asked the donut seller where Joe Allen's was. Unfortunately, it was closed, but at least now I know where it is, and I will go one day. Oh, you should. And Little Italy as well. You've got to go there as well. Got to go to all the places that we like. Eileen says, I refuse to go into a certain fast food chain anymore as I waited half an hour for a cheeseburger to take out. All the delivery guys are a priority. Ridiculous. I think they'll lose a lot of customers. Yes, I mean, I went in one place, Eileen. I wonder if it's the same place. And the delivery drivers were being catered for more than the regular customers, which I thought was a bit scandalous, actually. So the delivery drivers everywhere. I also boycott the place as well. So there you go. Richard in Lincoln says, the only time I enjoyed watching chess was the Queen's Gambit on Netflix. I've not seen that. I don't even know what that is. Very popular show, apparently. Oh, there you go. And Michael in Vancouver, as an old expat Londoner from memory, I think the lines in the tunnel running under Aldwych were old London tram lines. Yep. I remember riding on a tram under the tunnel just post-World War II. It was closed and the tram ceased operation in 1952. Maybe check out. Yeah, we know. We did say it was trams. And in fact, the line finishes just at the top. And they were sort of trams and trolley buses, I think. I can't remember, but it was good stuff. Now, you ladies waste makeup. And the reason you waste it is not your fault. But you could be throwing away up to a third of your makeup without even realising. Because what they do, you have to eke out every last drop of makeup. If you buy, for example, Clinique's Chubby Stick Cheek Colour Balm at £22.50 from Boots.com, it's a twist-up blusher in a 21mm diameter tube. All of a sudden it stops working, so you think it's finished. There was still 29% left in it. 29%. So what you have to do here, because the person here horizontally cut along the tube and pries the remaining otherwise hidden cosmetics out with a knife. Because you can get all sorts of little bits and pieces. You can get little spatulas, which will help you scrape out the amount of makeup. Rimmel eyeshadow palette. The waist 5 eyeshadow colours and individual palettes in a little compact. How much is the waste? In other words, you think it's all finished. 45%. 45%. What else we got? We've got Revlon's Colour Stay. Only 17% wastage. Max Factor Colour Elixir Lipstick, $8.99. Wastage on this one, 24%. Lancome mascara here. It's mainly the mascaras, 33%. You think it's finished. You put the little thing in, but in fact it hasn't. If you sort of get it out. It says, I'm astonished by how much mascara comes out of this one. It says almost £10 worth. Then I realised that the wand stops 7mm short of the base of the tube. So in other words, it is even getting to the base of the tube. Toothpaste is a bit like that as well, actually. And so it's the way it goes. You get the same with toothpaste, but I've got a thing at home. And it's basically, I know to squeeze the end. You can get a little machine, you turn a handle and it squeezes all the toothpaste out. But there's always enough in there that you can squeeze out, and on loads of things like that. You'd be really surprised, actually. Really surprised. Andy Peters was off again. Yesterday's live broadcast, it was Terry's Cafe in South East 1. Awesome place. Today, somewhere in Europe. The clue is tapas. Anyone? They jet him around, don't they? Because if you remember yesterday, he was at I Pellicci for breakfast. This is the place which hasn't changed since the 1900s. So yesterday, he was off and went to something else. And then today, he's in Europe. It's not a bad job, is it, really? He gets about a bit. He really does. I love it. I love stuff like that. So, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. My mouse keeps wandering about by itself, Steve. Leinster Gardens, or Leinster Gardens, designed for the steam of the old stock to escape the system. London Underground has to keep the buildings up to date and fresh to blend in with the neighbours, says Vince. Yes, I mean, it has to be painted on a regular basis. That's why it looks so good. Clever, isn't it? Steve did my first marathon, says Chris, on Sunday with the London one. Finished in 7 hours, 20 minutes. Very enjoyable. Interesting fact for you, the country of Liechtenstein has no train stations or airport. Why would it need them? Why would it need them? You go in there, you're not coming out again, are you? And Catherine says, I've used dermalogical products for years. I cut the tubes when they're finished and always manage to get extra out. Yes, you should get these little makeup spatulas, $7.99 for 6 on Amazon. There's also a cosmetics tube squeezer, which is $3.99. Loosen mascara to make it easier by placing the tube in a mug of hot water and turning it upside down before use. It also works for nail varnish pots too. So they're deliberately designed to make you think you've run out. But when you look and discover that there's 10 quid's worth of mascara from Lancome's Hypnose Drama Mascara, £10 worth. That's a lot of mascara. You put it in a cup of hot water, then turn it upside down, and you'll be surprised how much more you've got. So go for it. Go for it. What your date really means is when he says good vibes only, and why you should run a mile according to a book which decodes modern dating. Oh, it's so boring dating. Isn't it so dull? There'll be people, probably not tonight, but tomorrow and Saturday, going out dating. Where do they go? Bars. Although, how you can have a conversation with somebody over the noise of the DJ playing his hot hits from Boney M and other such wonderful groups. What did I do on dates? I didn't have dates. I was working all the time. So all the people I met were people who would be in the clubs where I was working. That was about as good as it got, I'm afraid. It was, I think the idea of dating, it's a case of, listen, do you want to come back? For a cup of coffee. Then you get back there and discover you haven't got any coffee, you've only got tea. Slightly worried, so then they leave. I can remember once I did something very exotic. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but I was trying to woo somebody, and I thought, I tell you what, a double bath. I thought, what a brilliant idea. Morning, so I thought I'd do something really romantic for this sort of semi-date kind of thing. So I thought, I'll do, what did I do? I think it was steak in a white wine sauce, which was lovely, with some, I think I did mashed potato. But anyway, I thought about this brilliant idea of a bath. I thought, 2 people in a bath, what could be more romantic? So with candles, the whole business, and so I filled the bath up and put rose petals on the top. I thought, I'm really going overboard on this one. I mean, it's unlike me to spend that much money. I mean, generally, it's a quarter pounder with cheese and a milkshake, and they should be satisfied. But anyway, so I went all this way to doing it, and then I'm doing this. I think it was in a cream sauce, this steak. I mean, to be honest with you, it looked absolutely fantastic. Anyway, an argument developed over something, I can't remember what it was, and they stormed out. So I was now stuck with 2 pieces of fillet steak and a bath full of rose petals. I thought I was being really good, obviously. And I remember once thinking I was being really good, and I took somebody to the theatre because I used to get lots and lots of free tickets to go to theatres and all the rest of it. And this was another one that developed into an argument as well. It was somebody sort of saying, yeah, I mean, there's a pattern emerging of sort of thinking you're actually being good and sort of generous. So this person going, so you didn't pay for the seats? And I went, no. And they got up and walked out of the theatre. And I remember thinking, and what do I do? Yeah, they went before it started. So I remember thinking, oh, so perhaps you don't want to give people sort of free seats or something like that. So, and I wasn't sure whether to stay there and watch the show or to get up and follow them out of the building. And I got up and followed them out of the building. Sort of basically to say, what was the problem with going to the theatre? They said, because you didn't, yes, I was going to say, I've got a bath full of rose petals at home and 2 bits of steak. Come on, enjoy yourself. It's difficult to know what to do. Is it on a first date? I mean, I suppose really, I should have gone on Naked Attraction and done it that way. Because at least that way, most of them seem to sort of, they see them, naked, and then they obviously go out for, in inverted commas, a date. And what that involves, I haven't even bothered inquiring about. And then they go, do you think you want to see each other again? And quite clearly, half of these people are on this programme because they're blooming useless. So, it doesn't go anywhere. It's very rare that they do actually sort of go further and they do end up saying, oh, yes, we'd like to see each other again. Because they tend not to. But apparently, these relationship programmes on the television are proving the most popular thing. You know why? Because they're cheap. You don't need to do very much at all. When you have dinner dates, you've got Fred Sirieix, most boring person on television at the moment. Oh, you would assign the table here? You have the table here? Where did you meet? And all this kind of stuff. And you meet people on the programme who are saying, oh, yes, I've never been out with anybody before. This is the first time. And they give them a drink at the bar. Then they have to sit down and have this food, which looks 9 out of 10 times not the most exciting thing. And you're being filmed. I mean, imagine small talk on dates. It's not for me at all. It really isn't. I mean, it's no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And yet some people, but also it's the fact that you've admitted you can't find anybody to go out with. There's one of them, which is, and I don't know what it's called, but you'll know what it is straight away. It's some bloke, generally slightly odd, left of centre, and 3 people who are their friends, and then they've got 3 people who want to go on a date with them, so they pick them outfits, and then they come on and they wear these outfits. They go, oh, I'm not sure about this one, and then the best one they turn up in the taxi wearing their outfit, and then they go out on a date. And I'm thinking, it's a bit complicated, this dating malarkey, because you don't really know what. I've always said, if you want to meet somebody, go to a pub. That's the only place you're going to meet somebody when you're sort of, if you need that little bit of a booster. Having a couple. There's no point in getting too drunk that you fall over them and sick down their back. There's no point in doing that because you're not going to win them over at all. You have to sort of try and sort of find that sort of thin dividing line. But I've seen the oddest people on the television. And then there's another one. You turn up in the restaurant and then the person who turns up is somebody who's got a secret crush on you. My God, that's dreadful. That's even worse than all the other ones put together. I sit there, jaw on floor, watching it, thinking, you're not serious. And they go, oh, do you think you know who it is who's got a secret crush on you? And I can always remember the one in America. You remember the one? It's called Secret Crush, yeah. But do you remember the one in America where they had a bloke coming on and he was what they call a jock from the American colleges. He was all butch and all the rest of it. And they go, you've got a secret admirer. And he went, oh, have you got any idea who it is? No, I've got no idea. They bring on a bloke. He goes up the wall. He goes absolutely up the wall. And I think in the end, that one resulted in a shooting. It was really quite, and they had to be so careful in future because it embarrassed him. He said it embarrassed him completely that he was sitting there expecting some gorgeous blonde girl who was a cheerleader probably to come out there. And it wasn't. It was a bloke who came out and totally humiliated him. And it was Scott Bernard Amadure. He was an American murder victim. During the tape, this was the Jenny Jones show, and Amadure revealed he was attracted to an acquaintance, Jonathan Schmitz. 3 days later, Schmitz confronted him and shot him twice in the chest. He was found guilty of second-degree murder. And they had to rethink the whole thing. It was sort of because he said he'd never been so embarrassed in his entire life that on national television they bring on somebody. I mean, it was quite clear he wasn't gay, but they just, I don't know what they were thinking, actually. I really can't imagine what they were thinking. Well, whether it was ratings, because the Jerry Springer show, when Jerry Springer first started, he was doing cozy housewife stuff. Then it turned into bear baiting, when they would bring people on there and they would say, and so where are you from? And the girl would say, I'm from so-and-so, so-and-so. And who are you here to see? I'm here to see this bloke and all the rest of it. And you've got people telling lies. I've only ever been out with you with a lie detector. It's the same as the Jeremy Kyle show. So you haven't been out with anybody else. No, lie detector says you're not telling the truth. I mean, it was very odd that you'd ever want to do that on television because these lie detector tests, which are nearly 100% guaranteed. So somebody would say, there was one woman, she had, I think, 3 children. This bloke had been paying for them for years. Turned out none of them were his. And she went, it's not true, it's not true. And you think, we're now watching this voyeuristic television. It became in a mawkish way, terribly addictive. And I sort of, after a while, I had to stop watching them. The Jerry Springer ones, basically, they turned into fights. The audience would be going, boo, boo, and all this kind of stuff. Well, some of it was staged. There were agencies to find people who they were looking for who were prepared to go on television and play these things out. But some of these people would sit there and say, it's not true. It is your baby. No, it's not. The lie detector says not. I see Pete the pool man's gone back on his snowballs again. He says, I am an addict. I hold my hands up and admit it. I've never had them. Cadbury's mini snowballs. They look quite. So what's in the middle? Is it like a chocolate ganache? Or something like that. It's like a mini egg, isn't it, really? It's quite nice. I bought some little chocolate balls in for them next door. They get quite excited, actually. Lint chocolate. These are the Father Christmas ones. So you get Father Christmas, little reindeer, little teddy bears, and a little Father Christmas. And these balls. I don't know what they've got to do with it. I've no idea. I mean, they don't even look like snowballs at all. But we'll have to check out with the ones that pool man Pete's having. And, Steve, I'm having a cuppa listening to you before setting off for work. Best start to the day. See, I don't mean the best. It's the only start to the day. And it's free. I bought an Infinity Santa from the range for $49.99. You will love it, says Terry in Leighton. Infinity Santa. Show me Infinity Santa. I want to know what this is. So it's $49. That's £50. That's quite an investment. Is it Infinity Santa? Okay. Oh, it's a light. Oh, right. Infinity. Oh, I'm not sure about $49.99. What does it do? So it's got a cool effect, makes it look three-dimensional. You can stand it by the door, have him waiting by the tree. The light-up Santa is sure to get the attention of any guest. It's 50 quid. You think I'd like? Oh, I like the other ones, the platinum ones, which you see in the garden centres. But I think they're all from Norway or somewhere like that. But I'm not sure about the Infinity Santa. Oh, there's another one here. £79.90. This is too expensive. Honestly, I don't know what you think us radio presenters are earning. For goodness sake. Steve, the argument on your date was probably over who was going to sit on the tap end of the bath, says Catherine. It's funny because it was so many years ago now. I'd almost forgotten about it the other day, and then sadly it sort of re-emerged again. And I remember thinking it was this sort of thinking you were doing the right thing, but it turned out to be the wrong thing. I think there's no easy way. You either get on with somebody. It's like when you see people eating food, they go for 3 menus. And they go to somebody's house and the person goes, oh, I've just cooked this for you, this chicken. Sorry about the cat's hairs on the plate. And they eat it, and then they go back to find out whether or not. They open the door, and there's a trolley, and if it's got a ready meal, you've had it. Talking of food, this is the front page of The Sun. They've decided to dispense with the Tory party conference. Instead, they've decided to talk about the curse of Strictly again. But the wife of Manchester City ace, Ilkay Gundogan, I don't know how you pronounce it, you just have to take my word for it, I've got no idea, has dished up a storm by rubbishing the local restaurants. Italian Sara Afui, 27, moaned there were no good places to eat out in the city and was fed up with the horrible frozen food. She said maybe in London, but in Manchester, nothing. So she's been out and she's not happy. She can't find anywhere to eat, and so that makes the front page. Chefs and food lovers are left choking. Perhaps she's a bit simple. Perhaps she doesn't understand. Let's face it, from the country that brings you spaghetti hoops. Hello? You know, for goodness sake, if you can't find decent food in Manchester, then you're just going in the wrong places. Is it because you're not educated enough on real food? Would you know what real food was? Because they've got a picture of a plate of chips and gravy. And that's probably her mark. I mean, last night, Foodies united to pan her views. Jay Rayner said, this is a ludicrous point of view. Manchester's packed full of brilliant independent restaurants. Well, that's what I always thought. Perhaps to be honest with you, I don't think she'd understand what a quality restaurant was. And also, would they really want somebody like her in there? She might lower the standard. I mean, can you imagine saying that? That's like saying there's nowhere to eat in London. She thinks there is in London, but not in Manchester. Don't go to Birmingham, love. Really dreadful.
What do you get when you mix fashion designers, financial advisors, and dance studio? No, not a catwalk of strutting accountants. No, not a ballet piece about balance sheets. I'm actually just talking about Workspace. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
I got so panicky yesterday when I went back to Waterloo Station. Remember the disaster the day before where the pigeon decided I was the nearest toilet? And my baseball... Oh, dreadful. Anyway, yesterday I looked at it, I've never worried about it in all the years I've been using the stage. You just don't expect it, do you? But I went up a different escalator. hoping to God that they don't target me. I was wondering whether I had that sort of phosphorescence glow about me. They're waiting for me, the pigeon. That's him there. Get him. Because I have a new coat on as well. And Dawn Neeson, gorgeous Dawn, says, will you stop talking about chocolate for breakfast? I have some small chocolate Halloween pumpkins just sitting staring at me right now. And then it goes hashtag zero willpower. Zero willpower. Go on, force yourself. Listen, it's not like you need to worry about your weight. Goodness sake, out of all the people that I know, Dawn would be possibly one of the slimmest. One of the slimmest. Unbelievable. Very jealous. Very jealous. Unlike poor old Thomas Bosch. He says, how are we doing, mate? That's why I nearly said something else. I completely forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, his foot is now better. He had a bit of a problem with the foot. And he's on his way to his gym, Bosch Gym, for a workout. He said, loving the show as always, geezer. I think personally he actually speaks like that. I think he's terribly, terribly cultured. And the whole thing is just a bit of an act. I'm a geezer bloke and I'm a cockney. You know, that's what I'm totally convinced. It's like every time I see Gino D'Acampo on the television and he's talking like this, I'm thinking, no, you speak perfectly. I don't think there's any sort of accent there at all. Steve, my wife Christina and myself are in sunny Corfu, laughing at your different subjects. Well, it's not nice, is it, to laugh at the afflicted? Don't like that kind of thing. But at least you're in sunny Corfu, which is quite good. And Eileen says, your bath story was so funny. How ungrateful was your date? I must admit, the last thing I'd do is share a shower with somebody. Very personal with all the leg shaving. Well, I wasn't doing leg shaving. But you're right, actually. It probably could have been to do with who was going to be at the tap end. Because there's something, you know, not appealing about sitting with your back against the taps, is there really? But I just thought it was... Well, the row happened long before that. We didn't get as far as the bath. It was just one of those things. I can't remember what the argument was about. Whatever it was, I remember thinking, well, I've now got 2 pieces of steak to eat. You know, and in the end, by the time I'd had, you know, a large vodka and Coke, I was feeling a bit more sort of benign about the whole thing. I didn't really care, actually. And Jules says, you may not be able to paint a tree, but you paint a perfect visual picture via your fantastic radio programme. Oh, stop it, for goodness sake, honestly. That's what radio does, though. I know it sounds very cliched. It sounds very cliched when somebody starts describing radio as painting pictures. You know, you have to be... It's theatre of the mind. You have to be very descriptive when you're sort of talking about things. You don't do it intentionally, I don't think so. Elizabeth says your pigeon disaster is good luck. Huh! You are joking, of course. I was sitting in Vienna many years ago on a Sunday morning. I'd just finished doing a radio programme on the radio out there, and I was sitting in the Kärtner Strasse, which is one of their sort of posh roads there. In fact, it is the posh road in Vienna, which leads down to Stephansplatz. And I was sitting outside the hotel with a friend of mine, and I had a beautiful suede jacket, which was very nice. I mean, it wasn't, you know, fringed or anything like that. It was just a nice suede jacket. And we're sitting there, and I'm having my cup of coffee, and all of a sudden, right down the front of this jacket, and this friend of mine went, oh, my God. He said, you need some tissue paper. I said, don't be so silly. It'll be miles away by now. And so I had to take it off. And it was because it was suede, it completely ruined it. Completely ruined it. You can't get it back from suede. I used to park my car in a place I used to live at years and years ago under this tree. And it was only then I realised halfway through summer that this tree had berries on it. And the berries were eaten by the dead pigeons. And the pigeons used to then, when they went to the toilet, their doings were purple. You would come outside and you would see your car covered in this. It was, I mean, it's like pigeons go to the toilet every minute. Seriously, we need to get some corks out there and stop this, you know, so it doesn't happen anymore. It's dreadful, really. People say it's good luck. I wish. Elizabeth said, you know, lottery win, here we come. Yes, that'd be nice. I'm sure my brother would be thrilled. Rez says, Steve, woken up and decided I can't be bothered to go to work today, so I shall take the working from home option. But at least I can continue to listen to you on LBC. Do people do that? Do people really get to that stage where they go, I think I'll work from home today? Because I couldn't motivate myself to do this programme if I was coming from home. I know it's called flexi working, and people did do it during the pandemic. I didn't. I came in, like quite a few others of us. Lots of people have sort of 3 days in the office and then the other time at home. I don't think I wouldn't bother doing anything at all. I'd be going, how can I motivate myself? No, I mean, I need to see people to do this programme. I don't really want to, but you have to see them because that sort of motivates you, sort of. So Strictly Dance pro Nikita Kuzmin, partnered with Ellie Simmons, we like Ellie Simmons, has broken up with his girlfriend. Pal said the fellow dancer, Nicole Wirth, had moved her belongings out of Nikita's London flat. Ellie and Nikita, she was 27, he's only 24, were 5th on the leaderboard last week and got a standing ovation for their waltz on a Saturday night. And so he's decided to end his relationship with Nicole. He's got somebody else. Sorry, he's got somebody else. I'm telling you now for a fact. He has got somebody. You do not finish. They've only just started Strictly. You don't just finish with your girlfriend who's in the same show and then go, oh, I want to concentrate on my dancing. He's been in this before. This isn't something new. Definitely somebody else. And it's serious. I'm telling you now. But apparently Nicole used to stay in London to visit Nikita, but it was becoming more difficult with their schedule. She only wants the best for him. Oh, sorry, he only wants the best for her. Yeah, right. It's like, I told you the other day, it was that funny thing that was in the papers after Helen Skelton wanted to go and smile on the programme, you know, and then people were saying, at least she's showing her ex-husband what he's missing. And I thought, what do you mean? He ditched her. He knows what he's missing. They used to do that with all sorts of people. But anyway, Carl says the Brailsford ploughing match was superb. A bit wet, but the stick show was undercover. We love it. We absolutely love it. Mike from Finchley says, if you see in your email, you see that Charles and Maddie haven't aged in about 15 years. What is the secret? I don't know. We can't find the email, I'm afraid, Mike. We can't find... you're just useless at sending these pictures over. It can't be that difficult. God knows where you just send it to steve@lbc.co.uk. So if you sent it over, not only have you not sent it over because we can't find it, but or tweet us. Try tweeting it. Honestly, listen, I can't preach to the converted here because I've got no idea how to do these things either. If somebody says to me, oh, can you do this? I have to get the producer to do it. Seriously, I used to have to do my invoices. I didn't know, for some reason, what did we do? I can't remember. Anyway, we were sending them in, and I used to have to get Corey to photograph, because I couldn't do it, on my telephone, my invoices, and then he would send it to my boss's PA. And so he said, I'm not looking, Steve, at the figure. I thought, well, how are you taking the picture then? I always trust him. The producer always looks here. Joe always looks. He doesn't care. He's not shameful about the whole thing. When I used to share a bath with my late brother, Les, when we were kids, he used to tease me. He was up the deep end, says Terry, when in fact he was at the tap end. He says, Infinity Santa, well worth the money. I'm more worried about being at the deep end. The deep end. I used to share a bath when I used to go round. I was up to school. My Auntie Ivy used to live in Gidea Park in Romford, Links Avenue. I can take you to the house there immediately. And when I used to go round there, because we were little kids, we used to have a bath with my cousin, Stephen. So there'd be two of us having a bath together, because in those days, people didn't have the water to waste. We used to do it at home. We would fill up the bath, not fill it up. You'd have a jug to pour the water over your head to wash your hair. We didn't have shower units or anything else like that. And you would literally get into the bath water. And I remember only on a few occasions when you'd finish the bath, you'd pull the plug out and your mother would go, you haven't pulled the plug out, have you? You go, whoa, because it used to take the immersion heater a long time to heat up, to get sort of, but washing your hair with a measuring jug brings back memories. Yeah, we had to or failing that, I could lie back in the bath and wash my hair like that, but it was always the jug, the plastic measuring jug. It was the best thing to use. But no, we used to share bath water. If you were like third in, forget it. But I know exactly what you mean, Terry. Taffy Nige from Pontyclun in South Wales says, I've just had a mug of tea with warm, not toasted, bara brith, with lots of salted butters soaked through it. Tidy. I like that word. That tidy word always gets me, actually. I know what bara brith looks like. It's a traditional way. It's a tea bread, isn't it? Flavoured with fruits, spices, tea. A decrease in popularity led to Morrison's removing it. A year later, it showed that 36% of teenagers in Wales had never tried it. You're of that age, Taffy Nige. You're at that age now where you've tried these things and you know all about it. So, bara brith bread. See? We educate you on this programme. We like to educate you. Why not? I'm frozen this morning. My little hat. Do you know what I bought the other day in Costco? I went to Costco to buy the little tiny Father Christmases. Dawn, niece and eat the chocolate. And they had something in there I've never seen before. And I'm going to tell you what it is after we've had the latest news headlines with Simon Conway. Morning, 10 to 7. Listen. So I saw this in Costco the other day. And I remember thinking, this is a bit novel. Now, I don't know whether or not you've ever seen hand warmers. Now, I've bought petrol hand warmers before, and yeah, it's like a metal thing. You put the petrol in, you light it, and then you close the lid and you hold it in your hand. But I've also got these things where you wear a pair of gloves and you slip this thing in there, because I get cold fingers, and it's like a little paper packet, and you shake it and it heats up. You've seen them before, because I brought them in. Like, yeah, no, the Snap-it is the little luminous thing. So I found these other ones the other day. They're called Little Hotties. Do you know what they're for? I'd never seen this. I bought a box of them. It's an adhesive toe warmer. And what you do is you sort of... There you go, it comes in there. You haven't opened it. But you put it over your sock. And it heats your feet up. Yes, it says here, the cloth, blah, 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 put on the outside of your sock at the top or bottom of the toe area. So they're called Little Hotties adhesive toe warmers. I've never even heard of them before, but not with... well, I don't know, because my feet get really cold. I don't have... I can't feel them. That's why I know they're cold. If they were hot, I'd know about it. And I thought I'd buy them just so I could sort of heat up. But then I'll give you one each. Okay, so you can sort of try little hotties, then you can report back tomorrow morning on whether or not they're any good for you, which I think is quite exciting, actually. There you go. We found them on the... they said on Amazon. They're on Amazon. You can buy them as well. You get a pack of 60 in there. So you just open, peel and stick on, air activated, and they do the hand warmers as well. You see, the hand warmers I bought... because in the cold weather, my hands get frozen to death. They really do. And this little packet, you slide into your glove, and it's got like sort of feels like sand in it or something. But anyway, it heats up, and that makes your fingers feel a bit warmer. But I've never heard of toe warmers. You know, whole feet warmers I could go for. So, but anyway, I brought them in for you today, so you can try them. £2 each, and you know, just owe me. What else we got? Oh, Amazon. Isn't that? There we go. That's what it looks like. Toe warmers. So you pop it, and then you pop it into your shoe. So you do wear it with your shoes. Now you know. Oh, they're getting very excited now. This could change their life. I might see. The trouble is, I'm a fool to myself. I spoil them. It's like bringing in, you know, Lindt chocolate and things like that. It's spoiling it. They're not used to things like that. They're used to the cheaper version. So with a toe warmer, they're definitely going to go for this one, because then you get warm feet. And I think that's quite cosy. What a generous person I am. Anyway, Amazon are offering a mum of two 250 quid after one of their delivery drivers ran over and killed the dog. Now, I have to be honest, when I first heard it, I remember thinking, oh, £250. But then I remember talking to one of my neighbours. They spent the best part of nearly £2,000 buying their dog. So £250 doesn't really seem quite good value. This is a West Highland Terrier. And the incident was captured by one of these video doorbell, which recorded the van driver leaving without checking on the pet. And Amazon said, we have reached out to the customer. But £250 isn't quite doing it, I don't think. And there's another lady in the paper today. This is a strange one. This is a lady who won 1,600 quid on the lottery using her late mother's lottery numbers, but almost binned the ticket. The mother had the ticket, and the daughter was clearing out the flat and ripped it up and threw it in the bin, and then suddenly thought better, took it out and checked, and it was worth £1,600. And she said she saw another drawer and recognised the numbers. Luckily, the barcode was intact. Carol, who's 65, died last year. Kelly says she's still looking after me. That's not bad, is it? That's not bad at all. And an 18th century cookbook with recipes for rabbits and cakes made 1,800 quid at auction the other day. They used to do all these. I still haven't watched. I did buy the Victorian kitchen garden, and it was a family gardener. Still alive, and it was quite a good idea where they went back and they did everything for Christmas and all the rest of it as the Victorians would have done it. So there you go. Apparently, Steve says cinnamon and raisin bread with butter toasted, lovely. That sounds quite nice. And Louise says, what brand are the toe warmers? Little Hotties. You'll find them on Amazon. My husband uses the hairdryer to pre-warm his ski boots. That may be more effective. Yeah, you buy a box of them. And, I mean, I don't know what they're like. That's why I'm going to give them to the producer and AP. Very posh. And so they can then try them. Because, you know, if it keeps your toes warm, then that's got to be good. Because nothing where you stand there and you're sort of stamping up and down to sort of try and keep your feet warm, especially at bus stops and things like that. So if it works, it works. Mike from Finchley again. This is turning into a saga, isn't it? He says, I tweeted to @SteveAllen_show. If it doesn't work, I'll send a carrier pigeon. Maddie said you should go and visit them in Jerusalem. He said, I'll donate £10 towards the airfare. So you should tweet... not Steve Allen Show, it's @LBC. Okay. Yeah, it's too late now. We've finished the end of the programme. Completely ruined the day. It was going so well. Rod Liddle, in his column in the Sun today, says, please shut it, Becky. He says, can't Rebecca Vardy keep her big trap shut for more than a few seconds? You'd think her footballing husband, Jamie, might have a quiet word. Look, love, you've already cost me more than £2 million with your jabbering. Can't you button it? She's now demanding Colleen Rooney donates some of the cost to charity. Why should she? Vardy is about the only woman on earth who makes Colleen look like a paragon of dignity and intelligence. Absolutely. She was saying the other day, oh, it's always the people with dirty hands who point the fingers. I'm thinking, keep your trap shut. You're not bright enough to enter this one. You've lost already, big time. Petting dogs makes people more sociable. You know, you get these dogs that go, they take them around to old people's homes as well, and they are known as petting dogs, and so people, it's very therapeutic, very, very therapeutic to sort of pet dogs. I don't know why, it just is. Apparently in this study they found activity in 19 men and women was greater when they interacted with a dog rather than with a stuffed animal. Sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, really? But so that's what it is. And turkey sales, as I say, are now soaring. Demand has forced turkey farms, which traditionally start taking orders this month, to start in the summer. Bird flu has hit 155 UK sites. Apparently, Marks and Spencer's are taking bookings for Christmas turkeys and charging up to £144 for a bird. Well, as you know, Sandy's, our fish shop in Twickenham, he sells more turkeys than Marks and Spencer's in Twickenham and Waitrose put together. The queue for his he does those Norfolk bronze turkeys, and they were always about £100. People queue literally over the festive season. They hand out mince pies and all sorts of bits and pieces because he does the best turkeys. Not the cheapest turkeys, but the best. And the queue, literally, it's gone all the way up Heathrow and round the back. But people queue for these turkeys. They have a system. He sells, I can't remember, he did tell me last year, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's certainly more than the butchers will be selling. Certainly a lot more than the butchers. So there you go. But I mean, you know, if Marks and Spencer's are going to be selling them, most people just go for a turkey crown, don't they? Because that's an awful lot easier. Well, I think it's an awful lot easier. Anyway, we've got to go. Want to go and try out the Little Hotties, which is nice.